Song Zi lay languidly on the dilapidated, cramped bed, her hands clutching the sheets with an iron grip. The veins on her hands bulged ominously, and her pale face was a stark contrast to the beads of cold sweat that soaked her hair at the temples. At that moment, she wore a tattered maternity dress, her abdomen distended, and from her legs flowed a continuous stream of bright red blood. The excruciating pain threatened to plunge her into unconsciousness as she weakly pleaded with the man at her bedside. "Yuchuan, I implore you, take me to the hospital." "To the hospital?" The man standing beside the bed regarded her with an emotionless demeanor, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "What a waste of money. You can just give birth here in this rented room." As the searing pain surged, Song Zi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Gritting her teeth, the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth as she gazed incredulously at the man before her. "All the wealth, properties, and shares of the Song family have fallen into your hands. Yet you won't even spare a penny for my childbirth? Mu Yuchuan, this is your child." Tears blurred her vision as she uttered each word with difficulty. "My child? Ha!" Mu Yuchuan laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "You force Xuewei and her unborn child to their deaths. My hatred for you runs deep. Just the sight of your face sickens me. How could I allow you to bear my child?" "No, you didn't." As Song Zi attempted to explain, the man's chilling words fell upon her like a bucket of icy water. "You still don't know, do you? It wasn't me who slept with you that night. I hired a group of beggars. As for whose child it is, I have no idea." "Ha!" Mu Yuchuan exclaimed with triumphant laughter. A chill coursed through Song Zi's veins. Her entire body stiffened as she glared at Mu Yuchuan with bloodshot eyes, her mouth filled with the taste of iron. "How can you be so cruel?" "Cruel? Can I possibly rival your cruelty?" Mu Yuchuan looked down at her pitiful state, his eyes filled with malice. "You forced Xuewei to her death, causing her to commit suicide while pregnant. Was that not cruel enough for you?" "No, I didn't." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she bit her pale lips, the pain in her abdomen almost rendering her unconscious. Song Xuewei was a student supported by her mother. Back then, it was clear that Song Xuewei had been impersonating her as the daughter of the Song family to pursue a relationship with Mu Yuchuan, the very man she had long admired. But when Mu Yuchuan came to propose to the Song family's daughter, she stepped forward, only to discover that Song Xuewei had been deceiving him all along. She exposed Xuewei's impersonation and became engaged to Mu Yuchuan, eventually marrying him. However, on their wedding day, Song Xuewei tragically jumped into the sea to end her life, revealing that she had been pregnant with Mu Yuchuan's child. In front of her, Mu Yuchuan feigned indifference towards Xuewei, and after marriage, he continued to shower her with care and affection. She believed he had moved on, but when she became pregnant, he took over all company affairs and financial matters under the pretense of needing to protect her and the baby. Only later did she realize that the Song family's wealth had long been siphoned away and all their assets had fallen into his grasp. Her villa was auctioned off, and she was relegated to a dark, damp, and decrepit rented room to await childbirth. It was only today that she understood that Mu Yuchuan's previous kindness had been a mere facade. He had only sought to gain her trust and the Song family's assets while harboring deep-seated resentment toward her. "You wretched woman still refuse to admit it," Mu Yuchuan sneered. "After years of groveling, I awaited this day. You're still unaware of how your mother died, are you?" Song Zi's eyes widened in horror, her bloodied gaze fixed on him. "I replaced the medication your mother took for years. When her heart condition flared up in the hospital, I told her that the child in your womb was the offspring of a group of beggars." Mu Yuchuan laughed heartily. She died from the rage, unable to close her eyes in peace. Tears streamed down her face as regret and fury consumed her. Her mother had warned her that Mu Yuchuan was not a suitable match, but she had not listened. It was her failure to recognize the truth that had led to her mother's demise. In a surge of desperation, Song Zi seized the fruit knife on the bedside, summoning all her strength to rise and lunge at Mu Yuchuan. "I will kill you." Yet Mu Yuchuan effortlessly grasped her wrist. "Kill me." He raised his leg and kicked her away. Agonizing pain exploded within her. Every part of her body screamed with hurt as she curled up, blood gushing from her, staining the floor. "You can't give birth, can you? Then allow me to assist you." A malicious grin curled at the corners of Mu Yuchuan's lips as he tore open her maternity dress, brandishing the sharp knife toward her abdomen. "You!" Let me go. Song Zi struggled desperately. In the next moment, the knife plunged deep into her abdomen, cutting through layer after layer without anesthesia. Song Zi screamed in agony, Mu Yuchuan, may you never find peace. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yuchuan's bloodied hand reached inside her, extracting the bloodied child from within. I believe it is you two who will truly meet a terrible fate. Look, it's a boy, he smirked, tossing the wailing infant to an assistant nearby. Take this little bastard and feed it to the dogs. No, please don't. Tears streamed down Song Zi's face, her voice growing weaker. Then, the piercing cries of the infant mingled with the sound of a dog gulping down its meal, igniting a fire of despair within Song Zi. It was her inability to discern the true nature of people that had doomed the innocent child. Let your belly remain open and slowly bleed to death, Mu Yuchuan declared, rising to his feet, his bloodied face devoid of emotion as he gazed at her. Just then his phone rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted to one of excitement. Xue, you're alive? What? You brought the child back to the country? All right, I will come to fetch you both right away. I will throw you a grand wedding. You two have endured so much these years. Wait for me, they'll be there soon. With that, Mu Yuchuan hung up and left without casting a single glance back at Song Zi, showing not an ounce of remorse. Song Zi's abdomen lay exposed. Layers of her insides laid bare to the air. She could no longer produce any sound, feeling her lifeblood rapidly draining away as she lay in a pool of blood, hopelessly awaiting the end of her life. Z. Suddenly, a deep, urgent voice pierced through the haze. A tall, imposing figure emerged against the light, striding toward her. With great difficulty, Song Zi lifted her eyelids to see him. Lu Yinqing? What brought him here? Im so sorry. Im late. The man trembled as he cradled Song Zi in his arms, his crimson eyes filled with anguish. They'll take you to the hospital. Just hold on a little longer. A single tear fell, landing on her parched lips. Then, as tears began to fall in greater numbers onto her pale face, Song Zi struggled to meet his gaze, only to find a handsome visage twisted in pain. She and Lu Yinqing had been betrothed since childhood. Displeased with her mother's arrangement, she felt as though her mother was leveraging her for a grand marriage, and thus treated Lu Yinqing coldly, even canceling their engagement to marry Mu Yuchuan instead, only to end up with a tragic fate of destruction. It was only in the end that she recognized Mu Yuchuan's true nature and realized that the one who genuinely cared for her was Lu Yinqing, the very man she had avoided like a venomous snake. As Song Zi could no longer hold on, her consciousness slipped into darkness. In that fleeting moment, as she was stripped of awareness, she heard Lu Yinqing's anguished cries. If there is a next life, she would heed her mother's advice and cherish her time with Lu Yinqing. Annie, I've been dating your daughter for quite some time now. I am here today to propose. The voice of that scoundrel Mu Yuchuan echoed in her mind. At the sound of his voice, a wave of revulsion washed over her, making her feel nauseous. Opening her eyes, she found herself in the Song family villa, standing at the luxurious, vintage staircase, where her mother was seated elegantly in a crescent white qipao on the sofa. Before her stood Mu Yuchuan, holding roses, dressed formally, gazing at her with eager anticipation. What was happening? Hadn't she already died? Yet the scene before her was unmistakably that of 3 years ago, when Mu Yuchuan had come to propose to the Song family's daughter, and she had discovered Song Xuewei impersonating her identity, leading to Zuwei's tragic suicide by jumping into the sea. Chapter 2. The impersonating scholarship student was flustered. She had been reborn. Upon realizing this, Song Zi clenched her fists in excitement. Fortunately, the heavens had shown mercy, granting her a second chance at life. This time, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. Her gaze fell upon a short distance away, where Song Xuewei was hiding behind a pillar on the first floor, secretly watching Mu Yuchuan. Her eyes shimmered with admiration and excitement. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Song Zi descended the stairs, her slender high heels clicking rhythmically against the steps. Hearing the sound, Song Xuewei's eyes landed on her, and their gazes locked in the air. Upon meeting Song Zi's cold, dark eyes, Song Xuewei's face drained of color, anxiety flickering across her features. After all, she was impersonating Song Zi's identity to pursue Mu Yuchuan, which was undoubtedly distressing. It was likely that Song Xuewei was already carrying Mu Yuchuan's child at this moment. A cold smile graced Song Zi's lips, a chill spreading through her heart. As she approached, her mother, Song Mu, glanced over with a hint of annoyance on her exquisitely maintained face. Z, how could you secretly date him behind my back? Why are you so disobedient? You ended your engagement with the Liu family just to be with him. Fury simmered in Song Mu's eyes. In her previous life, her relationship with her mother had been far from harmonious. Growing up in luxury, Song Zi had everything arranged for her by her mother. Meals, snacks, and even university choices, never needing to worry about a thing. Yet, she failed to appreciate the hardships her mother endured raising her alone. Becoming self-centered and rebellious, particularly concerning marriage. Her mother had befriended Lu Mu, the wife of a globally renowned tycoon. After once saving her life, as fate would have it, both women were pregnant at the same time, leading to a betrothal agreement between their children. However, to Song Zi, this was akin to an arranged marriage without consent. Influenced by superficial friends, she had been brainwashed into believing her mother was manipulating her for a wealthy alliance, using her marriage to pave the way for her own career. Her mother had warned her that Mu Yuchuan was not a suitable match, that the Mu family was fraught with danger. She advised her to seek a partner whose family was stronger than her own, or at the very least, one of equal standing. To pursue a relationship with someone from the Mu family was no different from courting disaster. Her mother had emphasized that a woman ought to rely on a man's prospects and wealth after marriage. Yet, Song Zi had perceived her mother's words as selling her off, treating her as a mere pawn in a game of marriage. She longed for romantic love and thus had engaged in fierce arguments with her mother, leading to an ever-widening rift between them. She had even threatened her mother with self-harm to annul the engagement. Ultimately, while the betrothal was indeed called off, her mother had been left utterly disappointed, and their relationship plummeted to an all-time low. Though they shared the same roof, meaningful communication had become a rarity. With her mother tirelessly managing a vast company, often working late into the night, Song Zi would already be asleep by the time her mother returned home, sometimes not seeing her for an entire month. Now, given this second chance, she finally understood her mother's well-intentioned guidance. In her previous life, she had been blinded by ignorance, oblivious to the sacrifices her mother had made in raising her like a cherished princess. The heartfelt words of her mother had been aimed at ensuring her happiness, yet she had erroneously doubted her intentions. Remembering the pain her mother endured due to her actions in the past, tears welled in her eyes as she hurried to embrace Song Mu. Mom, I was wrong before. Song Zi's voice trembled as she clung tightly to her mother. Initially, Song Mu had been ready to unleash a torrent of scolding. But at that moment, words escaped her. This child has grown distant from me, she thought, her heart heavy. There were times when a mere conversation would ignite Song Zi like a firecracker, leaving her exhausted and reluctant to argue. Thus, she often chose to overlook her daughter's behavior. Yet, today, she was taken aback by Song Zi's sudden affection, even embracing her. Suppressing the urge to smile, Song Mu feigned sternness, fixing her gaze upon her daughter. Do you think that by acting sweet, I will relent? Let me be clear, I do not approve of your relationship with Mu Yuchuan. In her previous life, her mother had also disapproved. However, Song Zi had rebelled to the point of threatening to jump from the rooftop to force her mother's hand. Terrified, her mother had acquiesced. Afterwards, she had descended the stairs to find her mother collapsed on the floor, tears streaming down her face, her heart condition exacerbated, leading to a hospitalization of 2 weeks. Recalling her past misdeeds made Song Zi long to slap herself. No, I didn't, she murmured, wrapping her arms around Song Mu's neck, her cheek pressed against her mother's face like a small kitten nuzzling affectionately. At that moment, Mu Yuchuan stood rigidly, a large bouquet of roses in his arms. Auntie, I believe you are mistaken. The one I'm with is your daughter, Song Shuawei, not this scholarship student. It seemed Shuawei had spoken the truth. Song Mu treated even the poorest scholarship student with kindness, as if she were her own daughter. This scholarship student wore fine clothing. If he didn't know the truth, he might have mistaken her for a wealthy heiress. And the audacity of this scholarship student to call Song Mu mom? Was she so oblivious as to think of herself as the lady of the house? Mu Yuchuan's gaze toward Song Zi was laced with mockery. Clearly, Shuawei was right. Song Zi was excessively vain. Seated beside her mother, Song Zi linked her arm with Song Mu's, her cold eyes fixed on Mu Yuchuan. What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter is clearly. As Song Mu frowned. intending to reveal the truth about Song Shuai's identity. The latter, pale as a ghost, rushed over to "I love you, Chuan. We are truly in love. Please, grant us your blessing." Song Zi's piercing gaze fell upon Song Shuai, her expression icy. A year ago, Song Shuai had been a destitute student from a remote mountain village, supported by her mother's charitable heart. When Song Shuai was accepted into a university, Song Mu had visited her village. Later, when Shuai called, sobbing about her orphan status and the threats she faced, Song Mu, moved by compassion, welcomed her into their home and even transferred her school records to the city. However, contrary to Song Mu's expectations, Song Shuai had not focused on her studies but had instead impersonated Song Zi's identity to pursue Mu Yuchuan, climbing the social ladder by stepping on the Song family's reputation. If she was so intent on marrying this scoundrel, then Song Zi would facilitate it. Chapter 3. Shuai, didn't you promise me you would concentrate on your studies during university? Didn't you say you wanted to pursue a master's degree in further studies? Song Mu, frowning, disapproved. She had allowed Shuai to live with him out of pity, seeing her as a promising student, not to indulge in romantic escapades. Moreover, Mu Yuchuan was hardly a worthy suitor. Shuai's complexion paled abruptly. She had known that Song Mu and her daughter would never permit her to marry into a wealthy family. "I promise I won't neglect my studies. I will still strive for my master's and doctorate. Yuchuan and I are truly in love," Shuai pleaded, her eyes brimming with innocence. Song Mu's expression grew serious. Once a woman fell into the depths of love, how could she remain committed to her academic pursuits? If Shuai married Mu Yuchuan, she would be required to bear children in such a family, and it was unlikely she would have the time to study diligently. "Auntie, to be honest, Shuai is pregnant with my child," Mu Yuchuan confessed, clutching the bouquet of roses. "Please, grant us your blessing." Seeing this, Shuai knelt down beside him, tears streaming down her face. "I went to the hospital for a checkup, and my condition doesn't allow for an abortion. If I proceed with it, my life will be at risk, and I might lose the chance to become a mother forever." Song Mu stood frozen, pointing at Shuai, her face pale with indignation. "How can you do? If they truly love each other, then let them be together," Song Zi interjected, a faint smile gracing her lips. "In this lifetime, she would ensure that Song Shuai and Mu Yuchuan were bound together." Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief. She had expected Song Zi to expose her, especially since she herself had feelings for Mu Yuchuan. Yet, surprisingly, she was being supported. But Song Mu frowned. "Mom," Song Zi said with a smile, lowering her voice, "after all, she is carrying a child. That child deserves to be born with a father." This struck a chord with Song Mu. From the moment Song Zi was born, she had lost her father. Consequently, she had always carried her mother's surname. "I deeply regret causing Ji to suffer the absence of a father's love at such a tender age, forcing her to grow up in a single-parent household." Song Shuhui gazed at Song Ji with a heart full of guilt, her eyes shifting to the kneeling Song Shuai and Mu Yuchuan. With a sigh, she conceded, "Since it has come to this, your marriage is yours to decide. You may go with him." "Thank you, Aunt," Mu Yuchuan exclaimed joyfully, grasping Song Shuai's hand and helping her to her feet. "Wait," Song Ji's icy voice interjected. "What do you intend to do now?" Mu Yuchuan and Song Shuai clasped their fingers tightly, warily watching Song Ji. Previously, he had heard rumors of Song Ji's affection for him. Although she possessed striking beauty, she was merely a sponsored, impoverished student, devoid of power or influence, offering no advantage to his family. Moreover, this woman was selfish, vain, and hypocritical. How could she possibly compare to Shuai, who hailed from a superior background, possessing both grace and virtue? Every time Song Ji pursued him, he felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. Chapter 4. She came to a realization now that Song Shuai was pregnant. It was prudent to have the family's private doctor conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the well-being of the child within her womb. Song Ji stated matter-of-factly, "This will prevent any blame falling upon me and my mother should any issues arise with Shuai's child." Song Shuai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, since you have chosen to be with Mu Yuchuan, your engagement and marriage are no longer my concern. From this day forth, you shall live with Mu Yuchuan. There is no need for you to return. Your life is yours to govern." Song Shuai's complexion paled. She realized that Song Shuhui was disappointed in her and no longer wished to offer her support. However, it mattered little. She was now carrying Mu Yuchuan's child. And once they were engaged, she would secure a place in high society, rendering her independent of the Song family's assistance. that moment, Song Shuhui dialed the family's private doctor. Soon, the doctor arrived with a medical kit. Descending in the household elevator, Mu Yuchuan paid little heed to Song Shuhui's feelings. After all, Shuhui was her biological daughter, and Song Shuhui's dissatisfaction stemmed merely from Shuhui's unwed pregnancy, which had defied her expectations, leading to her anger and harsh words. Ultimately, the Mu family's enterprise would still rely heavily on the support of the Song family in no time. The private doctor had checked Song Shuhui's pulse. From the pulse reading, both mother and child appeared healthy, but for safety's sake, AB ultrasound and blood tests were advised. Very well, Mu Yuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Within the Song family's mansion lay a small private hospital, equipped for the convenience of its members' medical needs. The group made their way to the private hospital. Song Shuhui and Song Ji waited outside while Mu Yuchuan accompanied Song Shuhui inside for her prenatal checkup. Song Shuhui sighed. I fear that Shuhui may not pursue her studies any longer. I had initially hoped that bringing her into the Song family would afford her the opportunity to flourish academically, but it seems she has instead leveraged our family to climb to greater heights. For the Song family, the Mu family, despite its outward appearances, was a declining entity lacking in stability. Yet, for a girl like Song Shuhui, who came from a poor rural background, securing a connection with the Mu family was akin to a miraculous change of fate. I had once believed that Song Shuhui would be the type to escape the mountains through her own efforts and realize her life's potential. But it appears she has become indistinguishable from those who hastily seek marriage before graduation, only to become full-time mothers. Song Shuhui began to doubt her initial judgment. Mother, you should also have your health checked. Song Ji urged, gazing at Song Shuai in her previous life. The bond between her and her mother had reached a freezing point, but in this life, she was determined to protect her mother diligently. I am in good health. There is nothing to worry about, Song Shuhui replied with a gentle laugh. She underwent regular health checkups each year, and her reports always indicated she was well. It's better to be cautious than to regret later. Song Ji countered. Mother is often busy with work, and though we have a private doctor at home, she rarely makes the time for checkups, only doing so once a year. By the time I discovered her heart failure in my previous life, it was already too late. Very well, I shall have an examination later. Song Shuhui smiled, then pondered. Weren't you quite fond of Mu Yuchuan? Why are you now facilitating his relationship with Song Shuhui? Because I have come to an understanding. Song Ji replied, wrapping her arm around her mother's, leaning affectionately against her side. I believe you are correct, mother. A family like Mu Yuchuan's is not a suitable match. You never listened to my advice before. What has changed your mind now? Song Shuhui remarked, increasingly sensing that her daughter seemed transformed. Mother, I had a dream in it. After marrying Mu Yuchuan, he transferred all of the Song family's assets to himself, leaving me with nothing. He even caused your demise, and when I was heavily pregnant, he cruelly performed a cesarean section on me, feeding our child to the dogs. Tears brimmed in the depths of Song Ji's dark eyes, her gaze reddening. Though merely a dream, it made Song Shuhui's heart ache, and her eyes welled with tears as she embraced Song Ji, gently patting her back. Hush, it was just a dream. Such a thing will not come to pass. I would give my life to protect you. Yes, Song Ji replied, clinging tightly to her mother, her soft cheek nuzzling against Song Shuhui's. Her mother was her only family in this world, and she intended to cherish and protect her. Relying on one another. At that moment, the private doctor completed Song Shuhui's examination. She and Mu Yuchuan emerged from the ultrasound room, and the doctor announced, the fetus is 1 month old, developing normally, and the mother is well nourished. She simply needs to regularly supplement with progesterone. Mu Yuchuan exhaled in relief. Song Ji's gaze remained cold as she observed that Song Shuhui's condition posed no immediate issues within the confines of the family. However, should anything happen to her or her unborn child beyond these walls, they must not blame it on her or her mother. You are being quite arrogant, Mu Yuchuan glared at Song Ji in dissatisfaction. You are merely a sponsored student. Yuchuan, let us go. Song Shuhui hurriedly covered Mu Yuchuan's mouth, shaking her head gently at him with a demeanor that was both gentle and restrained. A smirk crept onto Song Ji's lips, for she was well aware of why Song Shuhui was silencing Mu Yuchuan. It was simply to prevent any slip of the tongue that might reveal her true identity. The truth would eventually come to light. Her masquerade would inevitably be exposed. Song Ji was curious about how Mu Yuchuan would react upon discovering that Song Shuhui had been impersonating her, and that she offered no assistance to the Mu family's enterprises. Would he continue to treat Song Shuiwei with the same tenderness and affection, or would he, in a fit of rage over her deception, sever ties with her? In this life, without the support of the Song family, she was eager to witness how Mu Yuchuan would strive to salvage the Mu family's failing enterprise. She would ensure that he found it increasingly difficult to navigate in this capital city. Having been reborn, she had all the time in the world to play her games with them. Enough. Since you have achieved your objectives, you may leave, Song Shuhui remarked, her displeasure with Mu Yuchuan intensifying after hearing about her daughter's dream. Pack your belongings and take them with you, understood. Song Shuiwei recognized that Song Shuhui was signaling her departure. She ascended the stairs to gather her belongings, while Song Ji stood nearby, her dark, cold eyes scrutinizing her with an almost mocking smile. This left Song Shuiwei with no opportunity to pilfer even the smallest item. Frustrated, after collecting her textbooks and identification, Song Shuiwei turned to Song Ji. In truth, you are envious of me, aren't you? Song Ji regarded her with a detached and cold expression. Everyone knows you have feelings for Mu Yuchuan, but the one he truly cares for is me. You are envious of my position, Song Shuiwei declared, a victorious smile gracing her lips, and no matter how privileged she may be as a wealthy heiress, she was still unable to secure Mu Yuchuan as love, making her no different from those who failed to achieve their desires. Song Ji was merely a defeated rival. Is that so? Song Ji crossed her arms. My infatuation with Mu Yuchuan was nothing short of folly. From now on, I will no longer scavenge for men from the trash.as for you. I am curious to know what you told Mu Yuchuan that led him to believe I am merely a sponsored student, while you are my mother's daughter? A faint smile danced on her lips. Song Shuiwei's expression shifted abruptly, paling in shock. She had acted too hastily. Before they were officially wed, she could not afford to provoke Song Ji. I don't know what you're talking about. Mu Yuchuan is waiting for me downstairs. I must take my leave. With that, Song Shuiwei hurriedly grabbed her backpack and rushed downstairs. Song Ji watched her retreating figure, her gaze cool and detached. The real show was just beginning. She was in no rush. She intended to savor the unfolding drama. Thus, Mu Yuchuan and Song Shuiwei left hand in hand, Mu Yuchuan clutching a large bouquet of roses as they departed. Shuiwei, your mother truly indulges that sponsored student, allowing her to wear such fine clothing and treating her as if she were her own daughter, Mu Yuchuan remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Chapter 5. Seeking Lu Yinqing. She isn't even a foster daughter. She is merely a pitiful creature living in someone else's home, a parasite clinging to us, yet she dares to treat us with such disrespect. Mu Yuchuan scoffed coldly. Song Shuiwei's expression darkened. Wasn't he referring to her with that remark? Shuiwei? Mu Yuchuan noted her distracted demeanor and called her name gently. She, due to my mother's pampering, has developed the delusion that she is my mother's biological daughter. Hence her habit of calling her mother. Song Shuiwei regained her composure and remarked, having a mother who provides is indeed a blessing. Such vanity, such pretentiousness. Mu Yuchuan let out a cold snort. Song Shuiwei's expression darkened. However, do not take to heart the harsh words spoken by your mother today. After all, you are her biological daughter, Mu Yuchuan said. Once we are engaged, your mother will gradually come to accept our relationship. She merely requires time. Song Shui forced a smile and nodded. She tightened her grip on Mu Yuchuan's hand. Yuchuan, I worry that my mother might have a change of heart. Perhaps we should obtain our marriage certificate first? She feared that time might bring unforeseen complications. It was paramount to secure her position in the Mu family first. Might this not be a bit too hasty? I am yet unprepared with the bridal dowry and the wedding. Mu Yuchuan paused momentarily. It is all right. We can take our time with these matters later. Song Shui chuckled lightly. If that vile Song Zi discovers that I have assumed her identity to be with you, it would spell trouble. Very well. Mu Yuchuan tightened his grasp on Song Shuiwei's hand, their fingers interlocking firmly. Shuiwei, you are truly gentle and understanding. From this day forth, I shall treat you well and provide you with a grand wedding. Mu Yuchuan gazed at her with tender eyes, filled with unwavering affection. Song Shuiwei returned his gaze with a gentle, watery look. The two made their way toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Song Zi accompanied Song Shuhui for a comprehensive checkup with a private physician. The diagnosis revealed arrhythmia and early symptoms of coronary heart disease. After the examination, the doctor spoke solemnly. Fortunately, the diagnosis was timely. Otherwise, it could have escalated into heart failure. Song Shui stood in shock, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Recently, she had often felt short of breath, anxious, and dizzy. Initially, she believed it was due to the high stress demands of her work coupled with sleepless nights. Little did she know it was something far more serious. Moving forward, adhere strictly to your medication regimen, maintain a low-salt, low-fat, and low-sugar diet. Increase your intake of dietary fiber, and uphold a regular lifestyle with periodic checkups, the doctor advised, furrowing his brow. Thank goodness we caught this in time. Song Zi embraced Song Shui, saying, "Mom, you must follow the doctor's advice." "Yes, I will cherish my health," Song Shui replied, gazing affectionately at Song Zi. "I am grateful you reminded me to get a checkup. Otherwise, it could have turned dire." Truly, her darling daughter was a blessing. You mustn't overexert yourself. Life should be enjoyed. After all, money is endless. Song Zi assisted Song Shui to her feet. "Though that may be true, I wish to accumulate some wealth for you. If I exert a little more effort now, you can have a more leisurely future." Song Shui gently stroked Song Zi's head. "I wish to earn enough for you to never have to work a day in your life, allowing you to indulge in joy and happiness, living as my little princess." Were it not for her beloved daughter, she would not have worked so relentlessly, nor would she have become the strong woman others perceived her to be. Her precious daughter was the driving force behind her tireless efforts. "Mom." Song Zi felt a lump in her throat, her eyes misty as she hugged Song Shui tightly. "From today onward, I shall diligently learn to manage the company. You will no longer bear this burden alone. We will face the challenges of the future together." She must strive to alleviate her mother's workload and stress, and no longer would she hide behind her mother. She would share the storms that lay ahead. YZ has truly grown up. Song Shui tenderly caressed Song Zi's hair, smiling warmly. "Your intentions bring me joy, but managing a company may prove challenging for you." Song Shui remarked, "I cannot bear to see you suffer. Z is still a university student. It is such a blossoming age. Focus on your studies and enjoy the joys of youth. There is no need for such burdens." Song Shui hoped for Song Zi to have a vibrant and happy college experience. "And no matter how difficult it may be, I will learn. If you cannot bear to see me toil, then I cannot bear to see you work so hard," Song Zi resolutely stated, her gaze unwavering. Soon, the doctor prepared the medication. Song Zi took the medicine from the doctor, presenting it with warm water to Song Shui, watching her drink it down. Only then did her anxious heart find peace. "Speaking of which, I actually thought of a teacher." After taking her medicine, Song Shui sat on the sofa with Song Zi. Liu Yinqing, as a younger member of the Liu family, possesses exceptional abilities. Being of similar age, you surely have much to discuss. Had you not previously rejected him, perhaps he could have assisted you in your studies. Song Zi pondered, biting her lip die in her past life, although she had called off the engagement with Liu Yinqing. It was evident he cared for her. Otherwise, he would not have traveled from afar to rescue her. Since he held her in regard, it would be wise to approach him and request his guidance. Surely he would agree. Chapter 6, Reunion. "Mom, I recall that the birthday banquet for Lady Liu is the day after tomorrow." Song Zi spoke up. "Indeed," Song Shui replied, glancing at Song Zi. "Why do you ask?" Previously, Song Zi had been quite discontent with the arranged marriage, and thus she had resisted attending any events related to the Liu family. Yet, now she was actively inquiring about it. "Mom, I wish to attend the banquet the day after tomorrow." Song Zi linked her arm with Song Shuhui's, playfully coaxing her. "You called off the engagement with Liu Yinqing, which has already caused some discontent within the Liu family. It may not be wise for you to attend." Song Shui replied, somewhat helpless. This child was far too willful. Such an important engagement was dismissed so easily. The cancellation had indeed affected the Liu family's reputation, resulting in a period of estrangement between Song Shui and Lady Liu. However, Lady Liu remembered the kindness Song Zi had shown her, and over the years their relationship had gradually improved. Nevertheless, since that incident, Lady Liu had not invited Song Zi to any of her gatherings. "Mom, did you not say that Liu Yinqing excels in business?" Song Zi said. "I wish to get to know him better and learn from him." She clung to Song Shuhui's arm, playfully pleading. "You wish to learn about business from someone you once rejected? Do you think everyone is as indulgent as your mother?" Song Shui replied, exasperated. "Mom, please let me go. I promise to behave at the banquet and will not upset Lady Liu or tarnish our family's reputation." Song Zi insisted, pouting that "I am truly at a loss with you." Song Shui sighed, lightly tapping Song Zi's pert nose. "Very well, You may accompany me the day after tomorrow. At the Mu family villa, Mu Yuchuan declared. Shuewei, from this day forth, you are my wife. He gazed adoringly at the two vibrant red marriage certificates in his hand, increasingly satisfied with his decision. Yuchuan. Song Shuewei nestled in his embrace, her face radiating contentment. How wonderful! I have emerged from the depths of the mountains through my own efforts to marry into affluence. From this day forward, I have transformed my fate by marrying Mu Yuchuan. At the very least, I have circumvented a century of struggle. Tears of gratitude welled up in Song Shuewei's eyes. She had finally triumphed. Shuewei, my parents are abroad. Once they return to the country, we shall hold a grand wedding to announce the union of the Mu and Song families. Mu Yuchuan kissed her forehead, his gaze filled with warmth. The union of two prominent heirs would surely create a sensation online, generating favorable publicity for the Mu Group's development. Moreover, marrying Song Shuewei would allow for the integration of the Song family's resources to fortify the growth of the Mu Group. Mu Yuchuan envisioned a future where he revitalized the Mu Group, expanding its influence and earning respect. I am not in a hurry, Song Shuewei replied softly, nestled against him. Shuewei, I recall that the birthday banquet for Lady Lu is the day after tomorrow. She is quite low-key, inviting only those close to her. Mu Yuchuan continued. Your mother has a good relationship with Lady Lu. Why not ask her to bring you along, so we may attend as a family? A flicker of unease crossed Song Shuewei's eyes. This may not be appropriate, as my mother arranged for me to be engaged to the heir of the Lu family, and having cancelled that engagement to be with you has already caused her considerable displeasure. Furthermore, I am pregnant with your child before marriage, which has undoubtedly disappointed her. What of it? After all, you share a bond with her as mother and daughter. Blood is thicker than water. If you approach her with sincerity, she is bound to forgive you and grant your request, Mu Yuchuan said, his eyes gentle as they met hers. But, Song Shuewei hesitated. If you feel uncomfortable going alone, I will accompany you as your future husband. It is no trouble at all, and she will surely agree, and no need for that. Song Shuewei interjected urgently, fearing that Mu Yuchuan's presence might expose her deception in assuming Song Zi's identity. I can manage on my own. Very well, I shall arrange for a driver to take you tomorrow, Mu Yuchuan replied, kissing her delicate face. I await your good news. Song Shuewei responded absently. Mu Yuchuan grew increasingly pleased, playfully entangling himself with her on the sofa. Yuchuan, I am still carrying a child. Song Shuewei protested playfully. That is of no concern. I shall be cautious. As the night deepened, within the Song family villa, Song Zi dreamt of her past life, in her previous life. Mu Yuchuan had never laid a hand on her after their marriage. Yet that day, as she delivered documents to Mu Yuchuan in the private room, he had filled her with copious amounts of alcohol, leaving her intoxicated and abandoned on the couch. As she lay there, blissfully unaware and lost in a stupor, she witnessed Mu Yuchuan, with a sinister expression, leading a group of beggars into the room. After ushering them in, he cast a cold glance at her unconscious form before departing with a mocking smirk. Just as the beggars lunged at her like starving wolves, a tall and imposing figure emerged. Swiftly and decisively dispatching the intruders, the beggars, overwhelmed and terrified, fled in disarray. The commanding figure staggered toward her, cupping her face in his hands, his deep voice tinged with urgency. Ji, I will take you to the hospital. This voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yinqing's. As the light shifted, she caught a glimpse of his profile and recognized him as Lu Yinqing. Yet in her drunken haze, she failed to comprehend. Her delicate hands foolishly caressing his handsome features, her dazed eyes gazing at him. Yuchuan. Lu Yinqing stiffened, his muscles tensing as he embraced her. Yuchuan, I like you so much. She trembled as she offered her lips to him. Look closely. Do you know who I am? He demanded, gripping her soft waist, his voice cold and measured, almost through gritted teeth. I feel so so uncomfortable. Please, she whimpered, her small hands wandering over his clothing. What is that bastard Mu Yuchuan made you consume? He growled, his tone frigid. Help me that I feel unwell, she cried softly, leaning into him. Unable to withstand it any longer, he pressed closer. Ji, why did you choose him over me? Like a fierce wolf, he buried his face in her neck, fervently kissing her, his voice choked with emotion. Ji, what is it about me that pales in comparison to Mu Yuchuan? Gripping her slender waist, he lifted her repeatedly into the air, tears cascading from his profound, dark eyes. The once unassailable figure now wept like a forsaken dog, choking out, "Gee, I love you. I love you so much. Gee, please, just glance at me once more," he pleaded, tears falling onto her collarbone. Witnessing this, Song Ji was taken aback. The Liu Yinqing she remembered was lofty and untouchable, capable of determining the fate of enterprises with a mere word. Yet here he was, weeping and begging for her love, as if she were his master and he her loyal hound. His expression while kissing her was one of profound devotion, akin to the most fervent believer worshipping his faith in their intimate embrace. He was lost, utterly captivated by her. This was the Liu Yinqing she had never seen before, and she remained oblivious to the depth of his love for her. Within the private room, the atmosphere was thick with ambiguous allure. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. Song Ji stormed into Liu Yinqing's company, bursting through the door of the president's office. "Ji, you've come," he said, his deep, dark eyes shimmering with faint light. But in the next moment, she raised her hand and slapped him sharply across the face. "Liu Yinqing, why are you targeting Yuchuan? Why are you opposing the Mu family?" She glared at him, her anger palpable. "You came to find me just for him?" His eyes darkened with a hint of crimson. "Indeed." Song Ji raised her chin. Her gaze I see why my decision to cancel the engagement had nothing to do with Yuchuan. I simply did not like you. Yet you seek to undermine Yuchuan's company, to attack him. If you have a grudge against me, then I forbid you to touch him. Liu Yinqing's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Yuchuan is not a suitable match for you. He merely exploits you. You're talking nonsense, Song Ji retorted coldly. Our marital affairs are none of your concern. Yuchuan is the father of my child. Your attacks on him are an affront to both me and the child in my womb. You re-pregnant? He asked, astonished, his voice tense and trembling. Indeed, she affirmed, placing her hand on her still flat abdomen. Liu Yinqing, I hope you will keep your distance from me. Liu Yinqing, do not make me despise you. With that, she turned to leave, leaving behind a disoriented Liu Yinqing. Following that encounter, he went abroad to take charge of the Liu family's overseas enterprises, indeed never again targeting Mu Yuchuan, maintaining his distance from her. Song Ji awoke from her dreams, realizing that the man who had shared her bed in her previous life was not a group of beggars, but Liu Yinqing. Her child was Liu Yinqing's. Ironically, she had died without ever knowing the identity of the child's father. Even more ludicrous was her previous attitude towards Liu Yinqing. He had warned her that Mu Yuchuan was no good, yet she had been too infatuated to heed his prudent counsel. It was no wonder she had met such a fate. A sense of mockery welled up within her, yet she was also curious about the depth of Liu Yinqing's love for her. When had he begun to harbor such feelings? That night, sleep eluded her. The following morning, Song Shuhui noticed the faint dark circles under Song Ji's eyes. "Ji, did you stay up late last night? You have dark circles," she frowned, concern etched on her face. "Yes, I couldn't sleep," Song Ji replied, sitting across from her at the dining table. "Mom, did you take your medication this morning?" Seeing her daughter's concern, Song Shuhui felt warmth in her heart. "Yes, I take my medicine on time 3 times a day. You needn't worry." She smiled at her daughter, then inquired, "But you? Why couldn't you sleep? Is there something on your mind?" "I was playing games and lost track of time." Song Ji offered casually, "I'll have my private doctor prescribe you some remedies for energy and tranquility." "Yes, Mom, I understand," Song Ji said with a light laugh, savoring the warm bowl of bird's nest porridge before her, feeling comforted by its deliciousness. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Aunt Song." Song Shuiwei entered the villa, appearing somewhat awkward as she approached the mother and daughter. "Haven't you already married into a wealthy family as you wished? Why are you here?" Upon seeing Song Shuiwei's delicate, frail face, Song Ji felt her appetite vanished in her previous life. She had believed Song Shuiwei had despaired over losing Mu Yuchuan, leading her to commit suicide while pregnant. Yet now she realized that the suicide was a ruse, designed to instill guilt in Song Ji and ensure Mu Yuchuan could never forget Song Shuiwei. Even harboring jealousy against her, it was pitiful that she had been seen as the culprit in driving Song Shuiwei and her child to despair, subjected to Mu Yuchuan's relentless vengeance, ultimately leading to her own demise. While Mu Yuchuan gained everything from the Song family, and Song Shuiwei returned with the child, needing only a phone call to share in the spoils in her past life, she had been nothing but a pawn for those deceitful lovers. who had ascended to greatness over her and her unborn child as sacrifices. The moment she laid eyes on Song Shuawei, cold disdain filled her gaze. "Aunt Song, I came to seek your assistance," Song Shuawei said softly, her eyes pleading. Song Shuhui suddenly lost her appetite. "What do you want me to do?" "Aunt Song, I heard that tomorrow is Mrs. Lu's birthday banquet. Since you have a good relationship with her, could you take me and Yuchuan along?" Song Shuhui fidgeted with her skirt, unease evident on her face. Song Shuhui's expression darkened. Chapter 7. So quickly to agree. Song Ji chuckled at Song Shuhui. "Song Shuhui, if Mu Yuchuan wants to curry favor with Mrs. Lu, let him do so with his own abilities. Does he expect you to use my mother as a bridge to connect with her? What does he think my mother is? Having spent so long in the Song family, you wouldn't truly believe you are one of us, would you?" Song Ji found the situation absurd. "You have no such authority here." Song Shuhui's expression also turned stern. "Song Shuhui, have you forgotten why I supported you? I saw you, a young girl, who had lost her parents, with excellent academic performance. I couldn't bear to see your potential wasted, so I thought to lend you a hand. But you?" Song Shuhui's typically gentle voice grew cold. "You have entirely forgotten the purpose of my support, abandoning your studies to focus on marrying into wealth, even becoming pregnant out of wedlock. That would be one thing, but I respect your choices. However, you cannot expect to use my connections to pave the way for Mu Yuchuan. Even if he were my son-in-law, I would not stoop to such lengths, and you, a mere outsider, have no right to ask this of me." Song Shuhui articulated each word with a frigid tone. "As a sponsored student, what makes you think you are deserving?" It seems that I had previously treated Song Shuawei with too much kindness, leading her to misjudge her own standing and overstep her boundaries. "Leave at once," Song Ziyi coldly remarked. "We have no desire to see you." A pallor washed over Song Shuawei's face. In an instant, she collapsed to her knees. "Aunt Song, I beseech you, help me this once. As an orphan with no support, marrying into the Mu family leaves me utterly vulnerable. My only reliance is you. Should Mu Yuchuan discover I hold no value, he will surely disdain me, and my child and I will be doomed." "Aunt Song," Song Shuawei implored with her reddened eyes fixed pitifully on Song Shuhui, deliberately portraying herself as a wretched creature. "You need only utter a single word, and it will aid me tremendously. I beg you, for the sake of the years of kindness you've shown me, help me this time. Once I secure my position in the Mu family, I will never forget your generosity and will repay you in kind." In her desperation, Song Shuawei bowed deeply, her head striking the ground as if Song Shuhui were a benevolent deity. Song Shuhui was taken aback by Song Shuawei's audacity, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, Song Shuawei's words held some truth. A mere utterance could grant her and Mu Yuchuan their desired outcome, thus sparing Song Shuawei from her current predicament. "My mother is no saint. Your kneeling will not sway her," Song Zi interjected, perceiving Song Shuhui's hesitation. Her mother was too soft-hearted. Had she not been, she would not have taken in Song Shuawei, inviting trouble into their lives. Her voice was frigid, her gaze icy. "Moreover, Mu Yuchuan loves you so profoundly that he would not care about your utility. Why must you feign such misery?" Song Shuawei gazed at Song Zi with a look of helplessness, about to articulate her thoughts when Song Zi swiftly interrupted. "Our family's support was merely for your temporary stay, not to adopt you as a daughter. Your happiness in the future is of no concern to us. You've relied on the Song family to marry Mu Yuchuan, and now you seek to exploit my mother's connections to cultivate relationships for your husband's business. Do you not find this utterly ludicrous?" This declaration strengthened Song Shuhui's resolve, dispelling any lingering sympathy she had felt for Song Shuhui. Upon reflection, what was there to pity? She was quite capable, having ensnared Mu Yuchuan's heart, married him, and now sought to further manipulate. In that moment, Song Shuhui finally recognized the true nature of Song Shuhui. She was not the innocent figure she had once imagined. Instead, she was driven by ambition, seizing every opportunity to ascend. "Aunt Song." Song Shuhui knelt, her expression one of utter supplication. "Do not call me that. Since you left the Song family to marry Mu Yuchuan, we are no longer connected." Song Shuhui dismissed, waving her hand. "Will you depart willingly? Or shall I have you removed? My people are not gentle. Should they harm your unborn child?" These words, Song Shuhui scrambled to her feet. "I shall leave on my own." She fled in a state of near disgrace. From this day forth, Song Shuewei and those of her ilk are forbidden entry, Song Zi coldly declared, watching her retreating figure. Clenching her fists, Song Shuewei departed in humiliation. What are you so proud of? Song Zi, one day, I will rise higher and trample you beneath my feet. I had misjudged this child, Song Shuhui sighed, shaking her head. Mother, it is not too late to see clearly now, Song Zi replied with a smirk. Let go of irrelevant matters, come, let us dine together. At the Mu residence. Shuewei, what happened to your head? Mu Yuchuan rushed over, his heart aching as he enveloped her in his embrace. Tears streamed down Song Shuwei's cheeks. I went to plead with my mother today, only to find that Song Zi had incited discord between us, leading my mother to angrily compel me to kneel. She resents my premarital pregnancy and refuses to forgive me. Nor will she consent to our union. That wretched Song Zi is insufferable, and your mother, too. She treats you this way when you are her own flesh and blood. Mu Yuchuan clenched his fists. Pulling Song Shuewei onto the sofa and retrieving ointment to treat her injuries. It matters not if your mother refuses to assist. I can always leverage my connections and expend a bit more money to ensure we gain entry to the Lu family banquet. It's my fault for not being able to assist you, Song Shuewei murmured softly, nestling against him. It is of no consequence. Mu Yuchuan gently stroked her hair. You are her daughter, and one day, she will come to her senses. When that time comes, all of the Song family's resources will belong to you. He was not concerned about the present moment. The following day, warm golden sunlight streamed through the opulent French curtains, illuminating the luxurious villa of the Song family, which shimmered like a European palace. In the gardens, sparrows chirped merrily on the branches, while vibrant blossoms quivered, greeting the early spring dew. After finishing breakfast with her mother, Song Zi was met by the stylist and makeup artist, who awaited her arrival with utmost respect. Song Shuhui had selected a pale pink gown for her daughter, which featured a voluminous, layered tulle design, adorned with a fluffy bow at the neckline. The waist was cinched, and the skirt was embellished with handcrafted butterfly embroidery, exuding both luxury and youthful exuberance, appearing dreamlike and enchanting. An hour later, having completed her look, Song Zi emerged from her bedroom, and upon seeing her, Song Shuhui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, my daughter is stunning. A smile graced Song Shuhui's lips as she gazed at her daughter, who resembled a delicate princess nurtured in a lavish castle. Her beauty ethereal, as Song Zi approached in her slender crystal heels, her grace and lightness resembled that of a pink butterfly or a fairy flitting through a forest. Song Shuhui's satisfaction grew. That is merely hereditary, Song Zi quipped lightly. Your flattery grows ever sweeter. Clad in a formal black strapless gown that exuded elegance, Song Shuhui took her daughter's hand, leading her downstairs. They climbed into the deep red Ferrari, setting off for the Lu family banquet. On the day of the banquet for Lu's mother's birthday, the event was held discreetly, as she preferred a low-key celebration, inviting only a select few affluent ladies with whom she was close for an intimate gathering. Amidst the clinking of glasses and cheerful conversations, Song Zi's gaze inadvertently locked onto a pair of deep, captivating eyes. There stood Lu Yinqing beneath an opulent vintage crystal chandelier, tall and imposing, the center of attention. Surrounded by admirers, clad in a well-tailored black suit and a crisply knotted white Windsor tie, he exuded an air of aristocratic aloofness, his commanding presence akin to that of a deity, merely standing there. He became the focal point of the gathering, with many industry magnates clustering around him, their gazes filled with awe, flattery, and admiration. In an instant, he averted his gaze, lifting his glass to sip the crimson liquid within, his chiseled profile striking and indifferent. Song Zi tightened her grip on her champagne flute, her delicate fingers trembling slightly as she approached him in her slender heels. Lu Yinqing, she greeted with a radiant smile. May I invite you to share a drink with me? Her expression was bright and dazzling. Upon her arrival, the astute magnates around them quickly found excuses to leave, granting the pair an opportunity to converse. Lu Yinqing's dark, penetrating gaze lingered on Song Zi, momentarily entranced, the sharp line of his jaw tightening as he swallowed. Previously, she had always avoided him, but today felt different. If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree, she said, lightly clinking her glass against his champagne flute. The two glasses chimed with a melodious sound. Song Zi toasted to Lu Yinqing before cheerfully consuming her drink. This was the first time Lu Yinqing witnessed Song Zi smile at him. He paused momentarily before savoring the crimson liquid in his glass. Did you come to find me for a specific reason? His voice, rich and sonorous, resonated like a cello. Having evaded him in the past, Song Zi had never taken the time to understand him, but now she realized how captivating his voice was. Soft and soothing, sending delightful shivers through her ears. I came to trouble you with a few matters. Song Zi let out a light laugh, her bright and enchanting doe-like eyes gazing at Lu Yinqing. I heard from my mother that you possess remarkable talent in business management and are truly outstanding. This was the first time Lu Yinqing had heard such praise directed at him by Song Zi, and it left him feeling somewhat incredulous. It's quite a feat for my mother to manage such a large company on her own, and I wish to help her in any way I can. Therefore, I was wondering if you might kindly teach me some aspects of business management. Of course, I am not asking for this knowledge for free. I am willing to pay for my tuition. Song Zi's lively doe-like eyes looked at him, her voice lowering. I am willing to offer this amount as she spoke. She slowly opened her other delicate hand in front of Lu Yinqing, forming the shape of a 3. Her full, crimson lips parted. 30 million. Song Zi was prepared to part with this 50 million as tuition for Lu Yinqing. The man's dark, penetrating gaze lingered on Song Zi, silent, his profound eyes shimmering with inscrutable light. That point 50 million? Song Zi bit her luscious, red lips, a hint of hesitation crossing her features. Yet, the depths of his eyes remained fixed upon her, glimmering with an enigmatic light. 50 million is everything I have. Song Zi's deep, lustrous eyes beseeched him, her soft voice almost a plea. I have nothing more to offer. This 50 million was the entirety of the funds her mother had accumulated for her throughout her life. It was the first time she had ever shown such vulnerability before him. The man's sensuous lips pressed together before he finally spoke. What I lack the least is money, Song Zi replied. As long as you are willing to teach me, I am prepared to agree to any condition you set. You may ask anything of me, provided it does not involve illegal activities or harm to my mother or the Song family. She set her glass down, her sparkling doe-like eyes shimmering with anticipation as they met Lu Yinqing's, promising, I guarantee it. Faced with such a gaze, Lu Yinqing found himself unable to refuse. Very well, the man swallowed, his sensuous atoms apple-bobbing as he uttered a single word. Song Zi stared at him, astonished. Is it really that simple? She had expected to negotiate for much longer. His swift agreement took her by surprise. Chapter 8. The Art of Pursuit and Retreat. Thank you. The young woman's lips blossomed into a radiant smile, her bright doe-like eyes sparkling as they regarded Lu Yinqing, her lips curving in a gentle smile. Her smile was sweet, reminiscent of intoxicating cherry wine, utterly captivating. The man, momentarily taken aback by the girl's brilliant smile, took some time to regain his composure. At the banquet, Lu's mother observed the girl standing gracefully beside Lu Yinqing from a distance. Feeling a pang of regret, she had watched Song Zi grow up and was quite pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law, yet lamented that Song Zi seemed uninterested in her son. After conversing with Lu Yinqing for some time, Song Zi eventually excused herself to the restroom. However, upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered Mu Yuchuan nearby. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded a refined demeanor, and upon seeing Song Zi, his brow furrowed instantly. How did you manage to get in here? Song Zi cast a cool glance at him, uninterested in engaging, and attempted to walk away, but Mu Yuchuan blocked her path. You're not still harboring feelings for me, are you? His eyes scrutinized her. No wonder you facilitated my relationship with Shuawei that day. It turns out you were playing hard to get, trying to catch my attention. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Zi raised an eyebrow, prepared to leave, yet Mu Yuchuan continued to linger by her side. Relentless, I don't know how you acquired that counterfeit outfit, nor how you learned I would be at this banquet in advance. But let me make this clear. I could never be interested in you. The only person I love is Shuawei. If you had any sense, you wouldn't act like a clown trying to gain my attention. Song Zi found his arrogance amusing. What gives you the right to think I'm trying to gain your attention? Do you not have a mirror at home? You should really take a look in it. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled falling into a swimming pool, with Mu Yuchuan saving her. From that moment, she had begun to notice him and gradually developed feelings. Yet now, she felt that her previous infatuation was shallow and absurd. The man who had once saved her had become unrecognizable from the Mu Yuchuan before her now. You are still being stubborn, Mu Yuchuan scoffed, a mocking smile curving his lips, and no matter how you flutter around me, I won't spare you a second glance. I'm already registered with Shuewei. Only someone of her stature deserves to stand by my side, while you, a mere scholarship student, should know your place. His eyes glinted with derision. Song Zi was tired of his theatrics. Do you not comprehend human language? I do not like you, do you understand? What makes you think I came here for you? Who else would it be for? Mu Yuchuan replied coldly. Or are you here to climb the social ladder, hoping to find an older man to support you because of your looks? He scrutinized her with disdain. Women like you, who rely on their appearance, are truly pathetic. Before he could finish, Song Zi raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed, leaving Mu Yuchuan stunned. He clutched his face in disbelief. You dare hit me? In the next moment, another resounding slap followed. Each strike was fueled by Song Zi's pent-up resentment from her past life. With her long, sharply manicured nails, she struck him with force, leaving marks on his handsome face. Feeling the sting on his cheek, Mu Yuchuan grimaced, the pain overwhelming as he touched the crimson stains on his face. He gasped, Song Zi, how dare you? His eyes narrowed in fury. I warn you, I never hit women, but today you. Before he could finish, Song Zi, wearing high heels, delivered a fierce kick to his groin, an action that contorted his handsome face in agony. He doubled over, clutching his abdomen, almost losing his balance, his expression a mixture of pain and rage. Seeing him in such a miserable state brought Song Zi a sense of satisfaction. Stop barking in front of me. She glared down at him, her dark, glistening eyes icy. Or every time I see you, I'll make it a point to strike you. Content with Mu Yuchuan's suffering, Song Zi picked up her bag and left the scene. Just as she exited the restroom, she collided with Song Shuwei. The latter looked anxious upon seeing her. Zi, you're here too. Was Mu Yuchuan in there? What did you two discuss? Did you mention your identity? Upon seeing Song Zi, Song Shuwei resembled a mouse caught before a cat, her heart racing as she feared that Zi might reveal her status as a scholarship student. Song Zi smiled, her slender fingers resting lightly on Shuewei's shoulder. Instantly, Shuewei felt an overwhelming weight, as if the mere touch of Zi's hand bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Her throat dry, she grew increasingly anxious, amused by the paleness on Shuewei's face. Song Zi gently patted her. Take good care of your husband, lest he starts barking around like a dog. With that, she turned to leave. Once she was gone, Song Shuewei exhaled a breath of relief and hurried into the restroom. There, she found Mu Yuchuan nursing a painful injury, his face a ghastly shade of purple. Yuchuan, what happened to you? She rushed over to support him, and upon seeing his bloodied visage, she gasped, your face, yes, all that wretched Song Zi's doing. Mu Yuchuan inhaled sharply, his expression contorted with pain as he struggled to stand straight with Shuewei's aid. That woman is nothing but a country bumpkin who got lucky enough to be sponsored by the Song family. She must think she's a true heiress to dare treat me like this. Song Shuewei's expression momentarily flickered with a hint of guilt. Shuewei, go find your mother and persuade her to expel Song Zi. Do not allow her to continue supporting that wretched woman. Mu Yuchuan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word clearly. Look at her. Does she resemble a struggling student in need of assistance? I believe her elaborate efforts to attend this banquet today are solely to climb the social ladder, seeking to leverage the Song family's resources for her own gain. A trace of uncertainty crossed Song Shuewei's face as she delicately retrieved a tissue from her bag, gently wiping away the traces of blood from Mu Yuchuan's handsome visage. Yuchuan, as a person of your stature, you should rise above such trivial matters. She is unworthy of your ire. How could she possibly compel Song Shuhui to oust Song Zi? Merely maintaining her faade as the young mistress of the Mu family was already a precarious endeavor. Song Shuewei yearned to distance herself from that mother-daughter duo, fearing her true identity would be exposed. As she dabbed at his face, Mu Yuchuan winced in pain. Yet the sight of Song Shuewei's gentle and delicate face softened the fury within him. Shuewei, not everyone possesses your kindness. That woman, Song Zi, is utterly inferior to you. Yuchuan, let's simply keep our distance from Song Zi moving forward. Song Shuewei smiled sweetly at him. Your time is precious. It is not worth expending energy on irrelevant individuals. We have important matters to attend to today. She endeavored to redirect Mu Yuchuan's focus. You are absolutely right. Shuowei. Mu Yuchuan's gaze brimmed with tenderness as he thought of their primary objective for the day. He extended his arm, enveloping Song Shuowei in an embrace, and softly said, I invested a considerable amount to secure our entrance to this banquet. If we can find a way to make an impression on Madame Lu in front of Lu Yinqing, the Mu family will undoubtedly soar to new heights, becoming the new elite in the capital. At that point, we shall rise to great prominence together. Yes, I understand. Song Shuowei inhaled deeply, her earnest gaze fixed on Mu Yuchuan's handsome face. I noticed your mother is also present at the banquet. Seize this opportunity to engage her in conversation. Firstly, to seek her forgiveness for the scandal of your premarital pregnancy and marriage to me. And secondly, to discourage her from overly indulging that wretched Song Zi. Moreover, we should strive to persuade her to invest in this project for the Mu family. Mu Yuchuan looked at Song Shuowei with eager eyes. Although the Mu family could be considered affluent, the elite circle had its hierarchies in recent years. With the rise of the internet economy, traditional industries had become increasingly challenging, leading to a gradual decline in the Mu family's profits. Nearly balancing with their expenditures, they were in dire need of fresh capital to sustain the family's operations, and with sufficient investment, they could revitalize their economy, propelling the Mu family to greater heights. This was also a test from his father to determine if he was worthy of inheriting the company. Should he succeed, the future of the Mu family would be in his hands. Upon hearing this, Song Shuowei felt a twinge of discomfort. All right, I will do my best. Shuowei, I knew you would excel, Mu Yuchuan declared passionately, planting a tender kiss on her exquisitely made-up cheek. Song Shuowei offered him a soft smile. Mu Yuchuan felt immensely content. Marrying such a remarkable woman was a stroke of luck. The two swiftly made their way toward the banquet hall. Once inside, every second was precious to Mu Yuchuan, his primary goal being Lu Yinqing. He scanned the room for Lu Yinqing's figure, soon spotting him at the center of attention. Surrounded by admirers, Lu Yinqing stood tall and striking, clad in a luxurious bespoke suit, his long fingers cradling a wine glass, gently swirling the liquid within. His handsome yet aloof face bore an air of detachment, as if viewing the world from afar. His presence exuded an unassailable aura of authority and power. Upon sighting Lu Yinqing, Mu Yuchuan's heart raced with trepidation. He quickly took out his phone to check his appearance, ensuring his hairstyle and attire were impeccable, though the scratches on his face rendered him somewhat disheveled. The thought of those marks intensified his anger towards Song Ziyi. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yuchuan adjusted his tie, forcing a congenial smile before swiftly approaching Lu Yinqing. The individuals surrounding Lu Yinqing were all emerging industry leaders, each possessing considerable wealth, and Mu Yuchuan felt a sense of reverence in their presence. He aspired to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yinqing, basking in the same glow of esteem and admiration. Good evening, Mr. Lu. I am Mu Yuchuan, the eldest son of the Mu family. Holding his wine glass, Mu Yuchuan approached Lu Yinqing with a gentlemanly smile. May I join you for a drink? However, Lu Yinqing did not even spare him a glance. Dismissing him entirely in that instant, Mu Yuchuan felt utterly humiliated, as if he had shrunk into insignificance. Yet, he understood. Individuals of Lu Yinqing's status were typically proud and difficult to approach. If they were easily accessible, anyone could stand beside him. Seeing Lu Yinqing's disregard for him, the others naturally followed suit, treating Mu Yuchuan with equal disdain. Soon enough, he found himself jostled aside, causing the liquid in his glass to spill onto his suit, rendering him a mess. His face turned an ashen shade, the humiliation unbearable. After taking a deep breath, Mu Yuchuan composed himself and hurried toward Madame Lu, the banquet's guest of honor. Unable to reach Lu Yinqing, he would settle for engaging with Madame Lu. Gaining entry to this event had required all his connections and a significant financial outlay, and he had meticulously prepared a gift for Madame Lu. At that moment, Mu Yuchuan produced a lavish box and presented it to Madame Lu. Madame Lu, happy birthday. This is a modest gift from a junior. I hope you will accept it. Yet, Madame Lu regarded him with bewilderment. Who are you? Where did you come from? She had never laid eyes on him before. I am Mu Yuchuan, the eldest son of the Mu family. He introduced himself humbly, nearly groveling. However, Madame Lu could not be bothered to acknowledge him at all. I do not know you, nor do I care how you managed to infiltrate my birthday celebration. Kindly take your gift back. People like Mu Yuchuan were a dime a dozen in her experience. Merely seeking to curry favor with the Lu family's influence and gain recognition in her presence, Mu Yuchuan's face stiffened, hesitating on how to proceed. That moment, Song Zi approached with a radiant smile, presenting her own gift to Madame Lu. Aunt Lu, happy birthday. Mu Yuchuan furrowed his brow in frustration. It was one thing for someone of Song Zi's lowly status to infiltrate the Lu family's banquet, but she dared to seek recognition in front of Madame Lu. She ought to be aware of her own worth. Yet, the next moment left Mu Yuchuan dumbfounded. Madame Lu joyously accepted the gift from Song Zi, affectionately wrapping her arm around her. Thank you for your thoughtful gift. You are truly kind. Song Zi was the apple of her son's eye, and even if she was not pleased with the engagement being called off, proper etiquette must be upheld. If she treated Song Zi poorly, her son would undoubtedly disapprove. Moreover, she genuinely hoped for Song Zi to become her daughter. Law. Mu Yuchuan watched in disbelief, suspecting he was dreaming. Here he was, the future heir of the Mu family, yet he could not garner a single glance from Madame Lu, while she graciously embraced Song Zi. How had she managed to achieve this? Frustration bubbled within Mu Yuchuan as he clenched his fists. Nevertheless, he knew that seizing this opportunity was paramount. Song Zi, how do you know Madame Lu? He approached swiftly, his handsome visage appearing courteous, albeit marred by the remnants of his injuries. I do not know him. Song Zi and Mu Yuchuan spoke in unison, causing Mu Yuchuan's face to flush with embarrassment, as if he had been struck. She had the audacity to distance herself from him. It turned out they were mere strangers. Madame Lu regarded Mu Yuchuan with derision. Someone, please escort this irrelevant person out. Madame Mu Yuchuan was about to articulate something, but at that moment, a throng of black-clad bodyguards swiftly encircled him. Numerous bystanders turned their gaze towards this unfolding scene. The bodyguards seized Mu Yuchuan and dragged him out with a roughness akin to that of hauling a pig. Onlookers derided the spectacle. Let go of me. Release me, Mu Yuchuan struggled, his shoes having been forcibly removed. In the midst of such public humiliation, he found himself utterly devoid of dignity within the affluent circle. In that instant, Mu Yuchuan felt as though his face had been thoroughly besmirched. Who is this? How utterly disgraceful. I heard he belongs to the Mu family? The Mu family? I don't recall any Mu family in our circle. Just a fallen household, once a prominent family a century ago, but now utterly insignificant. Some guests shook their heads in disdain. This individual resembled nothing more than a buffoon, desperately attempting to ingratiate himself at Madame Lu's gathering. If I were him, I would wish to burrow into the earth. The taunts pierced Mu Yuchuan's ears, and for the first time in his life, he experienced such wretchedness. He felt as if the gazes of those around him were daggers, mercilessly lacerating his flesh. His face burned with humiliation, feeling as pitiful as a mangy dog. His cheeks flushed crimson, and he desperately glanced towards Song Shuhui, who stood not far behind Madame Lu. Mother-in-law, you have a good relationship with Madame Lu. Please speak on my behalf. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Mother-in-law? This disgraceful wretch is the son-in-law of the Song family. Since when did the Song family acquire such a son-in-law? The guests exchanged glances between Song Shuhui and Mu Yuchuan. Madame Lu's scrutinizing gaze also fell upon Song Shuhui. Not only her, but also Lu Jingchuan's deep, dark eyes were fixated on Song Shuhui. Everyone was observing her. Even the security personnel, who were dragging Mu Yuchuan, appeared somewhat at a loss. Should they proceed with dragging him or not? In this moment of utter embarrassment, Mu Yuchuan looked at Song Shuhui with desperation, hoping she could extricate him from this predicament. Meanwhile, Song Shuhui noticed the scene and turned pale. Song Zi looked down at Mu Yuchuan with a condescending sneer. You really do resemble a dog in your current state. Mu Yuchuan's expression darkened. Who does Song Zi think she is to mock him? Song Shuhui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her face hardened. Mu Yuchuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is your mother-in-law? I have no such son-in-law. What are you all still doing standing there? Do something. Hurry up and drag him out. Song Shuhui was mortified. I've never seen anyone shout for their mother-in-law so recklessly. The security personnel, showing no mercy, dragged Mu Yuchuan out before the crowd, as if discarding a sack of rice. With a thud, Mu Yuchuan's body tumbled down the hotel entrance stairs like a ball, leaving him bruised and bloodied, his face a mask of injuries, his arms and thighs mottled with contusions, looking utterly wretched like a stray dog. He perhaps mentally unstable. First, he tries to curry favor with Madame Lu. And now he calls Song Madame Mother-in-law. What a laugh! Indeed, It seems some are desperate to climb the social ladder. The security personnel snickered as they departed. Mu Yuchuan, having lost a tooth, blood oozing from his mouth, thought to himself, I am truly at that moment. Within the banquet hall, Song Zi reveled in the spectacle. Witnessing Mu Yuchuan's humiliation brought her immense satisfaction. Her gaze settled on Song Shuawei, and upon meeting Song Zi's eyes, Song Shuawei turned pale. What was Song Zi planning? How did you get in here? Song Zi inquired, amused. This is... Madame Lu looked at Song Shuawei in confusion, then glanced at Song Zi. The guests I invited to my birthday party were all acquaintances. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? Song Shuawei suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She is the wife of the gentleman who was just dragged out. Song Shuhui explained. Aunt Song. Song Shuawei's face turned ashen, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak. Will you leave on your own, or shall I have you dragged out like Mu Yuchuan? Song Zi regarded Song Shuawei with the disdain reserved for a clown. Song Shuawei's face burned with shame that I will leave on my own. Hastily, Song Shuawei stood and exited, her back stiff with the weight of embarrassment, as mocking laughter followed her. People these days are truly desperate to climb the social ladder. Indeed, just when one is thrown out, another appears. What a disgrace! With her back stiff, Song Shuawei fled as if escaping from a nightmare. Upon exiting the hotel, she beheld the sight of Mu Yuchuan, stripped of his shoes, his socks shredded, looking utterly disheveled, his face bruised and unrecognizable. Yuchuan, what happened to you? Song Shuawei rushed over, her heart aching, and carefully helped him to his feet. Yuchuan, how are you feeling now? Mu Yuchuan's bloodshot eyes slowly settled on Song Shuawei, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Such a look sent a wave of panic coursing through her. Yuchuan, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Song Shuawei. Mu Yuchuan could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in anger. Why didn't you speak up and stop them just now? Why didn't you plead with Song Shuhui on my behalf? As he spoke, the gap left by his missing tooth allowed air to whistle through. Song Shuawei's face paled. Yuchuan, what could she say? In that moment, she had been utterly at a loss for words. For if she spoke, it would expose the fact that she was not truly Song Shuhui's daughter. Yuchuan, my mother was angry with me yesterday and gave me the cold shoulder. I was afraid she'd remain upset, so I didn't dare to speak. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Mu Yuchuan, her voice soft and feeble. How can you be so cowardly? Mu Yuchuan looked at her with disappointment. She is your own mother. No matter how angry she is, what difference does it make? You fear her anger yet stand idly by as she publicly humiliates me. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that was for me? Everyone was watching, laughing at me. I felt like a monkey on display in a zoo. Mu Yuchuan exploded. I'm sorry. Tears pooled in Song Shuawei's eyes as she whispered. What good is sorry? I've lost all my face. Mu Yuchuan glared at her. Previously, he cherished Song Shuawei's gentle, compliant nature, yet this time, he found himself loathing her timidity. If she had only supported him, he would not have been humiliated in such a manner. With a dismissive wave, Mu Yuchuan turned away from Song Shuawei and stormed off. Yuchuan. Song Shuawei's face paled, and she hurried after him. Observing this scene, Song Zi smirked with amusement. She had thought these two were inseparable, yet here they were, quarreling over a trivial matter. She firmly believed their future would be filled with drama. As Song Zi returned to the banquet hall, she remained unaware that the entire spectacle had been witnessed by Lu Yinqing. Hadn't she once held Mu Yuchuan in high regard, even going so far as to forego her engagement for him? Yet now, Lu Yinqing's deep, contemplative gaze lingered on Song Zi. Song Zi re-entered the banquet hall, where she engaged in light-hearted conversation with Madame Lu. During this time, several socialites approached to toast her with drinks. Initially, Song Zi felt indifferent, but gradually, a dull ache began to emerge in her lower abdomen. This sensation that it felt as though her menstrual cycle was approaching. Having lived a second life, she had long forgotten the timing of her cycle and thus had no sanitary products prepared. Song Zi's face turned pale. Her dress was a light color, and if she were to stain it that moment, Lu Yinqing approached her, shedding his luxurious suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders. The jacket, imbued with his warmth and the subtle fragrance of ebony and cedar, enveloped her in a cocoon of comfort. The oversized jacket covered her rear, extending down to her thighs. Song Zi stared at him in astonishment. wondering how he had managed to react so quickly to drape his jacket over her. Did he catch a glimpse of what was behind her skirt? Did he remove his jacket to spare her embarrassment? A warmth flooded her heart, and her eyes began to sting with emotion. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked, observing her porcelain-like face. "Yes, a little," Song Zi responded, biting her lip. "Come with me." He turned and strode towards a nearby lounge, while Song Zi followed slowly behind. Gradually, the discomfort in her abdomen intensified, as if sharp, icy needles were stabbing at her, leaving her increasingly pale and sluggish. The man's footsteps halted abruptly as he turned around, and at that moment, Song Zi's delicate face was as pale as a ghost. Her steps unsteady. Unexpectedly, she collided into the man's embrace. "It hurt." Lu Yinqing's deep, dark gaze fixed upon her, his concern evident as he inquired, "Is your nose all right?" Song Zi rubbed her aching nose, biting her lip, its delicate petals trembling. The pain rendered her momentarily speechless. In the next instant, the man's long, strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her in a princess carry, firmly securing her in his embrace. Chapter 10. He admires her. Song Zi lifted her gaze, her bright, upward tilted cat-like eyes wide with surprise as she looked at him. "You aren't feeling well. I'll carry you to the lounge." He cast a glance at her, then swiftly rose, cradling her in his arms. As they moved, Song Zi felt the rhythm of his heartbeat grow stronger, enveloped in his warm embrace. A gentle warmth blossomed in her heart. Being with him brought her a profound sense of security. Not far away, Lu's mother turned to find her son missing, along with the young lady from the Song family. She scanned the surroundings and soon spotted her son carrying the charming girl towards the lounge. "I've noticed that the atmosphere between my son and your daughter is quite unusual lately," Lu's mother remarked to Song Shuhui, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "What atmosphere?" Song Shuhui queried, puzzled. "What else could it be? If not the atmosphere between a man and a woman?" Song Shuhui chuckled knowingly, contemplating that perhaps these two could indeed become something more. After all, her son had cherished the girl from the Song family for many years. If they succeeded, her son's long-held wishes would finally be fulfilled. "I hope they can make it work," Song Shuhui added with a smile. Lu Yinqing genuinely cares for Zi. If they are together, at the very least, Zi will have someone to cherish and love her, ensuring her life won't be overly difficult. Entrusting my daughter to Lu Yinqing fills me with confidence. Thus, Song Zi was carried by Lu Yinqing into the lounge. He gently set her down on the sofa. "Did you bring that?" the man inquired, reaching back to look at her. "Which one?" Song Zi asked, bewildered. Lu Yinqing paused momentarily, seemingly at a loss for words. "Wait here for me," he said, his deep gaze locking onto hers, his sensuous lips pressed together. "I'll be right back." "All right." Song Zi pressed a hand to her abdomen, feeling an unbearable ache. It felt as if the damp, chilling needles had pierced her, leaving her weak and pale. She sensed a surge of warmth beneath her, and with trembling steps, she made her way to the restroom within the lounge. The restroom was equipped with disposable toilet seat covers, alleviating any concerns about hygiene. With shaking hands, she prepared the seat cover before collapsing onto it. Indeed, her undergarments and skirt had become stained with dark red blood. She needed to call the hotel front desk for a pack of sanitary napkins. But the discomfort of dysmenorrhea made it awkward to trouble everyone. As she hesitated, the door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open, and the steady, powerful sound of leather shoes echoed closer, halting at the restroom's entrance. "Song Zi, open the door." "What?" The woman's voice was weak and feeble, resembling a sickly kitten. Why should she open the door for him? "I brought you something. Open up." The man's voice persisted, with chilled fingers trembling. Song Zi slowly opened the door, extending her pale hand outward. A soft package was promptly placed into her palm. She blinked in surprise, recognizing it as a pack of sanitary napkins. "Is this suitable?" The man's voice queried from outside. "If not, I have plenty more." The frosted glass door allowed Song Zi to glimpse the outline of his tall figure, a large plastic bag in his right hand, bulging with contents. "The items you're holding, are they all sanitary napkins for me?" Song Zi's voice remained faint. "Yes," he confirmed. "I wasn't sure which ones you typically use, so I bought every type available." A wave of warmth washed over Song Zi, and for a moment, her abdomen felt less frigid. She recalled a dream where the man, akin to an abandoned wolf dog, kissed her, tears streaming down his face as they shared an intimate moment. He seemed to genuinely care for her. Yet in her past life, she had never done anything for him. She had treated him harshly. Why was he so kind to her? At that moment, the man's deep voice broke through her thoughts. What's wrong? Hearing the urgency in his tone, Song Zi's eyes began to well with tears, her nose tinged with a slight ache. I'm fine. This is quite good. It suits me well. I have something else for you. Lu Yinqing said, his sensuous lips pressed together. Reach out to receive it. What else is there? Song Zi opened the restroom door once more, extending her delicate, pale hand. In the next moment, a rectangular box was placed into her grasp. Upon examining the pink box adorned with a brand logo and a delicate heart design, she opened it to find a pair of pale pink lace-trimmed panties nestled inside. He had actually gifted her such an item. Song Zi's already pale face flushed crimson, warmth radiating across her cheeks. I noticed your dress was stained, and I thought you might need this. Lu Yinqing's deep voice resonated from outside. Song Zi was taken aback by the man's unexpected attentiveness. Initially, she had thought a simple sanitary napkin would suffice, yet Lu Yinqing had gone to the extent of providing her with undergarments as well. Thank you, she murmured, her cheeks still flushed. A minute later, after changing, Song Zi stepped out of the restroom, her slender fingers pressed against her abdomen, her steps unsteady. Are you all right? The man's deep, ink-like eyes scrutinized her. My stomach hurts a bit. Song Zi bit her lip, her face pale as a ghost, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Just then, a knock sounded at the lounge door. Lu Yinqing rose to open it. His assistant, Lin Hua, entered, one hand carrying a box, the other cradling a luxurious half-height gift box adorned with the Chanel logo. Mr. Liu, I have the items you requested. This month, your salary will be doubled, Lu Yinqing announced, taking the boxes from Lin Hua and walking back into the lounge. Lin Hua, who had been panting from exhaustion, suddenly brightened at the news. Thank you, Mr. Liu, to earn double the salary just for running errands. This money was too easy to come by. With acute awareness, Lin Hua closed the lounge door behind them. Lu Yinqing approached Song Zi, placing one of the boxes beside her. He opened one box, revealing brown sugar ginger tea with bird's nest, beneficial for her health. Although he had never been in a romantic relationship, he had read online that girls often experience cramps, and thus, he instinctively called Lin Hua while shopping for feminine products, ensuring he had everything she might need. Fortunately, Lin Hua was efficient and didn't waste much time. As Song Zi gazed at the steaming brown sugar ginger tea, her dark almond eyes lit up. Thank you. With her cold fingers, she accepted the warm beverage, its heat gradually warming her hands. She took spoonfuls, savoring the comforting warmth that spread through her. After finishing the entire bowl of brown sugar ginger tea, Song Zi felt an improvement. Warmth began to seep into her body, and the pain in her abdomen seemed to diminish. Your dress is stained. I've prepared a new one for you to try on. The man spoke softly. All right, thank you for your trouble, Song Zi replied, her lips pressed together in gratitude, astonished by Lu Yinqing's thoughtfulness. He had prepared everything from sanitary napkins to undergarments and even a dress. She thought of a term, daddy-type boyfriend. You can change inside. I'll wait outside. Lu Yinqing stood up and exited, leaving Song Zi alone in the lounge. She opened the gift box to find an XS-sized strapless long dress. The dress was a vivid, striking red, adorned with handcrafted embroidered roses, each bloom designed to appear lifelike, blooming beautifully along the hem. The vibrant hue was both exquisite and youthful, providing excellent coverage, sparing her any worry about menstrual stains. A gentle smile curved her lips as she donned the dress, pleasantly surprised to find it fit her perfectly. After Song Zi changed her attire, she emerged from the lounge. At that moment, a man stood not far from the window outside the lounge. Gazing through the expansive transparent glass, his eyes surveying every inch of the capital city below. The man was tall and statuesque, with a profile that exuded superiority. He resembled a noble emperor surveying his dominion. His aura was formidable, cold yet regal, akin to a deity perched high above, sacred and untouchable. Hearing the commotion, he slowly turned to face Song Zi. Before him stood a young woman clad in a sumptuous deep red rose gown. Her cascading black hair, voluminous and slightly curled, flowed elegantly behind her. Her skin was as fair as the finest mutton fat jade, glistening with a radiant sheen. Her features were exquisite and vibrant, with brows and eyes that resembled a picturesque painting. Her upturned cat-like eyes shimmered like rippling water, her nose delicately pointed, and her full lips resembled petals of a flower. She appeared as though she had stepped out of a fairy tale castle. "A precious little princess, is it beautiful?" Song Zi asked, lifting the hem of her gown and twirling gracefully. The roses adorning her skirt bloomed in succession, revealing her slender, alluring ankles. As she spun lightly, her dark tresses floated in the air. The faint fragrance of pale roses wafted into Lu Yinqing's nostrils. The scent was subtle yet delightful. He suppressed the emotions stirring within him, his pronounced Adam's apple rolling silently. She was indeed captivating. With a gentle smile, Song Zi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for preparing this gown for me and other things." Feeling revitalized, she no longer endured the pain she had previously felt. "Could you provide me with a payment code? I will transfer the amount to you." She reached for her phone and spoke. Lu Yinqing pressed his sensual lips together and presented his WeChat QR code. Initially, Song Zi intended to remind him that she needed the WeChat payment code, but reconsidered, realizing that adding him as a friend could be beneficial. After all, she would need to learn about management and operations from him in the future, which would inevitably require her to rely on his guidance. Plus, having him on WeChat would be more convenient. She scanned the code, and soon, they were friends on WeChat. Lu Yinqing's profile picture featured a vast, snowy mountain, with golden sunlight streaming down from its peak, casting a radiant glow that transformed the mountain into a golden spectacle. The nickname displayed was simply an abbreviation of his name. "Elwise, I'll transfer you the amount for the gown," Song Zi said as she initiated the transaction. "There's no need," Lu Yinqing replied, casting a casual glance her way. "It's merely a gown. It holds little value." Biting her lip thoughtfully, Song Zi suggested, "Then I owe you a favor. When you have time, I shall treat you to a lavish meal." His deep-set gaze remained fixed on her, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Very well." The two returned to the main hall, where Song Zi noticed the curious glances of those around them, their gazes laden with ambiguous meanings and subtle implications. Concerned that they might misconstrue the nature of their relationship, she quickly explained, "Cough. My gown was soiled, so I went to change into a new one." Lu Yinqing's gaze darkened slightly. Did she truly wish to distance herself from him? A bitter sense of mockery welled up within him. After the banquet, it was time for Song Zi to return home. That evening, she embraced her phone, messaging Lu Yinqing with a picture of a little cat waving. "Song Zi, hi." The man's reply was almost instantaneous. "Lu Yinqing. A period. What could that possibly mean?" Dressed in her nightgown, she lay on her large bed, her slender legs playfully crossed, contemplating as she bit her rosy lips. She decided to send another message. "Teacher Lu, when will you be free to teach me?" Along with a hopeful cat emoji. After a moment, she noticed the typing indicator above his name flickering. Resting her chin on her hand, she awaited Lu Yinqing's response. Finally, he replied, "Lu Yinqing, 5 p.m. tomorrow." Song Zi. "All right. I will come to find you at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Where shall we meet?" Lu Yinqing. "Lu Corporation Office." She sent a salute emoji. "Understood, Teacher Lu. See you at 5 p.m. tomorrow at the Lu Corporation Office." Song Zi. "Good night, Teacher Lu." Chapter 11. Consequences of one's own actions after turning off her phone. Song Zi lay comfortably on her soft king-size bed, quickly slipping into slumber. That moment, she was unaware that Lu Yinqing was engrossed in their conversation on the other side of the screen, the device cycling through their exchanges, illuminating the night without rest. The following morning, Song Zi went shopping to purchase a small gift for Lu Yinqing. After all, she would be learning about company management from him, and he had been of great help to her the previous day, so a token of appreciation was in order. She selected a stylish tie clip and a matching tie, wrapping them carefully. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. "Z, what a coincidence to run into you here." Turning around, she found Zheng Shanshan standing a short distance away, her face beaming with delight. Upon seeing Zheng Shanshan, a chill coursed through Song Zi. Zheng Shanshan had been her devoted follower in her past life, whom she had always regarded as a cherished friend in her previous existence. It was Zheng Shanshan who had constantly instigated her, convincing her that her mother opposed her relationship with Mu Yuchuan solely to manipulate her into a commercial marriage with a wealthy man. Zheng Shanshan had urged her to pursue her own happiness and to never become a pawn in a wealthy family's game. She had also informed Song Zi about seeing Lu Yinqing frequently entering and exiting clubs with various beautiful women, which soured her impression of him and fueled her rebellion against their union. further straining her relationship with her mother. It was only later that she discovered Zhang Shanshan harbored feelings for Liu Yinqing. Her relentless undermining of Liu Yinqing's character was a ploy to prevent Song Zi from being with him. Zhang Shanshan had even confessed her feelings to Liu Yinqing, yet he had not given her a second glance. She had attempted to seduce him thereafter. Moreover, Zhang Shanshan was nothing but an ungrateful viper. Coming from a rural background, she had worked tirelessly to gain admission to the prestigious capital university, becoming classmates with Song Zi. She had always treated Song Zi with utmost enthusiasm, fetching ice cream for her in summer and buying her milk tea in winter. Consequently, Song Zi had been generous towards her, gifting her numerous luxury bags and clothing, even offering her pocket money without a second thought when Zhang Shanshan complained of being broke. However, when her fortunes had turned in her past life, leaving her destitute and starving, she had sought a loan of 200 yuan from Zhang Shanshan, only to be met with scorn and ridicule. Zhang Shanshan had looked down at her, arms crossed, smiling smugly, starving. "Are we? I happen to have a piece of bread here. Would you care for it?" Desperate and trembling with hunger for her unborn child, Song Zi had reached out her hand, but in the next instant, Zhang Shanshan had tossed the bread to the ground, feigning regret. "Oh dear, I accidentally dropped it," in her dire state, with hunger gnawing at her. Song Zi had no choice but to bend down to pick it up, only to have Zhang Shanshan's stiletto heel stomp on her hand. Crying out in pain, she looked up in shock at Zhang Shanshan, who laughed gleefully. Who would have thought that the high and mighty Song Zi would be reduced to scavenging for discarded food? "Ha ha ha! You look just like a stray dog, Zi." Noticing Song Zi lost in thought, Zhang Shanshan waved her hand before her, a wide smile plastered on her face. "What are you thinking about?" Song Zi lowered her gaze, concealing the coldness in her eyes. She managed a faint smile. "Oh, I was just thinking how coincidental it is today." "Who was the tie clip for?" Zhang Shanshan chuckled. "It wouldn't be for Mu Yuchuan, would it?" Song Zi remained silent. Zhang Shanshan smirked knowingly. "You and Mu Yuchuan are a perfect match. You both have such great chemistry." Song Zi's lips curled into a cold smile. "Mu Yuchuan and Song Shuowei are the ones who are truly meant for each other. You may not know, but they have already registered their marriage." "What? So soon?" Zhang Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. "They got married that quickly?" "Indeed," Song Zi replied, her tone cool. "Oh, please refrain from associating me with Mu Yuchuan in the future. His name disgusts me." "Oh, it must be because you two had a falling out. He married Song Shuowei out of spite," Zhang Shanshan exclaimed. "Song Shuowei is utterly unworthy of him. Only you can truly be his match." Zhang Shanshan continued to laugh. "Do you not understand human language?" Song Zi's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Zhang Shanshan. "Do you not mention him in my presence?" Zhang Shanshan's smile faltered. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, Song Zi had always treated her with kindness, and this was the first time she had spoken to her with such coldness and harshness. Regaining her composure, Zhang Shanshan forced a smile. "All right, let's not dwell on this. It's my fault for saying something that upset you." With that, she lightly tapped her own mouth. "Let us not discuss anything unpleasant. Since we both have time, how about we go shopping?" As soon as Zhang Shanshan opened her mouth, Song Zi immediately understood her intentions. Once again, she seemed eager to have herself treated as a proverbial cash cow. It appeared that she was intent on draining her finances once more. In the past, Shanshan had relied on sweet talk, always making Song pay during their shopping excursions. Reflecting on it now, Song felt as if her past self had been a naive fool with too much money. A smile played on Song's lips. "Well, it was just the right opportunity for a little shopping, Zi. I've heard that a new beauty institution has opened nearby, and it's quite large. Some of the equipment is imported from the land of kimchi. Should we give it a try?" Zhang Shanshan looked at Song Zi with eager anticipation, her eyes betraying a hint of scheming. Back when she had not yet met Song, Zhang had a darker complexion, lackluster hair, and unremarkable features, more ordinary than ordinary. However, after spending time with Song, she frequently accompanied her to the beauty salon. Armed with a membership card gifted by her mother, she often indulged in scalp treatments, hair care, and skin rejuvenation, while Shanshan would invariably use her own card for expenses. 2 years later, after undergoing laser whitening and other procedures, Zhang's complexion transformed from dark to fair, and she even used her card for chin reduction and teeth straightening, not to mention her double eyelid surgery and monthly skin management. Now, her skin was considerably more radiant, and after being influenced by Song during this period, she appeared far less ordinary, taking on an air reminiscent of a wealthy heiress. Perfect. I still have quite a bit of money on my card. Let's go take a look, Song Zi replied with a subtle smile. Zhang Shanshan, meanwhile, was busy calculating what additional procedures she could undertake, her mind racing with possibilities, completely oblivious to the coldness lurking in Song's eyes. Before long, the two arrived at the beauty institution. The beauty consultant greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Song Zi, with her naturally exquisite features and flawless skin, required no extensive treatments, just regular cleansing and hydration would suffice. In contrast, Zhang Shanshan had a long list of desired procedures. Zi, look, the ultrasonic treatment is 40 off. That's quite a bargain, saving over 4,000. Zhang exclaimed, her eyes glued to the price list presented by the consultant. Indeed, it is quite a deal, Song Zi replied nonchalantly, engrossed in her phone. Zi, this collagen filler is also on sale, and if we combine it with the ultrasonic treatment, the results will be fantastic. Zhang Shanshan knew well the temperament of this wealthy young lady. With a sudden idea, she said, Zi, my jaw muscles have become a bit pronounced lately. I would like to get a jaw reduction injection. And my trapezius muscles are somewhat large as well. If I can get injections for my shoulders and legs all at once, the discounts will be even greater. Why not take full advantage of it? Since we're at it, we might as well go all in, Song Zi said, her gaze landing on Zhang Shanshan, a playful smile gracing her lips. Zhang's heart soared with delight at the prospect. Are you sure you want to do all these procedures? The beauty consultant chimed in, observing the exchange with amusement. Zi, what do you think? Zhang asked eagerly. Since you want it, let's go for it, Song Zi replied, still immersed in her phone. Great, Zhang responded, excitement bubbling within her. Leaning in closer, she lowered her voice. Zi, there's actually something else I'd like to discuss. What is it? Song Zi inquired, her dark, cool eyes locking onto Zhang's. I've always been a bit flat-chested. I want breast augmentation. Zhang confessed, I've always envied you for that. I felt so self-conscious about my appearance. If I could enhance that aspect, I would feel so much more confident. The beauty consultant, sensing the opportunity, chimed in. We have a range of breast augmentation materials priced from 30,000 to 100,000. The most popular option right now is 300,000, made from superior materials that mimic the texture of real skin. It's quite impressive. Zi, what do you think? Zhang asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Song Zi calculated the costs in her mind. Just for the collagen filling, the high-quality materials alone would amount to 200,000, and adding the breast augmentation would bring the total to 500,000, not to mention the ultrasonic treatment and various injections. The total would exceed 550,000. While Song was willing to spend on herself, would she really part with such a significant sum for Zhang? Quality comes at a price. It's best to choose the safest option, Song Zi remarked. I knew you would understand me, Zhang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Let's go with the 300,000 materials. Excellent choice, the beauty consultant replied with a smile. I'll prepare the invoice for you. The assistant will take you to the procedure room shortly. As you have multiple treatments, please wait in the designated area. All right, I'm on my way, Zhang said, her smile radiant. As Zhang followed the assistant for her pre-operative preparations, the beauty consultant turned to Song Zi. Miss, please follow me to settle the bill. Just go ahead and prepare the invoice, Song Zi replied lazily. Continuing her game on the sofa. As for the payment, she would let Zhang handle it once the procedures were complete. Very well, the consultant said, initially believing that the affluent young lady would be footing the bill, only to realize it was her friend who would be paying. After waiting for approximately 3 hours, Zhang emerged from the procedure room, looking transformed. Zi, do you think I look good in this outfit? She asked, twirling to showcase her new figure. With the aid of her wealthy friend, she had blossomed into a more beautiful version of herself, her curves now appealing. She was gradually improving, inching closer to the type of person she admired. Perhaps she could leverage her connection with Song to meet Liu Yinqing. If she could marry someone of his stature, she would be entering one of the world's most prestigious families, transcending her current social class and saving herself decades of struggle. She could already envision the luxurious life of a high society wife, surrounded by opulence. Yes, it looks quite good, Song Zi replied, her tone indifferent. The true test would be when it came time to settle the bill. At that moment, the beauty consultant approached Zhang with an invoice in hand. Dear customer, Your total today is 566,890 yuan. Please proceed to the front desk to settle your account. Upon hearing this, Zhang turned to Song Ziyi. Ziyi, didn't you pay for me just now? Putting her phone down, Song Ziyi lifted her gaze, her dark, piercing eyes regarding Zhang with mild bewilderment. Why would I pay for you? Panic washed over Zhang as she struggled to maintain her composure. Ziyi, we're friends. Isn't it normal for friends to cover for each other? She recalled how Song had readily offered to pay in the past, and now she was at a loss. Just because we're friends doesn't mean I should cover your extravagant spending. Song Ziyi replied, leaning slightly forward with an amused expression. This isn't just 5,000 or 50,000. It's over 500,000. Have you looked outside? Do you see how hard people work? Who can just pull out 500,000 at once? You really have some nerve. What is happening? Who is responsible for the payment here? The beauty consultant asked, glancing between Song Ziyi and Zhang Shanshan, her brow furrowed and her voice growing serious. I'll take care of the bill. Song Ziyi stated coolly, whoever spends, pays. Ziyi, you can't do this to me. You know I'm a struggling student with no money. Zhang pleaded, her voice laced with desperation as she grasped Song's arm, gently shaking her. Please, just this once? If you help me now, I'll repay you in any way you want in the future. Sorry, I really don't have any money, Song Ziyi replied, her expression calm as she regarded Zhang with a hint of amusement. Zhang's face darkened. How could Song possibly be broke? As a wealthy heiress, she received a substantial allowance each month. Spending over 500,000 should be a trivial matter for her. Why was she being so miserly? Let us just consider it a loan. I promise to pay you back, Zhang urged, her eyes pleading. In the past, a few kind words had often led Song to spend on her without hesitation. Now, Zhang was bewildered by this sudden change in demeanor. What had gone wrong? I've already told you. I have no money, Song Ziyi reiterated, unable to contain her frustration. You know my relationship with my mother is strained. She insists I marry Lu Yinqing, and in her rage, she cut off all my credit cards, so yes, I truly have no money at the moment. Madam, if you're unable to pay, we unfortunately cannot offer personal loans. The beauty consultant interjected. Beside her, the beauty consultant gazed at Zhang Shanshan and began. The interest rates for our loans are as follows. However, Zhang Shanshan had no intention of taking out a loan. After all, it was over 500,000 in principal. If she were to borrow, the monthly repayments on both principal and interest would amount to a staggering sum. As a mere university student. Where could she possibly acquire such funds? With a pitiful look, she turned to Song Ziyi. Ziyi, we are friends, right? Would you assist me just this once? If you lack the funds, you could take out the loan in your name. Once I earn some money, I promise to repay you. The notion of repayment was merely a hollow promise, a facade of pleasantry. Song Ziyi regarded Zhang Shanshan with amusement. What audacity you have to ask me to take out a loan in my name. Your face is thicker than that of a pig. You are in a better position than I am. You have more wealth and greater capacity to repay this loan. But I, on the other hand, am merely a student from a disadvantaged background. Zhang Shanshan continued her emotional manipulation, her complexion paling further as she beseeched Song Ziyi, hoping to elicit her sympathy. In the past, such expressions had always stirred Song Ziyi's compassion, prompting her to buy bags and luxurious scarves for Zhang Shanshan. Yet now, this tactic fell flat. Song Ziyi found it rather amusing. So you acknowledge that you cannot repay this loan, yet you dare to call it borrowing? What you really want is to demand it outright. Zhang Shanshan's face turned even paler, momentarily at a loss. How had Song Ziyi, previously so easily manipulated, suddenly become so astute? I reiterate, I have no money. If you wish to pay, you'll need to figure it out yourself. Song Ziyi, tired of wasting time with Zhang Shanshan, stood up, clutching her bag. After all, they were adults and must take responsibility for their actions. Wouldn't you agree? With that, she cast a cheerful glance at the now pallid Zhang Shanshan before departing. Zhang Shanshan's eyes widened as she watched Song Ziyi's retreating figure, panic causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Madam, if you do not proceed with the loan and cannot provide us with payment, we will have no choice but to report this matter to the authorities. The beauty consultant's demeanor shifted, her expression growing serious. Initially, she had assumed Zhang Shanshan was a wealthy heiress, but now it appeared she was merely a pretender, expecting her friend to cover her exorbitant expenses. What audacity! Why should her friends shoulder such a heavy financial burden? Desperation clawed at Zhang Shanshan. She felt her hair stand on end as a junior in college. being reported would spell the end of her academic journey and ruin her life. All those years spent studying diligently were meant to elevate her status. And now, everything was at risk of being obliterated. Reluctantly, she conceded to the beauty institution. "Fine, I will take out the loan." She gritted her teeth and agreed. Soon, a representative from the hospital's loan department arrived. After gathering Zheng Shanshan's identity information and banking details, the representative frowned and stated, "Our loans are contingent upon income. I see you are still a student, with no income to speak of. Under such circumstances, a loan cannot be approved." "What am I to do?" Panic surged within Zheng Shanshan. How could Song Ziyi, that wretched person, refuse to cover her expenses? Why had she dragged her here, insisting on the most extravagant options, leading to this financial disaster? The weight of this considerable expenditure bore down on her like a colossal mountain, intensifying her stress. The loan officer smirked. "We do offer a service for collateral loans. If you are willing to submit certain photographs, we can expedite your loan approval." Collateral loans? Zhang Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no acceptable option. Should she fail to repay, these representatives could disseminate her images to her teachers, classmates, and family. How could she maintain her dignity then? Is there no other way? Zhang Shanshan's eyes glistened with tears. For years, she had enjoyed the benefits of being in Song Ziyi's company, but today she faced a devastating fall from grace. It was all Song Ziyi's fault. A surge of resentment towards her bubbled within Zhang Shanshan. Why should someone like Song Ziyi, born into privilege and surrounded by luxury, thrive while she had to struggle from a meager background? Despite her hard work, she could never hope to earn even a fraction of what Song Ziyi spent in a month. Life was exceedingly unfair. The only paths available to you are to proceed with the collateral loan or face the police. The representative's expression darkened, their gaze in resignation. Zhang Shanshan snapped the humiliating photographs. After departing the beauty institution, Song Ziyi hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits high in her previous life. She had been blind to the true nature of a man who had deceived her and had foolishly allowed a parasitic friend like Zhang Shanshan into her life. This time, she vowed to avoid such pitfalls. As evening fell, Song Ziyi, carrying a gift for Lu Yanchen, arrived at Lu Group in a private vehicle. The company was situated in a prime area of the capital, its grand architecture soaring skyward, imposing and majestic. Those employed there were among the nation's finest talents. Upon entering the company, Song Ziyi approached the reception desk. "Excuse me, where is the president's office? I need to see your president." The receptionist scrutinized her with disdain. "Many seek to meet our president. Do you think you can simply waltz in?" "I am a friend of Lu Yanchen," Song Ziyi replied politely. "We have an appointment in the president's office. Please direct me there." Unfamiliar with the layout, she felt slightly lost. "You are friends with our president? How amusing." The receptionist laughed derisively. "You think someone with your looks could possibly know him? I've seen many women like you attempting to latch onto him." Dreaming of climbing the social ladder, Song Ziyi's gaze turned cold. She ceased to engage in further banter, instead dialing Lu Yanchen on WeChat. In an instant, the call was answered. "Lu Yanchen, I am downstairs at your office. Come down and meet me." Her tone was petulant, tinged with dissatisfaction. She hung up promptly. "You don't expect me to believe that, do you?" The receptionist sneered. "You think calling out our president's name will convince me? Besides, what would someone like you have his number, let alone ask him to come down?" She continued. "If you had any sense, you'd leave before embarrassing yourself further. Lu Group is not a place for just anyone." Song Ziyi observed her with amusement. "Oh, look, here comes your president." The receptionist turned to see a tall man in an impeccably tailored suit striding towards them. His deep, icy features radiated an aura of aloofness, his presence commanding and intimidating. "Lu President," the receptionist stammered. "Song Ziyi," she said, her voice tinged with annoyance. "This receptionist is making things difficult for me and speaking quite rudely. I'm about to lose my patience." Lu Yanchen regarded her, amused by the sight of her puffed-up indignation. She resembled an adorable, irate pufferfish. He raised a hand, intending to ruffle her hair in a comforting gesture, but hesitated. His piercing gaze shifted to the receptionist. "You certainly have a knack for trouble." The receptionist, in shock, paled at the realization that this woman truly knew the president. She had assumed she was just another opportunist. "President, it's all my fault. I didn't know she was acquainted with you," she stammered, her face ashen. "The one who owes an apology is not me." Lu Yanchen's voice was devoid of warmth. The receptionist hastily turned to Song Zi. "It's my fault that I misjudged, and I apologize for the offense." She bowed deeply, her demeanor exceedingly humble. "I will not accept your apology." Song Zi replied coolly, "From this moment forward, you are terminated." Liu Yanqin's expression remained frosty as he focused on her. "Someone, escort her out." The receptionist's complexion turned ashen. One must understand that securing a position at the Lu Group was no small feat, and the salary offered was among the highest in the industry. Where else could she find such a lucrative, effortless, and respectable job? Moreover, today she had offended President Liu. It was likely that no other company would be willing to employ her again. Her career in this field seemed doomed. In a state of panic, she gazed up at Liu Yanqing and, with a thud, knelt on the ground. "President Liu, it's all my fault. I was blind to your friend's significance. Please, grant me another chance. I cannot afford to lose this job." The man remained indifferent, not sparing her a glance, his gaze solely fixated on the radiant young woman beside him. The receptionist, still on her knees, shuffled forward to face Song Zi. "Miss, I was wrong to speak so harshly. It was my foolishness," she spoke. She raised her hand and struck herself sharply across the face, pleading, "Please, have mercy. Don't hold my words against me." Kneeling before Song Zi, she tilted her face upward, gazing at her with a humble expression, desperate for forgiveness. "Your personal qualities are insufficient for this position." With that statement, Song Zi's gaze shifted back to Liu Yanqing. "Liu Yanqing, let us proceed to the office." "Very well." The man accompanied Song Zi as they rose and made their way toward the private elevator reserved for the CEO. Soon, security arrived to escort the kneeling receptionist away, who was still crying out in despair. Inside the elevator, only Song Zi and Liu Yanqing remained. "I apologize. It was my failure to manage the company properly," he said, his deep-set eyes resting on her. "I assure you, such an incident will not occur again. It is not your fault." "There is no need for apologies," Song Zi replied with a gentle smile, her lips shimmering. "However, if you believe today's events have dampened my spirits, perhaps you could make it up to me by teaching me a few more things." Her smile was bright, her features forming a lovely arc, her radiant eyes resembling crescent moons. She exuded warmth, akin to a vibrant little sun. The man quietly observed her, momentarily lost in thought. Before long, the elevator chimed, ding-dong, and the doors opened. Song Zi stepped out, with Liu Yanqing by her side. As they walked toward the office, whispers filled the air among the employees who witnessed the scene. "Who is this girl? She is stunning. Indeed, she looks like a princess raised in luxury. Her skin is flawless. Could she be a newly debuted star? It would be a shame for such beauty not to pursue stardom. I've been here for 5 years. Yet this is the first time I've seen President Liu so close to a woman." "Me too. She must be the first to appear by his side. Could she be his girlfriend? They look so well matched together." The murmurs inevitably reached Song Zi's ears, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she instinctively glanced at Liu Yanqing. "Do not mind the gossip," he said in a low voice. "Understood." The pair entered the CEO's office. Liu Yanqing's office was spacious and bright, situated at the top of the company. The large transparent windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire capital city. The office's color scheme featured deep blacks, grays, and whites, exuding a sense of luxury and solemnity, while also reflecting his exquisite taste. The decor mirrored Liu Yanqing's own demeanor. As they settled in, Liu Yanqing pulled out a leather chair for her. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Song Zi sat beside him, placing her bag on his desk. From her bag, she retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box and presented it to him with a cheerful smile. "Here, this is for you. I hope you like it." "For me?" Liu Yanqing's deep gaze fixed on her. "Yes," she confirmed, her soft white arms resting on the desk, her delicate hands supporting her exquisite face, her dark, sparkling eyes gazing at him intently. "Since you will be teaching me, this is a small token of my appreciation, though it may not be as lavish as what you're accustomed to. It is the thought that counts. Please do not disdain it." "Very well." Liu Yanqing accepted the gift box with his long, elegant fingers, gently rubbing its surface. "Thank you. Would you like to unwrap it?" she asked, her eyes twinkling as she encouraged him. "Let us see if it meets your standards." Liu Yanqing's gaze fell upon the cerulean velvet box, adorned with a silver satin ribbon tied into a delicate bow. He deftly untied the ribbon, revealing a deep blue men's tie and an exquisite tie clip studded with shimmering diamonds. Luxurious, elegant and refined. "Do you like it?" she asked, her lips curved in a playful smile. He traced his fingers delicately over the tie, sketching the outline of the tie clip with his fingertip, a slight smile forming on his lips. "I do. That's good to hear." Song Zi let out a sigh of relief. She had initially worried that her gift might not be to his liking. "So, shall we begin our lesson now?" she asked with a smile. Liu Yinqing's deep gaze lingered on her strikingly beautiful face. "Very well." For the next 2 hours, Song Zi followed Liu Yinqing as he imparted knowledge. Initially, she had anticipated the management concepts to be convoluted and difficult, but to her surprise, he explained everything in the simplest terms. His concise and professional approach made even the most tedious and complex topics easily digestible. He was patient with her, reiterating explanations as needed and even drawing parallels with historical business cases to enhance her understanding. Though they had only studied for 2 hours, the knowledge she gained was invaluable. "Thank you, Lu Laoshi, for your patient instruction," she said, organizing her notes and closing her notebook. "How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Liu Yinqing paused for a moment before responding. "All right." As they descended the private elevator, they encountered numerous curious glances upon exiting the company. "Is President Liu leaving early for dinner? This is the first time I've seen him leave so early. Previously, he always dined in his office. Clearly, he is taking this lady out for dinner. His demeanor towards her is quite different." The whispers grew quieter as they approached a 5-star underwater restaurant. The interior featured a massive transparent glass structure, revealing a vast, magnificent ocean teeming with vibrant coral, seaweed, and an array of colorful fish gliding through the water. Sea turtles leisurely swam by, while luminous jellyfish drifted like colorful, translucent mushrooms. Even colossal whale sharks could be seen gliding through the depths, creating an immersive experience as if one were truly submerged in the sea. Seated at their table, Song Zi could distinctly hear the sound of the whales moving through the water. "This restaurant is quite romantic," she remarked, taking out her phone to snap a few selfies. "Could you help me take some pictures? The ambience here is perfect for photos," she added, handing her phone to him. Instead of taking her phone, Liu Yinqing retrieved his own, pointing the camera at her. "Let me capture your back." Song Zi turned, adjusting her hair and smiling brightly. "All right, now, let us get a side shot." She posed again, extending her palm toward the glass where a curious sea lion peered at her with its round, dark eyes. Pouting her lips playfully, she said, "All right." As he looked through the camera lens, he pressed the shutter. Moments later, he sent the photos to her via WeChat. "What do you think? Do you like them?" Song Zi opened the images, her heart swelling with delight at the perfect angles that captured her lively and playful essence. "I absolutely love them." "Thank you," she exclaimed, saving the pictures to share later on social media. As they settled at their table, Song Zi began scanning the QR code on the table to place their order. The restaurant was renowned as one of the finest in the capital, and she knew this meal would not come cheap. To her shock, one seemingly inconspicuous dish was priced at an astounding 220,000. "Is this made of gold? How can it be more expensive than gold?" she thought, realizing that a single dish would hardly suffice for a meal. If they ordered 5 or 6 dishes, her entire month's living expenses would vanish. Having endured difficult times in the past when food was scarce, looking at the menu now felt like a stab to her heart. "This is excessively expensive." Song Zi hesitated, contemplating whether to suggest to Liu Yinqing that they switch to another restaurant. However, at that moment, the man across from her seemed to perceive her inner turmoil. Liu Yinqing spoke up, "Order whatever you like. I'll take care of the bill." "That seems inappropriate. We agreed that I would treat you," Song Zi replied, biting her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "The manager of this establishment is a friend of mine. He can offer me a 50% discount." The man gazed at the petite girl before him with a smile. She was utterly charming, lively, playful, and so vibrant, brimming with an exuberant vitality. Upon hearing about the discount, Song Zi's dark, lustrous almond eyes brightened instantly. She smiled gently. "All right then, once you settle the bill, I will transfer you the amount after the discount." The man nodded. "Sounds good." Each dish cost 220,000. She was determined to sample what such an extravagant price had to offer. A platter of deep-sea fish sashimi, French baked snails, Mediterranean seafood stew, Boston lobster, Hokkaido sea urchin sashimi, black truffle stir-fried king crab, coconut ice cream, and molten chocolate lava cake. Song Zi ordered several of her favorites and then looked up at Liu Yinqing. "What do you like to eat?" "I'm fine with whatever you choose." This should be enough for the two of us. Song Zi pondered, biting her lip. Then let's start with these. If it isn't enough later, we can order some other dishes, Liu Yinqing replied. All right. After placing the order, the bill amounted to over 2 million. This was the most lavish meal Song Zi had ever experienced. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and looked at Liu Yinqing. Could you perhaps ask your friend to give you a bit more of a discount? Maybe a 1 or 2% discount. Even a 3% discount would be acceptable. That way, we could save a significant amount of money. Liu Yinqing looked at her with amusement. When did you become so frugal? The previous Song family heiress would lavishly spend 1 or 2 million on a handbag without a second thought. She would generously gift her little follower extravagant items worth tens of thousands. Now, however, she is so cautious about a meal. This isn't like you at all. Song Zi's dark eyes shifted. I did used to spend money quite liberally. But then I had a dream that I dreamt that a scoundrel swindled all my money away, and I became destitute, living in a dilapidated, damp rental, starving and emaciated, unable to afford even a meal, while the dogs outside were better off. The man's deep, dark eyes fixed intently on her. Though he understood it was merely a dream, it felt as if something sharp had pierced his heart, causing a pang of bitterness and pain, causing his expression to darken slightly, as if frost had settled upon him. His gaze towards her was complex. Rest assured, that day will never come. I will protect you. For Liu Yinqing, a girl as radiant and beautiful as Song Zi, akin to a blooming rose, deserved to be cherished and adored. She should be like the full moon, pure and untainted, loved and pampered. Song Zi smiled faintly, a touch of helplessness in her expression. Everything she spoke of was a painful truth from her past life. The hardships and suffering of her previous existence were still vivid in her memory. In this life, she would not be foolish enough to repeat her mistakes. She would live splendidly and beautifully. As the dinner concluded, the total expenditure was 300,000. Song Zi knew this sum had been significantly discounted thanks to her friend. Rounded off, this meant they saved a staggering 1.7 million on the meal, enough to buy a rare Hermes handbag. She was also grateful to Liu Yinqing for allowing her to indulge in such exquisite dishes while gaining invaluable insights into managing a company. Song Zi opened her phone and transferred the 300,000 to Liu Yinqing. By now, the sky had completely darkened, the night thick and rich, with a tapestry of brilliant stars adorning the inky sky, and a bright moon hanging high. The city was ablaze with lights. Skyscrapers illuminated, neon glimmering, and vehicles flowing continuously, a myriad of lights intertwining. Nearby, trees were adorned with small stars and heart-shaped balloons draped in vibrant ribbons, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. It's getting late. I'll see you home, Liu Yinqing said as he accompanied Song Zi out of the underwater restaurant, his deep gaze fixed upon her. The driver will take me home, Song Zi replied, shaking the car keys in her hand with a light-hearted smile. Thank you, Teacher Liu. When you have time, let's continue. At that moment, her smile was radiant, her dark, clear eyes reflecting the dazzling lights of the night, exuding warmth and beauty. The man's lips curved into a gentle arc. All right, he had not witnessed her smile at him in quite some time. For a long stretch, she had harbored disdain and rejection towards him. Yet today, she had smiled at him no less than 25 times. Liu Yinqing watched as Song Zi entered her family's car, only returning to his senses once the vehicle had completely vanished from view before he turned to leave. On the way home, Song Zi noticed that Liu Yinqing had not yet accepted the red envelope she sent him. She messaged him, Teacher Liu, please accept it. You promised to treat me tonight. To her surprise, Liu Yinqing returned the transfer. Next time, you treat. Song Zi pondered for a moment. All right then. Today marked a promising beginning. Song Zi resolved to diligently follow Liu Yinqing in her studies, striving to assist her mother and make the Song family thrive together. 3 days later marked the beginning of Song Zi's university semester. As a third-year student, she had classes to attend. Upon entering the campus, she noticed several classmates eagerly surrounding Song Shuowei, all wearing sycophantic expressions. Not only was Shuowei the daughter of the Song family, but she had also married the heir of the Mu family group, a union between two affluent families, akin to a grand narrative. Chapter 14. She is an impostor indeed. The eldest son of the Mu family adored Shuowei. Her background was impressive, her beauty striking, and her academic performance exceptional. What a charmed life! How enviable! Shuowei, our family wishes to explore a deeper collaboration with the Song family. Given our close relationship, could you provide us with an opportunity? The eager crowd surrounded Song Shuiwei, who basked in the admiration and praise from those around her. At that moment, Song Shuiwei straightened her back, wearing an air of subtle elegance and a faint smile, while inwardly reveling in the attention. She relished the compliments and the adoration directed at her, especially from those who originally surpassed her in status. Now fawning over her, it was utterly intoxicating. This immensely satisfied her vanity, providing her with a sense of superiority. Song Zi observed this scene with a mocking gaze. It seemed not only Mu Yuchuan believed that Song Shuiwei was the real daughter of the Song family, but even their classmates held the same conviction. As Song Zi sneered at the spectacle, Song Shuiwei sensed a cold, derisive gaze upon her. She felt a shiver run down her spine and turned to find Song Zi standing under a cherry blossom tree. Her dark, piercing eyes filled with mockery, as if they could see right through her. Song Shuiwei's face paled. At that moment, the impostor found herself before the rightful heir, feeling utterly exposed. She yearned to escape quickly, lest her true identity be revealed. Song Zi cast a casual glance at her, approaching with an air of indifference. "Did you tell everyone you were the daughter of the Song family?" Song Zi's voice was cool, her tone far from amiable. Upon hearing this, the girls surrounding Song Shuiwei shot disdainful looks at Song Zi. "How dare you speak to Shuiwei like that? Right? Your tone is so rude. Such blatant jealousy." They mocked Song Zi with scornful glances. "If Song Shuiwei isn't the Song family heiress, then are you?" The leader of the pack, Li Na, who had long been a devoted follower of Song Shuiwei. Chan Dian Li Na had always trailed closely behind Song Shuiwei, becoming her number one sycophant. Song Zi remembered Li Na. Once, when her computer crashed, she had used her mother's office computer to play games and accidentally stumbled upon a stack of investment proposals awaiting her mother's approval. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of companies seeking collaboration. Among them was Li Na's father's company, which had long sought investment and partnership from the Song family, but her mother had deemed it unworthy. Subsequently, the Li family had tried various means to secure a deal. Later, she recognized Li Na during the university's opening day, seeing her father helping her move in, thus gaining a vague impression of her. Ironically, Li Na had no idea that the person she idolized, Song Shuiwei, was merely a fraud. "Indeed, I am," Song Zi replied, casting a glance at Song Shuiwei's ashen face, smiling as she spoke. At that moment, Song Shuiwei's complexion turned ghostly pale, her fists clenched tightly, her heart racing. Seeing Song Shuiwei's anxious demeanor, Song Zi found it somewhat amusing. Was she truly afraid? She should have anticipated this day long ago when she chose to impersonate someone else. In the next moment. "Ha! This is utterly hilarious. Do you really want to hear the nonsense you're spouting?" Li Na burst into laughter. The girls surrounding Song Shuiwei also began to mock her loudly. "Song Zi, you, a sponsored impoverished student, dare to impersonate the young lady of the Song family. Have you lost your mind? How much have you drunk to be in such a state? If you had eaten a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be this inebriated. Haha, speaking nonsense in broad daylight. Who can argue with that? Dreaming in the daytime, not fearing ridicule from others. Haha. You claim to be a young lady, while I could just as easily claim to be the daughter of the president of M country. Haha." They laughed uproariously, as if they had heard the funniest joke imaginable. Song Zi, is it really that amusing? It seems that even when I speak the truth, they refuse to believe it. However, their disbelief is not without reason. Before the university semester began, my mother advised me to remain low-key. She told me that although our family possesses some wealth, I must not flaunt it at school. I should dress similarly to ordinary girls to avoid making others feel envious. My mother feared I might attract jealousy, scheming, and gossip. She even recounted a story about a friend's daughter who, due to her ostentatious display of wealth, was constantly robbed. One day, a classmate stole her authentic bag and replaced it with a counterfeit. Upon discovering this, she reported it to the police, leading to the thief's arrest. However, upon her release, the girl sought revenge and fatally stabbed my friend's daughter. My mother cautioned me that jealousy runs rampant in today's world. A girl possessing a bit of wealth is not necessarily fortunate, as she may easily encounter malicious individuals or scoundrels. If I maintain a low profile and appear unremarkable, I would be better integrated into university life and find it easier to navigate. Taking her words to heart, during my freshman year, I deliberately purchased a pair of flip-flops for just 9.9 yuan from a street vendor, donning a t-shirt and jeans that also cost only a few dozen yuan, and thus entered university. Even now, I still adhere to this modest style. In a wonder song, Shuawei can claim to be a sponsored student, and others believe her. Just look at her meticulously crafted outfit compared to mine today. A baseball cap, a plain white t-shirt, and a pleated skirt. I certainly do not resemble a wealthy heiress. If they choose not to believe me, so be it be long before I publicly expose Song Shuai's true identity. At that time, I shall see whether these sycophants will continue to shower her with such enthusiasm, or if Mu Yuchuan will still treat her with such kindness. Song Zi, uninterested in engaging with them, stood up to leave. Stop right there, Li Na sneered, blocking her path. Did I permit you to leave? Song Zi regarded her with an air of nonchalance. Permit? Who do you think you are to grant permission? How dare you speak to me like that? Li Na's expression darkened, her eyes piercing as she glared at her. You, a mere sponsored student, dare to flaunt your authority before a young lady of the Song family? Who do you think you are? Upon encountering Shuawei, not only do you fail to express gratitude and respect, but you are also so disrespectful. Li Na looked down on Song Zi with disdain. If it weren't for Shuawei's mother sponsoring you, you'd still be languishing in a poverty-stricken area, marrying some old man and spending your days bearing his children. How could you possibly have the chance to attend university with us? Even a dog raised in a home knows to express gratitude to its owner. How could you be such an ungrateful wretch? As these words echoed, everyone around chimed in agreement. Indeed, a sponsored student flaunting her authority before a young lady. It's laughable to think others might mistake her for one of us. Exactly, Shuawei, you've spoiled her too much. Had it been me, I would have slapped her long ago. Song Zi remained unfazed, merely regarding Song Shuawei with a faint smile. At that moment, Song Shuawei's face turned pale. After all, it was not Song Zi who was being insulted as a kept dog, but her. Enough. Song Shuawei's face was ashen, her anger palpable as she clenched her fists. We still have class to attend. Let us go. Li Na had initially thought that by assisting Song Shuawei in reprimanding Song Zi, it would uplift Shuai's spirits. Instead, it only served to irk her. Shuawei is too kind. That's why she indulges this impoverished girl's arrogance. Shuawei, don't be angry. Li Na hastily followed after her. Are you coming over to my house for lunch? My mother is making durian milfai and apple cherry pie. Her cooking is far superior to anything you'd find outside. Come try my mother's culinary skills. The others gathered around Song Shuawei, surrounding her like stars encircling the moon. Song Zi smiled faintly. Surely, Song Shuawei did not think that by weaving a web of lies, they would transform into truth. Did she? Falsehoods would remain falsehoods, and one day, she would be unmasked. How would this crowd perceive her then? During the break, Song Zi messaged Lu Yinqing. Teacher Lu, please call me when you have a moment. She had been diligently reviewing the books he assigned her. Song Zi sent a cute cat emoticon shooting hearts. Lu Yinqing's response was nearly instantaneous. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Song Zi, okay, I'll be waiting. After replying to Lu Yinqing, she opened her tablet and began to draw. She had once harbored a passion for creating comics. Spending her leisure time sketching as her skills improved, she started drawing portraits, garnering requests from many within the artistic community. Consequently, her account gained a significant following. Eventually, she signed a contract with the largest comic platform in the country, beginning a serialized comic that gradually earned her a degree of fame. Now, her Weibo had amassed over 2 million followers. Having been granted a second chance at life, she envisioned a new idea, a story of rebirth and revenge featuring a formidable female protagonist. After an hour of dedicated work, she completed her comic. While immersed in her creation, she overheard Li Na from a nearby seat, exclaiming in exaggerated admiration for Song Shuawei. Shuawei, you're so amazing. You can draw comics too. Shuawei, you're simply incredible. Your drawings are stunning. Indeed, your art style is so gentle and beautiful. The lines and contours are exquisitely rendered. The use of color is so rich. Your male lead is so handsome. And the female lead is beautiful too. Not only are the visuals captivating, but the storylines are also compelling. Shuawei, you are truly a talented girl. The gazes directed at Song Shuawei grew increasingly fervent. Shuawei, you are my goddess. How can someone so perfect exist in this world? Beautiful, well-figured, hailing from a prominent family, married to a great husband, and so talented. What window did heaven close on you? It's truly unfair. Absolutely. Netizens adore your comics, and your fanbase is growing. Amidst the chorus of praise and exclamations, Song Zi felt puzzled. She had no idea that Song Shuawei could draw comics. After all, Shuawei had grown up in a rural village, one of the most impoverished areas in the country. There, opportunities for artistic education were scarce, and few families could even afford a television in such an environment. Song Shuawei had no chance to learn to draw. Perhaps her newfound interest had blossomed after her relationship with Mu Yuchuan. Not thinking too much of it, Song Zi returned to her artwork. Meanwhile, Song Shuawei reveled in the eager glances directed her way, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. She had not anticipated that her simple foray into comics would attract such attention and admiration. Just a week prior, while cleaning at the Song residence, she had discovered a small USB drive beside a trash can. It had been carelessly discarded, and upon inspecting it, she found it in good condition. Thinking it could be useful, she took it home. To her surprise, the drive contained a plethora of beautifully crafted comic drafts, featuring exquisite art and compelling storylines. After conducting a search online, she realized none of these comics were registered or copyrighted, meaning she could claim them as her own. Shortly after her marriage to Mu Yuchuan, she began posting these comics on her Weibo account, updating with a new chapter daily. To her astonishment, after merely 3 chapters, she garnered a substantial following, with fans praising her work in the comments. The sensation of being envied and admired by all was intoxicating for Song Shuawei. Today, the Duoman website invited me to sign a contract and offered me a management agreement, Song Shuawei announced with a smile. Wow, that's incredible, exclaimed her friends. Duoman is the largest comic website in the country, and they even promote comics internationally, producing audio dramas and even films. This site has birthed countless major IPs. Shuawei, you are destined for success. Shuawei, you're such a treasure. When you become famous and publish your work, remember to give us autographs. Song Zi furrowed her brow. Duoman? Wasn't that the very site she had signed with? She couldn't be bothered to dwell on it and continued her drawing. Oh, Song Zi is drawing too. At that moment, a sharp-eyed classmate discovered Song Zi's artistic endeavors. Chapter 15. She isn't even qualified to be a foster daughter. How laughable. What does she know about painting? Truly a pretender. She knows Shuawei is drawing comics, so she decides to follow suit. What could she possibly create? Let me see what she can draw. The girls, led by Li Na, gathered around to catch a glimpse of Song Zi's artwork. Her previously tranquil mood was shattered, leaving her utterly displeased. Why should I share my art with you? To show it to them would be a profound disrespect to my own creations. What am I feeling guilty about? With her arms crossed, Li Na mocked her arrogantly. You don't even let anyone see your work. It's clear you know it's not worth looking at. Where do you get off thinking you can control what I show? Song Zi retorted, placing her pad into her bag as she stood up, preparing to leave. Song Zi, don't you think you look like a clown? Li Na sneered. Shuawei likes Mu Yuchuan, and you like Mu Yuchuan too. Shuawei draws comics, and you have to copy her. How absurd. It's a pity that no matter how much you pine for Mu Yuchuan, he won't spare you a glance. He prefers Shuawei, and by the way, Mu Yuchuan is already married to Shuawei. Li Na's condescending laughter brimmed with mockery as she regarded Song Zi. Who told you I liked Mu Yuchuan? Song Zi found it laughable. We all know. You've been trying to win him over, but he couldn't care less about you. Li Na grinned triumphantly. I was blind before, but now my eyes are wide open. Whoever wants to love Mu Yuchuan can do so. Just don't involve me. Song Zi scoffed coldly. What are you barking at in front of me? Are you thrilled to call a second-rate deity your master? Realizing she was being called a dog, Li Na glared at Song Zi. You wretched girl, how dare you insult me? As she spoke, Li Na raised her hand, ready to strike Song Zi's face. Beside them, Song Shuawei felt a surge of delight at the unfolding drama. Yet she feigned urgency. Please, let's not escalate this. We're all classmates. We shouldn't harm the harmony among us. However, that slap never landed on Song Zi's face. She swiftly raised her hand, seizing Li Na's wrist. Who are you calling wretched? Wretched is obviously you. Li Na glared at Song Zi, only to realize something in an instant, her face flushing with anger. You wretched girl, do you dare mock me? The next moment, Song Zi delivered a resounding slap to Li Na's face. The crisp sound echoed, leaving a significant portion of Li Na's face reddened. You dare hit me? Li Na, furious and humiliated, prepared to retaliate. I'm hitting you. Song Zi sneered and raised her hand for another fierce slap. Soon, Li Na's face was stinging, flushed crimson, adorned with clear handprints. Song Zi, you've gone too far. You actually dared to hit Li Na. Do you even know who she is? Her father is the owner of the Li family. Exactly. How can you treat Li Na like this? Do you want to endanger your life? Classmates chimed in. Clearly, she was the one who initiated the attack on me. I merely retaliated. Song Zi smirked coldly at so. It's fine for her to hit me, but I can't hit back. Where in the world is that logic? Song Zi, just wait. Li Na seethed, holding her face as she glared at Song Zi. She actually dared to slap me in public. I will teach her a lesson. Go ahead and wait. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Song Zi retorted with a cold smile. Moreover, I advise you not to provoke me. Keep flapping your gums in front of me, and you might just receive another slap with that. Song Zi dismissed them and walked away. Li Na sought to curry favor with the Song family but had miscalculated whom to approach. How ridiculous. The Li family would never collaborate with the Song family again in this lifetime. This is outrageous. She's utterly arrogant. Li Na fumed, her face still swollen as she turned to Song Shuawei. Shuawei, can't you do something about her? She's insufferably proud, completely disregarding others. Who can argue with that? The others echoed. Shuawei, you're just too kind. Song Shuawei smiled innocently and gently. That's just my temperament. I'm not a bad person, so please bear with me. Shuawei, not everyone is as kind-hearted as you are, Li Na sighed. If you want to handle her, I will. You mustn't do anything to harm Song Zi. Song Shuawei urged quickly. We're all classmates. Let us resolve this peacefully. Nothing is insurmountable. Please don't resort to tactics like those in dramas where people hire thugs to bully and humiliate her. This inadvertently sparked an idea in Li Na's mind. Initially, she planned to inform her father about her grievances, hoping he would confront Song Zi at school and demand an apology. But upon reflection, she realized that mere expulsion and an apology wouldn't significantly hurt Song Zi. Since she liked to resort to violence, why not gather a group of thugs to deal with her? Li Na plotted within herself, I won't be so foolish, that's good. I know you're not that kind of person. Song Shuawei smiled gently. Have you all heard the news? Recently, in a high school in a county, there was a bullying incident where one girl bullied another. The victim told her brother, who was a school dropout and involved with a rough crowd. Upon learning his sister was bullied, he recruited a group of thugs to retaliate against the bully. Those thugs degraded her and even recorded videos to blackmail her. Ever since, the bully has been too afraid to bully anyone else, always scurrying away when she sees others. Later, that video was leaked at school, and the bully faced public condemnation, ultimately dropping out. Her life was ruined. I believe both parties erred. That girl shouldn't have bullied her classmate, nor should she have resorted to violence. Of course, the brother's actions were also wrong. No matter how despicable the bully was, he shouldn't have tarnished her reputation. Song Shuawei sighed, glancing at her classmates. What do you all think? This gave Li Na a new idea. How had she not considered this avenue before? Dealing with Song Zi, this wretched girl, required no mercy. Her actions were solely to stand up for Shuawei. Seeing Li Na lost in thought, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Song Shuawei's eyes. It seemed she had taken the bait. If she could ruin Song Zi and hold leverage over her, wouldn't that mean she could compel Song Zi to comply with her demands? As Song Zi exited the university campus, she sensed something amiss. It seemed someone was following her. However, when she glanced back, there was no one in sight. Am I developing a persecution complex? Song Zi did not ponder for long and continued to walk forward. Just as she approached the private car sent by the Song family, a black van suddenly burst forth from a nearby distance. The doors of the van swung open before her, and several thuggish individuals with hair dyed in shades of yellow, green, and red jumped out swiftly. This group of ruffians leered at her with malicious intent. In an instant, Song Zi felt a chill run down her spine. She was being targeted. Who could have sent them? Song Shuawei? Li Na? Or perhaps Mu Yuchuan? Realizing the danger, Song Zi hastily turned to flee, but the group of ruffians was clearly faster, swiftly closing in on her. As she ran, she fumbled for her phone in her bag, ready to dial for help, when suddenly, Lu Yinqing's call came through. She answered promptly, and a deep, sensual voice with an exquisite timbre emerged from the other end. Miss Song. It has been half an hour past our agreed time. Song Zi urgently interrupted. Lu Yinqing, I'm being targeted. Help me. No sooner had her words fallen than the ruffians had already surged towards her, pinning her down. Song Zi. The man's voice on the line turned frigid and urgent. Then the call abruptly ended. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Lu Corporation, Lin Hua said, "President Lu, you have already canceled 5 multinational meetings and 10 cooperation signings for Miss Song. She has yet to arrive after such a long wait. Perhaps we should attend to the company." Before Lin Hua could finish, the man's expression turned icy, the atmosphere around him plummeting as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. "Locate Song Zi's phone position. I want her precise location within 3 minutes." Lu Yinqing's voice was devoid of warmth. The seconds stretched painfully as Lu Yinqing dialed Song Zi's number, but no one answered. Soon, Lin Hua hurriedly approached with a tablet. "President Lu, we have a lead." The screen displayed a red cursor moving steadily towards a village within the city. Lu Yinqing's expression hardened. "Follow it." Before long, Song Zi found herself dragged into the van by the group of ruffians. She never imagined such a clutch kidnapping would happen to her. "Who sent you?" Song Zi demanded. "Oh, that is not for you to know." One of the red-haired thugs sneered at her. "This girl is quite pretty. Her figure is on point too. Looks like we've struck gold today." As the other thugs regarded her with similarly lewd and disgusting expressions, Song Zi suppressed her revulsion. "How much did they pay you?" "I can offer 3 times, even 4 times as much. I have money. Let me go, and we can discuss this amicably." At her words, the surrounding men burst into raucous laughter. "Where would a poor student like you get money? Truly laughable. Yeah, look at your outfit. It can't be worth more than 200 yuan. How dare you claim to have money? You've been fostered by the Song family for so long. You must have forgotten who you are. You are not even a true daughter. How dare you think of yourself as the Song family's young lady?" Hearing this, Song Zi's heart sank. It was Lina. How audacious of her to hire thugs to kidnap her. Fury ignited within Song Zi. "I am indeed the daughter of the Song family." Her eyes grew cold as she spoke. "If you let me go, I can overlook this incident. Dream on." The leader of the thugs guffawed. "You may be a Song family heiress, but I'm the world's richest man," he continued with a lewd sneer. "Once we reach our destination, you'll serve us well." Song Zi felt a knot tighten in her stomach as she clenched her fists. The van soon arrived at a dilapidated wooden shack in a village. The thugs roughly dragged Song Zi out and tossed her into the shack. One of them set up a camera, adjusting the lens. A chill crept into Song Zi's heart as she realized Li Na's scheme was ruthlessly aimed at destroying her. "Huji, is the camera ready?" "It's set. I guarantee it will capture everything clearly." Huji grinned lewdly. Then, the ruffians lunged at Song Zi, their intentions clear. "Don't touch me," she kicked out at the nearest thug, landing a blow to his groin. Seizing the opportunity, Song Zi attempted to escape. The thug crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. "You little wretch, how dare you hit me? Brothers, let us teach this little brat a lesson." However, before she could reach the door, the thugs had securely locked it. By the time she managed to open it, they had already surrounded her like ravenous dogs. One thug grabbed her hair and roughly slammed her to the ground. "Don't touch me." Song Zi's dark eyes glinted coldly as she fought back with all her might. "You can't afford the consequences of this." "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Just a powerless poor student. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You're a maid trying to act like a lady. Just wait. My brothers will make you beg for mercy." The thug sneered, tearing at her clothes. Song Zi's phone had been confiscated and shut off during the earlier scuffle, leaving her unable to call for help. Desperately, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the thug, ripping her clothes. Blood spurted as he clutched his head, howling in pain. Seizing the moment, she used the sharp edge of the stone to stab at the eyes of another thug. Blood flowed as he screamed in agony. With a surge of adrenaline, she scrambled to her feet, grabbing a wooden plank from the shack to shield herself. Her dark, cold eyes sparkled with fierce determination, resembling a trapped beast ready to fight. Her long hair cascaded messily behind her, and her white face was smeared with dirt. "Don't come any closer." She vowed that even if she were to die today, she would never allow these scoundrels to defile her. She believed that Lu Yinqing was surely on his way to rescue her. She needed to buy time until he arrived. "You've got quite the temper for a little brat." The leader of the thugs wiped the blood from his forehead and glared at Song Zi. "If we don't have our way with you today, we aren't team in." With that, the thugs charged again, this time strategically pinning her arms behind her back and wresting the plank from her grasp. Song Zi was thrown to the ground, and the group of thugs closed in on her. "Help! Help!" Tears glimmered in her eyes as she cried out, "Go ahead and scream. even if you shout until your throat is raw? No one will come to save you." The thugs mocked as they continued to tear at her clothes. Pinned down, Song Zi struggled to move, her dark eyes filled with tears of resentment. Just then, a group of bodyguards in black burst into the wooden shack in less than a minute. They swiftly subdued the thugs, leaving them bruised and begging for mercy. A tall, imposing figure emerged against the light and stepped towards Song Zi. At that moment, her dress was torn, exposing her delicate arms and the bruises upon them. Her disheveled hair framed her dirty, tear-streaked face, resembling a cornered animal, stubborn and unyielding, her gaze sharp as a drawn blade. Lu Yinqing's heart felt as if it had been pierced by the sharpest object, creating a gaping wound that bled profusely, leaving him breathless. He hurried to her side, his usually composed demeanor giving way to trembling fingers as he unbuttoned his suit and draped it over her shoulders. "I am sorry. I'm late." Gently, he wrapped his long arms around her slender waist, cradling her as he spoke with a quaver in his voice. He carried her towards the door, his gaze icy as he passed the groaning thugs. His eyes filled with frost and a hint of crimson. His presence exuded an overwhelming force, cold and intimidating. "I will make them wish they had never been born." As he spoke, the thugs writhed in agony, their desperate pleas echoing through the AI. Lu Yinqing carried Song Zi to his car, where the warmth of the heater began to dispel the chill from her body. He carefully placed her in the back seat. His deep, magnetic voice trembling slightly. "Are you all right?" He gazed at her tenderly, as if she were the rarest treasure in the world. Song Zi nodded slightly, her dark, cool eyes gradually settling upon Lu Yinqing's handsome visage. A pang of emotion welled up in her heart, her voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness, trembled as she uttered, "Thank you." In her most desolate moments, he always descended like a celestial being into her world. Lu Yinqing felt as though his heart had been seized by an immense hand, rendering his breath labored. He raised his hand, gently caressing Song Zi's hair, his voice cold and piercing. "I will not let a single one of those people go." Before long, Lin Hua arrived. The 5 ruffians had been rendered impotent, their tendons severed. "This is the USB drive from the camera." Lin Hua reverently presented the USB to Lu Yinqing. Lu Yinqing's long fingers brushed against the USB drive. An icy frost glimmering in his gaze, he extended his hand, snapping the USB in two, shattering it. "Are there any backups?" The man's voice was imbued with a chilling severity, akin to ancient ice atop a mountain. "No. This is the only copy." Lin Hua hesitated. They confessed. They were bribed by Li family's daughter, Li Inadetli. Lu Yinqing enunciated each syllable, his tone as frigid as the depths of an ice cellar, his presence exuding an aura that instilled fear. "Within a day, I want to see the Li family bankrupt." A cold, ruthless glimmer darkened his deep-set eyes, his words dripping with frost. Lin Hua involuntarily shivered. "Understood." Subsequently, Lu Yinqing took Song Zi to the hospital for a thorough examination. "The patient is mostly fine. There are just some minor bruises on her skin that can be treated with a bit of ointment," the doctor stated. "Very well." After obtaining the medication, Lu Yinqing returned to Song Zi's side, cradling her as they left the hospital. Along the way, Song Zi buried her small face against the man's chest, inhaling the faint, crisp scent of cedarwood emanating from him, which gradually soothed her heart. Her delicate, pale hand clutched at the fabric of his suit. "Lu Yinqing, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Why are you so good to me?" Her voice was soft and hoarse, her round, dark almond eyes gazing up at him, reminiscent of an injured kitten seeking comfort. "Isn't it only right to treat you well?" the man replied in a low tone. "Why is it right?" Song Zi tilted her small face, questioning him. "Is it because you like me?" She recalled a dream where Lu Yinqing from a past life kissed her and professed his love. But what about this life? Had he begun to harbor feelings for her? "Because you are my student," the man replied. "It is only natural for a teacher to care for their student." "Oh?" Song Zi lowered her eyelashes. Falling silent, she nestled deeper into his embrace, inhaling the refreshing scent of cedarwood, gradually feeling drowsy. Perhaps the exhaustion of the day had taken its toll, and before long, she succumbed to sleep in his arms. Inside the car, Lu Yinqing gently placed Song Zi in the seat, arranging her in a position most comfortable for her. He propped a pure white soft pillow beneath her delicate, swan-like neck, then, with his long fingers, He retrieved the ointment and applied it delicately to the bruises on her fair arms. Her skin was like porcelain, translucent and delicate, with the faint blue veins visible beneath. Yet, this only highlighted the dark purple bruises, which were alarming to behold. Upon seeing the bruises, Lu Yinqing's gaze darkened further, a dangerous aura emanating from him. His expression softened as he meticulously applied the ointment to each bruise. The driver in the front seat sensed the chilling atmosphere. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, "Mr. Lu, where are we headed?" The driver cautiously inquired. "To the Song residence." Lu Yinqing responded coldly. "At the Song residence." Upon seeing Lu Yinqing carrying Song Zi back, Song Shuhui's heart sank at the sight of the frost and grim expression on his handsome face. "Yinqing, what happened?" "Aunt Song, let us discuss inside," Lu Yinqing replied as he carried Song Zi further into the house. "Zi's bedroom is this way." Song Shuhui quickly led the way. Lu Yinqing brought Song Zi to her bedroom, where Song Shuhui hurriedly opened the door for him. He gently laid the girl on her large bed, removed her shoes, and tucked her under the covers as he surveyed the room. He noted the overall pink, youthful decor, with an abundance of adorable plush toys neatly arranged on the bed. The tension in his jaw relaxed slightly, his gaze softening. "Yinqing, what on earth happened?" Song Shuhui whispered, careful not to wake Song Zi. "Let's talk outside." Lu Yinqing cast a lingering glance at the sleeping girl before rising and closing the door behind them, moving with Song Shuhui to the hallway. Seated across from each other on the sofa, Lu Yinqing recounted the events leading up to the incident. Song Shuhui's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of shock and anger flooding her heart. The Li family has some audacity. How dare they do this to my daughter? She trembled with indignation, swiftly pulling out her phone to message her assistant for Li Na's father's contact information. "Li Durun, within half an hour, bring your daughter to my Song residence," she commanded, her voice laced with fury before hanging up. In the Li family's office, panic ensued. "Boss, it's bad. Our investors have pulled out." An assistant rushed in. "What happened? Why would they retract their investment?" Li Durun's eyes widened in alarm. "We expanded the factory and invested over 10 million. And now, if they withdraw, what will happen to the factory? It seems we offended someone," the assistant replied. Just then, executives burst in. "Mr. Li, our upstream partners have refused to cooperate with us." The financial officer followed suit. "Mr. Li, we've been exposed for tax issues and are facing an audit." How could this happen? Li Durun sank heavily into his chair. How could so many problems arise in such a short time? Who had they offended? Just then, a call came through, and Li Durun's eyes lit up as he recognized the caller as Song Shuhui from the Song Group, the very partnership he had long sought. "Li Durun," came Song Shuhui's furious voice through the receiver. "Within half an hour, bring your daughter to my Song residence." Li Durun was left stunned, unable to comprehend the situation or its connection to his daughter. "Wait, what happened?" he attempted to inquire, but the line went dead. Meanwhile, Li Na lounged on the sofa, casually eating cherries while watching her drama. She intermittently messaged her hired thugs. "It's been a while. Have you completed the task?" But there was no response. "What is going on? Are they ignoring my money?" Li Na mused, growing anxious. Just then, the door was kicked open, and Li Durun stormed in, his demeanor frantic. "Dad, what is wrong?" Li Na asked. Bewildered. "What have you done?" Li Durun glared at her, his anger palpable. "I haven't done anything." Li Na instinctively felt guilty, but quickly reassured herself that Song Zi's incident wouldn't have reached her father. "Now, come with me. We're going to the Song residence." Li Durun grabbed her arm, pulling her up to leave. "Dad, what is going on? Why are you dragging me?" "Slow down." Li Na stumbled after him, confused. At the Song villa, Li Durun respectfully led Li Na into the house. Song Shuhui was seated on the sofa, while Lu Yinqing exuded an imposing presence across from her, radiating an aura that was both powerful and terrifying. Upon seeing Lu Yinqing, Li Durun's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he the head of the Lu family, the wealthiest in the nation? "Mr. Lu, may I inquire what business you have with my daughter?" Li Durun asked, his tone dripping with insincerity as he plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. "Hello, Aunt." Li Na greeted Song Shuhui with a sweet, ingratiating smile. On the way over, Li Durun had emphasized the importance of impressing Song Shuhui. He had repeatedly instructed her to foster a good relationship with Song Zi, believing that their family's business ties would prosper if she did so. Consequently, she had been diligently ingratiating herself with Song Shuhui, even acting as her assistant Li Durun. You truly have raised a fine daughter. Song Shuhui's piercing gaze bore into the pair, her eyes ablaze with fury. She slammed her well-manicured hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle violently. Observing Song Shuhui's evident anger, Li Dirun was instantly drenched in sweat, cold beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Confused and embarrassed, he forced a smile, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. General Manager Song, what has my daughter done? Has she offended you or your esteemed daughter in any way? As he spoke, Li Dirun shot a stern glance at Li Na, jabbing a finger at her nose as he sternly exclaimed, "What have you done? Didn't I instruct you to cultivate a good relationship with General Manager Song's daughter? I have always maintained an excellent rapport with her," Li Na hastily interjected, her face a mask of forced cheerfulness as she turned to Song Shuhui with an ingratiating smile. "Auntie, I am your daughter's good friend. She must have mentioned me to you. We often play together, and we share a strong bond." Before she could finish, Song Shuhui let out a cold laugh. My daughter has no need for a so-called friend who would conspire with a group of ruffians to kidnap and violate her. The venom in her words intensified with the last few syllables, her eyes glinting with icy fury. Liu Yinqing's sensuous lips curled into a mocking smile, his stern visage cloaked in frost at full tea that moment. Li Dirun's eyes widened in disbelief, his smile frozen in place. After a moment of awkward laughter, his face contorted with a plethora of expressions, he stammered, "General Manager, there must be some misunderstanding. My daughter and your daughter Shuawei are good friends. How could she possibly do such a thing? There must be some misunderstanding." Li Na chimed in anxiously, "Auntie, you must have mixed something up. In truth, it was she who had orchestrated the abduction of Song Zi. That wretched girl." However, Song Shuhui's chilling retort cut through the air. "Who told you my daughter is Song Shuhui?" The words hung heavy in the air, leaving both father and daughter momentarily stunned. "What does this mean?" Li Na looked at Song Shuhui in confusion, her comprehension faltering despite understanding each individual word. "My daughter is none other than the very one you had those thugs violate and abduct, Z." At the mention of her name, Song Shuhui's eyes brimmed with fury, her voice trembling with emotion. Thankfully, Z had been saved by Liu Yinqing today, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Song Shuhui could hardly bear to imagine the torment her daughter would have endured had Liu Yinqing not been present. Guilt washed over her for neglecting her daughter's welfare while consumed by work responsibilities, which had led to their deteriorating relationship. "I am not a good mother. I have failed in my duties," she lamented inwardly. Li Na stared at Song Shuhui in shock, her pale lips quivering as she struggled to find her voice. How is this possible? How could Song Zi be your daughter? Isn't your daughter Song Shuhui?" Everyone knows that Song Shuhui is the cherished daughter of General Manager Song, while Song Zi is merely a supported, impoverished student. Confusion clouded her mind as she grappled with the revelation. "I do not know who fed you such falsehoods, leading you to believe that Song Shuhui is my daughter." Song Shuhui's gaze turned frigid. "Song Shuhui is merely a student we assist. Z is my cherished daughter. And you have harmed her in such a grievous manner, Li Dirun. Is this the good daughter you have raised?" Her words dripped with disdain. Horrified, Li Dirun could only stare at Li Na in disbelief. "You wretched girl, how could you be foolish enough to mistake General Manager Song's daughter?" The weight of his disappointment bore down on him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Li Na felt a chill creep down her spine, her body trembling as her mind went blank, her complexion paling to an extreme. "Dad, I was mistaken. I didn't know." In the next moment, Li Dirun's hand struck Li Na's face with a resounding slap. "You foolish girl. You could mess up something so critical? I have always instructed you to maintain a good relationship with General Manager Song's daughter, and yet you have caused such a monumental blunder. How could I have given birth to such a foolish child?" Li Dirun's frustration boiled over. What began as an attempt to ingratiate himself with General Manager Song's daughter had turned into a disaster, jeopardizing not only their collaboration but also the entire future of their company. He realized the rapid succession of recent failures stemmed from this ungrateful daughter, and with that thought, he lashed out again, delivering another stinging blow. After the two slaps, Li Na fell hard to the ground, blood trickling from her lips, her ears ringing, and her vision blurring. Li Dirun glanced at Song Shuhui, noting her icy demeanor. Devoid of any sign of appeasement, clenching his teeth, he unbuckled his belt and swung it at Li Na with ferocity. The cracking sound echoed as the belt struck her, eliciting a wail of agony. "You wretched girl! How dare you commit such audacious acts? I must teach you a lesson today with that." He tightened his grip on the belt and continued to lash out at Li Na. "Dad, Auntie, I was wrong. I truly didn't know," Li Na screamed in desperation, struggling against her father's wrath. Li Durun relentlessly struck her with the belt, each blow leaving red marks on her skin, blood seeping from her back and staining her white dress. Her legs trembled beneath her, and she felt as if she were plunged into an icy abyss. Raising her bruised face, she looked at Song Shuhui in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Auntie, I was mistaken. I didn't know Song Zi was your daughter. I was deceived by that wretched Song Shuhui," Li Na sobbed. She recounted how Song Shuhui had led her to believe she was the true heiress of the Song family, and how she had been misled into believing Song Zi was merely a supported student. "I swear, had I known earlier, I would never have acted this way. Please, give me a chance, a chance." At that moment, Song Zi's voice echoed from the top of the staircase, drawing everyone's attention as she descended gracefully. "Who is giving you a chance? Dear daughter, why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Song Shuhui's heart ached at the sight of her daughter. Now dressed in fresh clothes, and the bruises marring her fair skin felt like daggers piercing her heart. It was all her fault for failing to protect her child. Liu Yinqing's intense gaze fell upon Song Zi, and upon seeing her composed demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. "You woke up just in time." As Song Zi approached her mother, they sat together on the sofa. Her cold gaze settled upon the pitiful Li Na on the floor. "Had I not been rescued, my life would have been utterly ruined by you. And now, you dare to ask for another chance? How utterly ridiculous!" Li Na's face drained of color, her lips trembling. "I'm sorry. Song Zi, that I was wronged. I shouldn't have targeted you or involved others in such a manner. Please, I beg you to forgive me." "Forgive you?" Song Zi looked down at her, a mocking smile curling her lips. "I will treat you as you treated me, and let you experience that same suffering." Li Durun felt a pang of sympathy. After all, this was his beloved daughter. She was momentarily misguided. "Please, General Manager, grant my daughter another opportunity." "Impossible." Liu Yinqing's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile, his piercing gaze upon the father and daughter like that of a predator sizing up its prey. He commanded his bodyguards, "Take her away." "Please, no, don't. Song Zi, I was wrong. Forgive me just this once," Li Na pleaded desperately, clinging to Song Zi's legs as she sank to the floor, her spirit broken. "I am no saint," Song Zi replied coolly, her eyes devoid of warmth. With that, Li Na was forcibly dragged away, her cries of despair echoing in the air. "Dad! Help me, Dad! Save me!" Li Durun was torn, but he recognized the seriousness of the situation with Liu Yinqing involved. "You must bear the consequences of your actions," he stated, closing his eyes in resignation. "I must sever ties with you, my daughter, to have any hope of survival." Outside the villa, Li Na's terrified screams reverberated. Li Durun knelt, pleading, "General Manager, Mr. Liu, my unworthy daughter has gone astray. I will sever all ties and expel her from the Li family. Please, show mercy and spare us." Liu Yinqing regarded him with a chilling stare, his expression as cold as I see. "As a father, you have failed to educate her. Your daughter has made grave mistakes, and you too must face the repercussions." Li Durun knelt in despair, his face ashen. "It's over. Everything is over, and my life is ruined because of this unworthy daughter." The anguished cries from the courtyard persisted, gradually becoming more hoarse until they ceased altogether. Song Shuhui understood that the ordeal outside had come to an end. Coldly, she commanded, "Butler, expel those who do not wish to stay." Soon after, Li Na and her daughter were dragged away, leaving the villa in a profound silence. With reddened eyes, Song Shuhui expressed her gratitude to Liu Yinqing, saying, "Yinqing, I am immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention to save our Zi, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Aunt, your connection with my mother is long-standing. It is only right that I rescue Zi." In Liu Yinqing's presence, the chill that once enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a demeanor of respectful politeness towards an elder. "Yinqing, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I could prepare a meal for you. It is getting late, so please stay and dine with us." Song Shuhui regarded Liu Yinqing and Song Zi with a maternal affection. She noted the undeniable chemistry between the two. She could see that Yinqing treated Zi well, and if Zi were to marry him, she would feel at ease. Alas, she lamented, Z seemed rather oblivious. With a sigh, Song Shuhui headed to the kitchen. I in the living room. Only Song Ziyi and Lu Yinqing remained. Their gazes locking in a silent exchange. Lu Yinqing, Song Ziyi murmured, her soft, dark eyes fixed upon him. Thank you. There's no need for such formality. The man replied in a low voice. After all, you are my student. It is my duty to look after you. Oh, you regard me merely as a teacher regards a student. The young woman raised her gaze, her dark almond-shaped eyes shimmering with curiosity. Did he, at this moment, harbor feelings for her as he did in her dreams? Chapter 18. That summer the man averted his deep-set gaze from the young girl, suppressing the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. Indeed, how could he dare to admit such feelings? He feared that his intense, fervent affection might frighten her away, jeopardizing even their friendship. Oh, Song Zi sighed, lowering her long, curled lashes. I wonder when you began to harbor feelings for me? Was it after I married Mu Yuchuan in my previous life? Yet, after marrying Mu Yuchuan, her interactions with Lu Yinqing had been minimal. How then did he come to like her? Unable to unravel the mystery, she decided to cease pondering it. I will assist my mother in the kitchen, she declared, rising and heading toward the culinary space. I will help you. The man began to rise. No need. You are a guest. Please wait outside for us. Dinner will be ready shortly. Song Zi interjected. I in the kitchen. Song Shuhui, donned in an apron, busied herself. Why aren't you spending more time chatting with Yinqing? She inquired. Ever since taking over the business, she had been exceedingly busy and had not cooked for her beloved daughter in quite some time. Today was a rare opportunity. Well, we don't have much to discuss, Song Zi replied, tying on a small apron and shrugging. I told you how wonderful Yinqing is, yet you wouldn't listen. That boy must have feelings for you. The way he looks at you is extraordinary. If you could be with him, you'd have someone to protect you for life. And I wouldn't have to worry anymore, Song Shuhui remarked, deftly chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic with a smile. Does not like me. Song Zi recalled Lu Yinqing's earlier words. If he doesn't like you, would he stand up for you? If he doesn't like you, would he treat you so well? Song Shuhui frowned. You didn't see it. You were asleep. When Lu Yinqing carried you back, his expression was dreadful, as if he were about to commit murder. That look was clearly one of concern and care for you. Moreover, he treated your arm injury with such diligence. What a considerate man. If he didn't like you, would he do so much? As she stirred the vegetables, Song Zi furrowed her brow, somewhat distracted as she rinsed the tomatoes. Could it be so? Might his kindness stem from the fact that her mother had once saved his? After dinner, Song Shuhui suggested that Song Zi accompany Lu Yinqing on his way out. As the evening fell, the sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. Standing beneath the cherry blossom tree, a gentle breeze stirred the delicate pink leaves, which danced upon her dark hair and slender shoulders, as well as the hem of her dress. Bathed in the warm glow of twilight, she waved goodbye, calling out, Lu Yinqing. Take care on your way home, Danamim, he replied, his deep gaze lingering on her for a moment before he reluctantly turned away. All right, he said, and then took his seat in the luxurious Bugatti Veyron. Song Zi watched as the sleek vehicle gradually disappeared from view, perhaps due to the day's events weighing heavily on her mind. Song Zi fell into a particularly deep slumber that night, entering a dream that transported her back 3 summers ago. She found herself at the seaside, where she had once fallen into the water. Overwhelmed by the crashing waves that engulfed her, desperately, she called for help, but the relentless tide surged and filled her mouth, threatening to drown her. In that moment of utter despair, she heard a splash. Strong arms pulled her from the depths, battling the waves as they swam toward the shore. The scene mirrored her memories perfectly. In her recollection, it had been Mu Yuchuan who had saved her. From that moment on, she had developed feelings for him. Yet in this dream, from an external perspective, she clearly saw the face of the man who rescued her. His striking, chiseled features were unmistakably those of Lu Yinqing. At that moment, Lu Yinqing's powerful arms wrapped around her waist, propelling them through the tumultuous waves toward safety. He carried her ashore, his dark attire clinging to his form, droplets of water glistening on his handsome face. His ink-black eyes were filled with panic as he gazed down at her, who had lost consciousness from lack of air. Song Zi. Seeing her unresponsive, a rare expression of fear crossed Lu Yinqing's typically composed features. This was the second time Song Zi witnessed Lu Yinqing in a state of distress. The first had been during her previous life when she lay in a pool of blood, Observing the same look of helplessness on his face, he pressed his hands together, firmly applying pressure to her chest. "Song Ziyi, awaken," he urged, his voice low and urgent. He continued to administer CPR with a fervor that belied his usual calm demeanor. After several attempts, the unconscious girl finally expelled water from her lungs. Lu Yinqing exhaled in relief, the tension in his jaw easing just slightly. He draped his soaked suit jacket over her shoulders and carried her, stumbling toward the hospital. Once at the hospital, after the doctor confirmed her condition was stable, Lu Yinqing felt a weight lift from his chest. Just then, his phone rang, and glancing back at the young girl in the hospital bed, he lowered the volume and stepped outside to take the call. It was at this moment that Mu Yuchuan entered the room. As Song Ziyi slowly opened her eyes, she met his gaze and, with a faint smile, whispered, "Thank you, I will repay you." When Lu Yinqing returned from the call, he found Mu Yuchuan standing by Song Ziyi's bedside, and she was smiling at him. The wave of crimson washed over Lu Yinqing's eyes as he turned away, pressing his back against the wall, before dragging his heavy, stiff legs away. The next morning, upon awakening from her dream, Song Ziyi sat bewildered on her soft bed. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her pale shoulders. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken all these years. She had misidentified her savior and had foolishly embarked on a misguided relationship with Mu Yuchuan in her previous life. Believing Mu Yuchuan to be her rescuer, she had drawn close to him out of gratitude. She had committed countless foolish acts, even mistaking his proposal as a sign of affection. After their marriage, her mother's hard-earned wealth became Mu Yuchuan's possession, ultimately leading to her mother's demise and the tragic loss of her own child. How could she have been so foolish? Tears streamed down her face as she buried her head in her hands. Determined, she picked up her phone and dialed Lu Yinqing's number, which was answered almost immediately. "Ziyi, what is it?" Song Ziyi struggled to suppress her sobs, but the man sensed her distress. "Ziyi, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" His deep, sensual voice was tense with concern. "Lu Yinqing, I want to see you," she managed to choke out, her voice soft and trembling. "Are you available?" "Yes," he replied. "Where shall we meet?" "At my house." Wiping her tear-stained face, she urged, "You need to come quickly." "Understood," he said, his voice low and soothing. "I will be there soon. Wait for me at home." His voice was enticing and smooth, sending a shiver down her spine. She felt a flutter of anticipation in her heart. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Li residence. Alas, it is all over. The fruits of my labor, painstakingly cultivated over the better part of my life, have been utterly destroyed by you. Li Diren glared fiercely at Li Na, his voice seething with rage. "Get out. The greatest regret of my life is having brought forth a daughter like you. If it weren't for you, my company would not have gone bankrupt, nor would it be drowning in debt." His eyes blazed with fury, and he lamented, "My company was on the verge of securing funding. I could have made a fortune from this deal. It is all lost, all lost." As he spoke, a hint of madness crept into his tone. With bloodshot eyes, he brandished a golf club menacingly at Li Na, shouting, "Get out. Just leave." Li Na's face bore the marks of his wrath, her body bruised and battered, each step a painful reminder of her suffering. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pleaded, "Dad, are you really going to abandon me? You are all I have left. Leave me alone. Just seeing you infuriates me," Li Diren shouted, raising the golf club and striking her back with a forceful blow. "Ah, it hurts." Li Na curled up in agony, desperately trying to evade him. I'm going, all right." Thus, she limped away from her home, and no sooner had she stepped outside than her phone rang, a call from the academic office of the university. "Li Na, due to your actions, you have been expelled from the University of the capital. You are no longer a student here. Your enrollment has been terminated. Please come to collect your belongings tomorrow." "Teacher," before she could finish, the call abruptly ended. Staring blankly at her phone, she felt her world collapse. It was over, utterly over. Her academic standing was gone, her innocence shattered, her family in ruins, and her father had disowned her. All of this because of that vile Song Shuawei. If it weren't for her deceit, claiming to be the daughter of the Song family, how could Li Na have misjudged her and crossed paths with the true heiress of the Song clan? Song Shuawei, hatred surged within Li Na's heart. If she was to suffer, so too would that wretched woman. Meanwhile, Lu Yinqing's car sped down the road, arriving at the Song residence a mere 10 minutes later. At that moment, Song Shuhui had already prepared breakfast for Song Zi before attending to business matters, leaving only Song Zi, Lu Yinqing, and the household staff in the villa. "Where is Miss Song?" Lu Yinqing inquired as he hurried into the villa. "The young lady is in her bedroom," replied the maid. "She has not left her room since waking up this morning, and she hasn't touched the meal prepared by Madame. It seems she is in low spirits." I see Lu Yinqing's brow furrowed, the chiseled lines of his jaw tightening as he strode purposefully towards Song Zi's bedroom. The moment he pushed open the door, his heart sank at the sight before him. The young woman sat curled up in a light pink camisole nightgown, her delicate arms wrapped around her knees, burying her face in her lap, a picture of vulnerability. Her frail figure radiated helplessness. Upon hearing the noise, she lifted her tear-filled, dark eyes to meet his gaze, her porcelain-like face marred by streaks of tears, exuding a fragile beauty that made her appear like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. In that instant, Lu Yinqing felt as though his heart was gripped tightly, leaving him breathless. His heart bled for her, and he envisioned tearing apart Li Na and her father, relishing the thought of making them pay for their transgressions. "Zi," he murmured, his pace slowing as he approached her, his tone softening considerably, as if fearing to disturb her. "Are you dreaming of yesterday's events?" He could not bear to witness her tears. Each drop felt like acid, corroding his heart, filling him with an icy rage. "Lu Yinqing," she sobbed, leaning forward and enveloping him tightly in her arms, her slender, delicate limbs clutching around his muscular waist, burying her face in his chest. In that moment, his dark eyes widened in surprise, caught off guard by her gesture. He hesitantly raised a hand, gently stroking her silky hair. "Those who have wronged you will pay dearly. It's all over now. From now on, I will assign bodyguards to protect you and ensure that you suffer no further harm." His voice softened. Imbued with tenderness, he continued to soothe her, brushing his fingers through her hair. "Lu Yinqing," she whimpered, lifting her tear-stained eyes to him, "you were the one who saved me at the beach 3 years ago, weren't you?" Startled, he replied, "Why do you ask this now? I simply want to know if it was you or not." She insisted, her eyes glistening with tears, her nose reddened from crying, evoking deep sympathy. Chapter 19. Do not cry, he will hurt for you. Do not see or why. Lu Yinqing's long fingers gently caressed her soft hair. "Yes, it was me. Then why didn't you tell me?" Song Zi's tearful gaze fixed on him. "I mistakenly believed that Mu Yuchuan was my savior. If I had known it was you, I would not have pursued him." Lu Yinqing's sensuous lips pressed together as he responded in a hushed tone. "I did not wish to leverage my kindness for gratitude. I did not want you to feel obligated to me, to expect your affection in return." His deep, dark eyes bore into hers. "That kind of emotional debt is something I do not require." He wished for her feelings towards him to be genuine and untainted by any sense of obligation, free from the burdens of societal expectations. "You?" Song Zi bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. "But I should have the right to know. Because of your silence, I have been misled for so long, entangled in the wrong matters." His solemn gaze met hers. "I am sorry." He gently wiped away the tears that had fallen from her reddened eyes. "It is my fault. Please, stop crying." Her tears pierced his heart. He felt responsible for her pain. At that moment, he wished to inflict 1,000 punishments upon himself for causing her such distress. "It is all your fault, all your mistake." Song Zi pounded her fists against his chest, tears streaming down her face. After venting her emotions, she realized she might have overstepped. He had saved her life. Yet she had neither expressed gratitude nor acknowledged his sacrifice, instead blaming him. "I suppose it is my fault." Causing Zi to shed these precious tears, he sighed. "You can strike or scold me as you wish, just as long as you stop crying." Startled, Song Zi lifted her eyes to meet his gaze, her tear-streaked face resembling a pitiful little rabbit that had suffered an injustice. "Lu Yinqing, I am sorry. I should not have spoken to you like that." "You're right," he conceded. "I should have informed you. You have the right to know." Yet, even if given the chance to start anew, he would still choose silence. He desired her feelings to be pure, untainted by any sense of indebtedness, and he did not want to become a shackle binding her to a promise she did not wish to fulfill. "Lu Yinqing," she murmured, her damp, almond-shaped eyes gazing at him, longing to say something. But the words that came forth were, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Caught off guard, he replied, I have not." Wiping her tears with her small hands, she asked, "Will you accompany me for a meal?" Her tone was soft and inviting, like a gentle plea. Liu Yinqing found himself unable to resist. All right. The two sat together at the dining table, where the maid had heated the breakfast prepared by Song Shuhui. Liu Yinqing pulled out a chair and took a seat opposite Song Ziyi. This is the crystal shrimp dumpling my mother made. The skin is very thin, and the filling is exquisite. Would you like to try one? She picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks, leaning forward to offer it to him. Liu Yinqing opened his mouth slightly. Sure. She was feeding him, an act that made him ponder whether her kindness stemmed from his previous rescue. Hoping to treat him with the same warmth she had shown to Mu Yuchuan, a bittersweet feeling washed over him as he witnessed her joy in feeding him. After he savored the dumpling, she smiled brightly. Isn't it delicious? My mother is quite skilled. Indeed, it is quite good, he replied, wiping his lips gently with a napkin. Try this one too. She picked up a crab roe bun. This one has a soft skin and a fresh filling. My mother usually uses the crab roe from Yangqing lake crabs. Liu Yinqing opened his mouth to take a bite. The man consumed his food with an elegance reminiscent of the European nobility of the Middle Ages, genteel, poised, and exuding an air of restraint. Song Ziyi found herself unable to resist stealing a few more glances at him. In truth, there was no need for such formality. After savoring a crab yolk bun, Liu Yinqing pursed his lips and spoke. What? The young girl took a generous bite of the bun, her cheeks stuffed to capacity, as her round, upward-turned eyes gazed at him innocently. You needn't feel obliged to treat me this way simply because I rescued you. Liu Yinqing's deep, magnetic voice flowed steadily. There is certainly no necessity for you to harbor any thoughts of gratitude. I do not require it. Henceforth, there is no need for such gestures. You owe me nothing. With that, the man stood up. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. As he departed, his tall, upright figure gradually vanished from Song Ziyi's sight. She swallowed the bun in her mouth, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, she had entertained the notion of repaying Liu Yinqing's kindness. Was he not upset? His expression had not been particularly pleasant when he left. Unable to fathom the reason behind it, she chose to dismiss the thought. Having gone hungry the entire night, her stomach was yearning for sustenance. She needed to eat more. After breakfast, Song Ziyi arrived at school in a private car. Within the school grounds, a fellow student, upon seeing her, couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, Song Ziyi, your outfit is simply stunning. Where did you buy it? Indeed, your attire is identical to the latest summer collection from Chanel. And that bag, it's also a summer replica from Chanel? Where did you acquire it? It looks remarkably authentic. Absolutely. It matches perfectly with what I saw in the boutique. Z, please share the link with us. We promise not to tell anyone. Several female classmates gathered around Song Ziyi, whispering eagerly. Such a convincing imitation could easily pass for the real deal. If we could procure such quality replicas, who would squander their money on the genuine article? I do not have a link. Song Ziyi replied gently. This was purchased at the boutique. It is genuine. Upon hearing this, the classmates scoffed. You can fool others with that tale, but not us. We're all classmates. We know each other too well. We aren't mocking you for buying fakes. What's wrong with sharing the link? Don't be so stingy. Good things are meant to be shared. Song Ziyi felt somewhat exasperated. I am not lying. It is indeed authentic. With that, she stood up to leave. In this day and age, even her honesty was being mistaken for deception. Observing her departing figure, the classmates sneered. Who does she think she is? Acting so high and mighty. Exactly. We wouldn't ridicule her for buying fakes, yet she insists on claiming it's real. Who doesn't know she's a sponsored student? How laughable. Chapter 20. She is a false heiress. Putting on a facade of grandeur, the female students mocked Song Ziyi's retreating silhouette. Yet, if only they could obtain that link. Indeed, it is a pity she refuses to share her treasures with us. As Song Ziyi walked further into the school, she was suddenly met with a cacophony of noise, sharp cries and angry shouts. Not far ahead, it seemed a commotion had erupted, with a throng of students gathered tightly, 3 layers deep, creating an impenetrable barrier. Song Ziyi, lacking any inclination for gossip, intended to leave, but a voice from within the crowd captivated her attention. Song Shuawei, you wretched creature. You are nothing but a fraud. This piercing voice bore a striking resemblance to Linnaeus. Song Ziyi halted in her tracks, turning back to push her way through the crowd for a closer look. At the center of the throng, with a disheveled and haggard appearance, Li Na was gripping Song Shuawei's hair, her expression twisted in fury. Song Shuawei, her well-maintained locks being mercilessly yanked, sported a meticulously crafted visage now contorted in distress. She resembled a fragile willow swaying in the wind, utterly defenseless against Li Na's assault. Li Na, I do not comprehend why you are behaving this way. Were we not good friends? Bah! Li Na spat vehemently. Her gaze darkened with rage fixed on Song Shuawei. Who ever considered you a friend? Song Shuawei, you vile wretch. You have utterly ruined me. My life is in shambles because of you. As she spoke, Li Na raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Song Shuawei's fair cheek, the sharp sound echoing as Song Shuawei's face reddened with pain, swelling from the force of the blow. Song Ziyi observed the unfolding drama with a certain amusement. Just moments ago, the two had seemed inseparable, and now, witnessing their fallout was oddly satisfying. Li Na, why are you treating me this way? Song Shuawei clutched her face. Sorrow etched across her features, her incredulous gaze fixed on Li Na. In the face of Li Na's ferocity, she appeared as a pitiful, delicate kitten. Li Na, what madness has possessed you? Can we not converse civilly? From within the crowd, some classmates expressed their sympathy for Song Shuawei. Weren't you and Shuawei the best of friends? What on earth has happened? Li Na's previous adoration for Song Shuawei had been evident to all. When Song Shuawei was thirsty, Li Na would rush to fetch her a glass of water, adding a few goji berries for good measure. When Song Shuawei felt hungry, Li Na would dart to the shop to buy her snacks and treats. If Song Shuawei's shoelaces came undone, Li Na would be the first to kneel down and tie them. Many had dubbed Li Na as Song Shuawei's #1 lackey. Yet now, the devoted follower had turned against her. Transforming into a bitter adversary? Let me enlighten you. Li Na exclaimed furiously, because Song Shuawei is nothing but a fraud. She deceived us, claiming to be the heiress of the Song group, but in reality, she is nothing more than. How dare you speak such nonsense, Li Na? How could you humiliate me in such a manner? Song Shuawei's complexion paled as she raised her voice above Li Na's. Who told you such things that you would become like this? Or have you been threatened by someone, compelled to treat me this way, coerced into uttering these words? Li Na glared at Song Shuawei in disbelief. Even now, you still attempt to feign innocence. It is only now that I realize I have never truly known the real Song Shuawei. Li Na, please, do not act this way. We can still be friends. Song Shuawei pleaded, her voice soft and trembling. Stop your charade. You are nothing but a deceiver. All this time, you have been lying to me, pretending to be the virtuous one. Li Na suddenly recalled something. Last time, when you deliberately spoke those words in front of me, you were using me, weren't you? And no, you cannot think that of me. Song Shuawei's beautiful eyes glistened with helpless tears, her expression one of wounded sorrow. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, what has triggered Li Na's outburst? Indeed, Li Na has gone mad this early in the day. How unfortunate for Song Shuawei to have such a volatile friend. We should keep our distance from Li Na. Her mental state is quite concerning. The surrounding students cast disdainful glances at Li Na, their expressions sharp as knives piercing her back. She felt as though she had been stabbed repeatedly. Li Na realized what it meant to be defenseless in the face of public opinion. Despite her righteousness, the crowd rallied around Song Shuawei, their sympathies directed solely at her. The more Li Na contemplated, the more her skin crawled with dread, and she shuddered as she ignored the murmurs surrounding her. You used me as a pawn against Song Ziyi. How could you be so cruel, Song Shuawei? Li Na trembled with rage, her crimson eyes locked onto Song Shuawei, wishing to tear her apart. You wretched creature! You have destroyed my life, ruined everything. I will not let this stand. With that, Li Na lunged forward, seizing Song Shuawei by the throat. Ugh! Help! Song Shuawei gasped, her face paling, her vision dimming. She appeared both delicate and pitiful. Heavens! Li Na has lost her mind. She intends to kill. Quick, someone intervene. Do not act rashly. We should inform the instructor. If we rush in, we might be her next target. Among the students, none dared to intervene as they recoiled, fearful that the unstable Li Na would lash out indiscriminately. Song Zi found the spectacle amusing. Indeed, witnessing their chaotic confrontation was far more entertaining than any television drama. In the midst of the pandemonium, a panicked student dialed the instructor's number. At that moment, Song Shuawei was pinned to the ground, gasping for breath under Li Na's grip, until a tall figure emerged from behind Li Na. delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling away. Mu Yuchuan. With tear-filled eyes, Song Shuawei gazed up at Mu Yuchuan, her pale face looking fragile and pitiful, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. "Are you all right?" Mu Yuchuan asked, concern etched across his features as he helped her up from the ground. "I am fine." Song Shuawei shook her head gently, her fragile form nestled against Mu Yuchuan's chest. "Thank goodness you came. I was so scared." "Do not fear, Shuawei. I am here to protect you." A surge of protective instinct welled up within Mu Yuchuan. Despite the recent misunderstandings between them, she was still carrying his child, and he would do everything in his power to ensure their safety. Elena, having been kicked to the side, coughed up blood. Her face twisted in a grimace. Mu Yuchuan, do you not realize that Song Shuawei is a fraud? Song Shuawei is nothing but a fake. Before Li Na could finish her statement, the instructor and police hurried towards them. Chapter 21. Her family went bankrupt quickly. The arriving officers saw the scene and swiftly pulled Li Na away. "Is this Li Na?" the lead officer inquired sternly. "Indeed." The instructor rushed over, his expression grave. "I never imagined this student would stoop so low. Let go of me. It was Song Shuawei who ruined my life. If anyone should be arrested, it should be her." With delicate fingers, Song Shuawei wiped the tears from her face, her gentle and innocent visage marred by streaks of sorrow. She gazed at the ferocious Li Na and lamented. "Li Na, I considered you my closest confidant, yet you have treated me this way. Where have I wronged you? Your actions truly sadden me. You wretched girl, cease your feigned innocence. If it were not for you, I would not be in this state. I have lost everything, all because of you. It is the end. Ha ha ha, it's all over." Li Na sneered as she struggled. "Officer, it appears Li Na has truly lost her mind," Mu Yuchuan remarked darkly from the side. "Such a person can only bring harm to society. Officers, you should take her away at once." The police swiftly placed silver handcuffs around Li Na's slender wrists, their expressions stern. "Come with us." "No, I have not yet avenged myself. Song Shuawei, you will face retribution for this." "And you, Mu Yuchuan, do you truly believe you have married something precious? You will regret this." "Ha ha ha ha," Li Na screamed, her laughter echoing as she was forcibly led away. What could have caused Li Na to become like this? She must have experienced some severe shock. It's truly frightening. I heard that the Li family has gone bankrupt. Perhaps this incident has affected her deeply. Song Shuawei is pitiful. She was nearly strangled by Li Na. As they watched Li Na's departing figure, the crowd began to murmur. The instructor stepped forward, stating, "Given Li Na's actions off campus, which severely violate our school's regulations, she has been expelled and her student status is no longer associated with our institution. From now on, whether she is detained or released, it has nothing to do with us. Rest assured, we will enhance security measures to prevent her from entering the campus again." The instructor's reassurances calmed the crowd. The spectacle had come to an end, and people began to disperse, including the instructor. Having witnessed the drama, Song Zi was about to leave when Mu Yuchuan suddenly called out to her. "Song Zi, was today's incident orchestrated by you?" Mu Yuchuan's voice was cold, his handsome face darkened. Song Zi turned, her deep, dark eyes mocking as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Are you unwell? Why do you cast such baseless accusations my way? Be careful, I might sue you for defamation." "Defamation?" Mu Yuchuan glared at Song Zi, cradling the frail Song Shuawei in his arms. "Only you and Shuawei have a troubled relationship. You envy her status as the Song family's daughter. Resent her for being with me, and for winning my heart, so you incited Li Na against her." "Song Zi, how did I not see your malice before?" Song Zi replied. "It seems you are throwing accusations from the comfort of your own home. Since you believe I am guilty, feel free to report me to the authorities." She shrugged helplessly. "What are you barking about? You are merely making baseless claims out of your own frustration. Your impotent rage is quite distasteful." With a cold glance at Mu Yuchuan, she shot a knowing look at Song Shuawei before turning to leave. She still had her own score to settle with Mu Yuchuan from her past life. Now that she understood Mu Yuchuan was not her savior, she felt no need to be lenient. Mu Yuchuan, she would take her time with him. After Song Zi departed, Mu Yuchuan was filled with indignation. How had he not recognized her wickedness sooner? "Shuawei, I will thoroughly investigate Li Na's actions. Once I uncover that Song Zi was behind this, I shall not let her escape unscathed," Mu Yuchuan vowed to Song Shuawei. Uncertain of how Li Na had discovered her true identity, Song Shuawei knew she could not withstand scrutiny. She clung to Mu Yuchuan's arm, saying, Yuchuan, I believe Zi. I trust she is not behind this. You are simply too kind and naive, Mu Yuchuan sighed. Yuchuan, you were so brave today, protecting me. You looked so handsome. Song Shuawei gazed at him shyly, her gentle eyes filled with focus and affection, her delicate face radiating softness. You do not hold any grudges against me, do you? Since the incident at Lady Lu's banquet when Mu Yuchuan had been humiliated, they had been in a cold war. He had been blaming himself. Yet, she too was a victim of circumstance, unable to act on her own. Just when she had been pondering how to mend their relationship, Li Na had inadvertently provided her with an opportunity. With a helpless expression, Mu Yuchuan playfully tapped Song Shuawei's pert nose. I only fault you for being too soft-hearted. This matter has passed. Let us pretend it never happened. After all, you are carrying my child, and I cannot bear to be at odds with the mother of my child. Can I? Yuchuan, I knew you would treat me the best. Song Shuawei stood on her tiptoes to kiss Mu Yuchuan's handsome face. You, if it were not for the child, I would truly make it so you could not get out of bed. Mu Yuchuan gritted his teeth. Would you really? Song Shuawei shot him a playful glance. You are impossible. Mu Yuchuan sighed, suddenly recalling something. Although we have registered our marriage, we have yet to hold a wedding. I will look for an auspicious date, and when it is chosen, you should inform your mother to attend our ceremony. Once the date is set, I will also invite my parents from abroad back home for a family dinner. Song Shuawei's expression stiffened slightly. Could she persuade Song Shuhui to attend her wedding? She would need to devise a way to try. This matter was not urgent. It required careful selection of an appropriate time. As for my mother, she needs some time to accept us, Song Shuhui said. Very well, Mu Yuchuan nodded. After attending a class, Song Zi overheard the group of girls surrounding Song Shuawei exclaiming in awe, Oh my, Shuawei, you are so amazing. Your serialized comic has garnered so many fans. It's not a big deal, Song Shuawei replied with a gentle smile. I just didn't expect my comic to be so well received. I never imagined I could earn a little pocket money from it. Let me see how much you've earned. My goodness, daily earnings of 20,000. The girls squealed in excitement. Chapter 22. She is a goddess. Shuawei, you are simply extraordinary. What window has the heavens opened for you? This is a daily income of 20,000. Indeed, how many toil for a month without earning that much? You have achieved it in just one day. The crowd gazed at Song Shuawei with admiration. Her success bringing her immense gratification. It's not a big deal. My editor mentioned this is just the beginning. As the chapters of my comic increase, the daily earnings will rise as well. Song Shuawei smiled warmly. Her demeanor calm and composed. I am not in need of money. This will serve as my spending money. I'll treat you all to milk tea, she declared, ordering through her phone. Shuawei, I adore you. You are my goddess. Not far away, Mu Yuchuan approached, his gaze softening as he looked at Song Shuawei. Shuawei, I saw your post on social media. I had no idea my wife was such a remarkable talent, a comic genius at such a young age. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently drifted to Song Zi, who sat in the back of the classroom. She had her head lowered, diligently sketching on her tablet, her expression intensely focused. Her long, dark hair framed a porcelain white. Exquisite face, radiating an ethereal beauty that was breathtaking. In contrast, the pregnant Song Shuawei appeared somewhat haggard. Next to Song Zi's striking beauty, Song Shuawei's appearance seemed almost plain, like lukewarm water. Yet, Mu Yuchuan quickly shook off such thoughts. How could a sponsored student from a humble background like Song Zi compare to Shuawei? Shuawei was the daughter of the Song family, with a prestigious status that could bring great advantages to the Mu family. Moreover, she was a comic deity with immense popularity, and her future prospects were bright. A comic with such high acclaim would surely lead to publications, adaptations, and even cinematic renditions. At that time, Shuawei had become a prominent figure in the comic industry. With wealth flowing in abundantly, the woman of both fame and talent, she was indeed the only one worthy of standing by his side. And what did Song Zi possess, aside from her lovely visage? She was utterly devoid of merit. Mu Yuchuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Song Shuawei, speaking earnestly. Yuchuan, the editor just told me, Song Shuawei exclaimed, eagerly picking up her phone to show him. Look, the editor sent me a message saying that my work needs to fill out publication forms and film adaptation materials. The editor said they would do their utmost to help me create my personal IP. Shuawei, you are simply remarkable. Mu Yuchuan gazed at Song Shuawei with delight, affirming, my wife is indeed outstanding. Around them, A chorus of admiration and envy erupted, showering her with compliments. In such a cacophonous environment, Song Zi felt her ears ache from the noise, which disrupted her creative flow. She stowed away her tablet into her bag and rose, her expression cold as she departed. After her exit, Song Shuowei's followers could not help but mock her with laughter. Look, Song Zi has cracked under pressure. She must be leaving out of jealousy for Shuowei. Indeed, after all, Shuowei is the daughter of the Song family, raised as a cherished princess, while Song Zi hails from a humble background as a scholarship student. No matter how hard she struggles, she can never match Shuowei's starting point. Shuowei is also exceptionally talented. Even her casual sketches garner countless fans and wealth. And what does Song Zi have? Of course, she is envious, I must tell you. Song Zi is quite despicable. When Shuowei was drawing comics, Song Zi attempted to outdo her by drawing comics too. She's merely a copycat, constantly in competition with Shuowei, relishing in female rivalry. Yet, she doesn't let anyone see her work, probably because she knows it's subpar and fears embarrassment. Moreover, she is particularly vain. In recent days, she has been wearing high-quality knockoffs. When I asked her where she bought her clothes, thinking they looked good, I wanted to buy a set myself, considering my family circumstances are not as favorable as Shuowei's. But to my surprise, Song Zi, in her vanity, claimed that her clothes were genuine. I wouldn't ridicule her for wearing fakes. There's no shame in admitting it. Yet, she insists on calling the fakes real. It's truly laughable. Song Shuowei smiled gently. Everyone, let's not speak ill of others behind their backs. Song Zi is quite competitive, so it's understandable. We should show her some compassion. Shuowei, how insightful you are. Her classmates looked at Song Shuowei with admiration, their eyes filled with respect and adoration. According to her agreement with Lu Yanqing, Song Zi arrived at the Lu family's villa to meet him, nestled in the heart of the capital, where every inch of land is precious. The villa boasted an exorbitant price of 80,000 per square meter, situated in a luxurious compound named Yungong Biyuan. Upon arriving, Song Zi alighted from her car and spotted a tall, elegant man standing on the second floor of the villa. Their eyes met, and Song Zi smiled softly at him before making her way inside. By the time she entered, Lu Yanqing had already descended, accompanying her as they moved deeper into the villa. Do you live here with your parents? Song Zi inquired. No, I live alone, Lu Yanqing replied, his voice low and resonant, akin to the soothing sound of a cello. Be careful, watch your step. Song Zi glanced down, realizing that without his timely warning, she might have stumbled. Your villa is exquisitely decorated, she remarked with a light chuckle. Lu Yanqing smiled slightly. It's quite nice. He led her to the study on the second floor. Let's study here today. He pulled out an office chair, gesturing for her to sit beside him. The decor of his office embraced a cool color palette dominated by gray tones, exuding lavishness yet possessing a cold, unwelcoming air. Song Zi thought that perhaps next time she should bring him a small gift. All right, she agreed, taking her seat, aligning herself alongside him. He patiently answered her questions, and over the past few days of learning from him, Song Zi had gained invaluable insights into company operations, management, and the pitfalls often encountered in commercial contracts. Knowledge is born of practice, Lu Yanqing stated. I will provide you with a few case studies as assignments. Once you complete them, bring them to me for review. Understood. Song Zi nodded obediently. After a brief moment away, Lu Yanqing returned with a bottle of juice, handing it to Song Zi. This juice brand, she recalled fondly. It was my favorite when I was in elementary school. However, it ceased production due to business issues. Surprised that such a long time had passed and the company was still making juice, she felt a wave of nostalgia. What's the matter? Don't you like it? His deep gaze fixed upon her bright, delicate face. Not at all, she shook her head, inserting the straw into the bottle. I really like it. Thank you. Then let us continue our studies, Lu Yanqing suggested. Seated closely together, their breaths mingled, each aware of the other's presence. For Lu Yanqing, the faint scent of roses from Song Zi was a delicate and sweet fragrance. Do you understand this? He asked, turning to meet her gaze. At that moment, their faces were nearly touching, and he could distinctly see the fine, translucent fuzz on her porcelain-like skin, which radiated an ethereal glow in the sunlight. Her complexion was flawless, reminiscent of a perfectly peeled egg, exuding a lustrous sheen akin to fine porcelain. Lu Yanqing's throat tightened silently as he gazed deeply into her eyes, allowing his attention to drift to her luscious lips, which resembled petals, inviting and tantalizing as he scrutinized her. Song Zi too found herself captivated by him. Their eyes locked almost intimately close. A mere movement could bridge the distance. In that instant, she felt her heart race. And a wave of warmth crept across her cheeks. I understand, she murmured, subtly pulling back, her voice soft and delicate. Liu Yinqing averted his gaze. Well, let us conclude today's lesson. It's getting late. All right, Song Zi hastily gathered her materials. Her heart still pounding like thunder. Frustration bubbled within her at her own flustered state. Would you like to have dinner together? Liu Yinqing suggested, lips pressed together. No, thank you, I'll eat at home, she replied. Her cheeks still flushed, lowering her voice as she spoke. Very well, he said, his dark eyes dimming momentarily. He accompanied her downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, Song Zi noticed a woman clad in black, with a high ponytail and an air of icy elegance, standing tall as if a sharp blade poised for action. This is my bodyguard, Liu Yinqing introduced. She is a trained shadow guard from the Liu family, exceptional in every aspect. With her around, your safety is assured. Hello, Miss Song, Liu greeted, her gaze cool and robotic as she acknowledged Song Zi before turning her attention elsewhere, maintaining a poised and upright posture. With her here, you need not worry about your safety any longer. Liu Yinqing reassured her. Of course, she will maintain a distance of about 200 meters from you, ensuring it won't interfere with your daily life. Thank you, Liu Yinqing. Song Zi smiled back at him, feeling a sense of calm that he always provided. Not at all, he replied, his dark eyes lingering on her. It's time to head home. Song Zi nodded, following Liu as they got into the car bound for the Song residence. Inside, Liu's keen gaze scanned the surroundings, alert for any potential dangers. You don't need to be so tense, Song Zi said softly, seated beside her. Relax a bit, will you? All right, Liu acquiesced, her demeanor easing as she confirmed the area was safe. Feeling a bit bored during the ride, Song Zi initiated a casual conversation. What kind of work did you do before? Bodyguard, shadow guard, Liu replied succinctly. Do you share the surname Liu because of a familial connection to Liu Yinqing? Song Zi inquired. No, Liu clarified. I was orphaned as a child and was adopted by the Liu family, taking on their surname. When she was bullied by other adopted children in the Liu household, it was Liu Yinqing who took her in, teaching her martial arts and various self-defense techniques. He was her benefactor, and she owed him unwavering loyalty. Now, she has become Miss Song's bodyguard, which means she will be utterly loyal to her. Is that so? Song Zi gently patted Liu's shoulder and added, from now on, you will stay with me at my home, and you can consider me your good friend. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Song Zi extended her hand to Liu in a gesture of friendship. Liu gazed at Song Zi in confusion. Friends? She had never had any friends throughout her life. Hesitantly, Liu reached out her hand. And in the next moment, the girl grasped her hand with a sweet smile, saying, when we get home, I shall prepare a bedroom for you. You must try the culinary skills of my family's chef. The blueberry pancakes she bakes are absolutely delicious. There's also durian millefeuille and chocolate Oreo lava cake, all of which are exquisite. Some of her dishes, like spicy lamb spine, big plate chicken, and her grilled barbecue, are delightful as well. With a playful smile, Song Zi added, tonight, I will ask the chef to prepare extra. All right, Liu responded, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Song Zi's enthusiasm. Until now, she had been enduring rigorous training every day. Surrounded by stern individuals, this was the first time someone had treated her with such warmth. For a moment, she felt a bit lost. Soon, the car arrived at the Song family's villa. Mom, I have brought home a new friend today, Song Zi announced cheerfully. At that moment, Song Shuhui had just finished work. Ever since the incident involving Song Zi, she had been diligently maximizing her work hours during the day to free up more time to accompany her daughter in the evenings. During this period, she had also been on the lookout for bodyguards for her daughter, but despite her efforts, she had yet to find a satisfactory candidate. Zi, who is this? Song Shuhui, dressed in comfortable home attire, approached with a smile. Dang dang dang, Song Zi spread her hands to introduce Liu. Mom, this is Liu, the bodyguard chosen by Liu Yinqing for me, and of course, my new friend. She will be accompanying me from now on. I was just worried about what kind of bodyguard to choose for you, Song Shuhui replied with a smile. Yinqing has already found a reliable one for you. This child is truly dependable. Hello, Auntie, Liu said, standing tall in her fitted black attire, her gaze sharp and her expression serious. Hello, Song Shui responded with a smile. You haven't eaten yet, have you? The food is ready in the kitchen. You two should wash your hands and come to the table. Luan, I've prepared a guest room for you. Would it be all right for you to stay in the room on the second floor facing the morning sun? It's a bit more spacious. Song Shui suggested. That's perfectly fine, Luan replied. No need to go to any trouble. I can stay anywhere. I'll have you rooming next to Ziyi, so you can keep each other company. Song Shui smiled, then stood up to go upstairs and make preparations. Song Ziyi and Luan proceeded to the dining room, and soon, steaming dishes were brought to the table. Young miss, the sweet and sour fish is ready. The spicy lamb spine is also done. Here is the charcoal grilled leg of lamb, and this is the seafood ginseng soup. Before long, Song Shui came downstairs. Luan, Auntie has laid out a new quilt and mattress for you. They have been aired out and are quite soft. I've also prepared a new toothbrush, cup, slippers, and bath towel. All brand new. I hope you like them, but if not, Auntie can buy you new ones, Song Shui said. Sitting across from Luan with a smile, Luan was taken aback by the warmth and attentiveness of Miss Song and her mother. Thank you, Auntie. I'm fine with everything, she replied. She was just a bodyguard. Yet they treated her with such kindness. Her heart felt a bit warmer as she envied Miss Song for having such a wonderful mother, a good background, and a caring Lu Yinqing. During dinner, everyone chatted and laughed, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the evening, Song Ziyi went to her mother's study. Mom, please don't work too late, Donamem, Song Shui replied. Removing her metal-framed glasses from her nose, she rubbed her eyes and smiled at Song Ziyi. It's getting late. You should rest early and not stay up too late. Song Shui felt a pang of emotion as her eyes grew misty. It was evident how much hardship and effort she had invested to carve out her place in this business empire amidst a sea of men. For the sake of the Song family, she had been burning the midnight oil every night, developing dark circles under her eyes, yet she admonished herself not to stay up late. Song Ziyi stepped forward. Mom, I've learned some management skills from Lu Yinqing that I can assist you. How about you delegate some of the simpler tasks to me? Once I complete them, you can gradually assign me more challenging responsibilities. I want to help lighten your load. My daughter has truly grown up. Song Shui smiled gently. But you still have university to attend. Do you have enough time? Will handling the company's trivial matters interfere with your studies? Mom, I can manage. You can rest assured, Song Ziyi assured her. All right, take these and complete them tomorrow. It's quite late tonight. Make sure to rest well. Song Shui handed her a few documents. Okay. Mom, you should also rest early and remember to take your medicine. Your health is the most important, Song Ziyi reminded her with concern. All right, Song Shui replied with a contented smile. The next morning, Song Ziyi rose at 5 o'clock to begin working on the documents. For her, this was not difficult at all. Once she finished, she organized both the printed and digital versions of the documents and placed them on her mother's desk in the study before heading to wake Luan for breakfast. However, to her surprise, Luan was not in her room. Song Ziyi spotted Luan in the villa's courtyard, engaged in physical training amidst the morning DW. Luan's movements were powerful and vigorous, each action exuding strength. Muscles rippled slightly in her arms. Despite her slender frame, her movements were no less impressive than those of a burly man. Luan, breakfast is ready, Song Ziyi called with a smile. Okay, Luan replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she joined Song Ziyi for breakfast. After school today, I'll accompany you to the mall to buy some clothes. Every girl should wear something vibrant, Song Ziyi suggested, offering her a small dumpling. No need. This is fine for me. It's more convenient for protecting you, Luan replied. But I don't face danger all the time. You can't wear black sportswear all the time just for my sake? Song Ziyi countered with a smile. Just trust me, she added playfully. After breakfast, Song Ziyi shouldered her backpack and prepared to head to school. Luan accompanied her, as Lu Yinqing had arranged for Lu and to attend the same school for the sake of convenience. As they arrived in class, they noticed a crowd gathered around Song Shui, who was receiving compliments from her classmates. Shui, you're amazing. At such a young age, you've achieved such success with your first comic. Not only have you made money, but you've also gained fame and even published it. When your book comes out, remember to sign it for us. I want a personalized autograph. I want one too. The classmates excitedly surrounded Song Shui. The editor said a strong film company wants to buy the rights to my comic. Song Shui smiled, but the offer is too low. Only 4 million. I'm not keen to sign just yet. I want to see if a higher-paying company comes along. 4 million. The classmates gasped in astonishment. For you, that's merely pocket money for a month, but for an average person, It's a fortune they might never earn in a lifetime. Indeed, you have such a good background and can make so much money. It's truly enviable. At that moment, the instructor approached the class with a smile. Song Shuawei, your comic has become a sensation. Many reporters have come to interview you. The school is planning to hold a seminar for you. You should start preparing. It was unexpected that Song Shuawei, who had previously gone unnoticed, had achieved such remarkable success. She had become a celebrity at their school. And this could be utilized for the school's promotion, enhancing its reputation and future enrollment numbers. The school intends to take some photos of you to feature on our wall of fame. Inspiring future students, the instructor continued. Upon hearing this, the classmates erupted in excitement for Song Shuawei. The instructor looked at everyone. Let us get ready. Everyone should bring chairs to the school square for the seminar. With that, the room filled with cheers, and everyone began to refer to Song Shuawei as a goddess. Song Ziyi felt somewhat puzzled. She had never seen Song Shuawei drawing before, yet now she had become so popular. It seemed rather strange. Chapter 24. Song Shuawei is a thief. But at that moment, Song Ziyi had no time to ponder. All the classmates were flocking around Song Shuawei, carrying their chairs as they made their way out of the classroom toward the playground. Shuawei, you're incredible. You've become a celebrity at our school now. Your photo will be on the wall of fame, and every new student in the years to come will know of your brilliance. Even a century from now, people will remember you as the amazing comic artist you once were. At that moment, Song Shuawei's admirers gazed at her with shining eyes. Who could argue? Shuawei is simply extraordinary. How can there be such a perfect girl in this world? It's truly a stroke of luck to be classmates with someone so exceptional. Shuawei, once your novel is published, you must certainly provide me with an autographed copy. At that moment, I shall broadcast it across all my social media accounts, WeChat Moments, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Douyin, Kuaishou. I will ensure everyone knows I have such an extraordinary friend. Shuawei, you are incredibly talented, and your comics are simply breathtaking. I have been fervently following your updates these past few days, often staying up until the early hours of 2 or 3 in the morning. Could you share with me the forthcoming developments in the story? I am utterly curious. My heart yearns for your comics daily. Also, Shuawei, could you possibly update 10 or 20 chapters a day so we can indulge ourselves without restraint? 1 chapter a day is far too slow. It hardly satisfies my craving. The crowd surrounded Song Shuawei, momentarily elevating her to a goddess-like status. All the classmates clustered around her, with some eagerly vying for a chance to take photos with her. Only Luan remained steadfastly by her side. As everyone else grabbed their chairs to leave the classroom, she promptly picked up both her own and Song Ziyi's, 1 chair in each hand, and made her way toward the exit. I can manage holding the chair by myself, Song Ziyi said, feeling a bit h1 no worries. I am quite strong, Luan replied, glancing at Song Ziyi. Let us head downstairs together. All right. Song Ziyi walked alongside Luan, their shoulders brushing as they approached the classroom door. During this time, a classmate hastily walked towards the door with a chair, inadvertently nearly colliding with Song Ziyi's leg. Observing this, Luan reacted swiftly, raising her wrist to block the chair with her own, shielding Song Ziyi's side. Surprised by Luan's thoughtfulness and warmth, Song Ziyi smiled gently. Anon, thank you. It is my duty, Luan said, her typically aloof demeanor softening in front of Song Ziyi. Protecting Song Ziyi was her responsibility, her singular purpose. She would not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way outside. Arriving at the school playground, the symposium was grand in scale, with prominent media outlets and renowned journalists from the capital attending, resulting in nearly every student being invited within a short time. Thousands of students gathered on the expansive playground, each clutching a chair. Class monitors ensured the seating was orderly, and once everything was in place, they congregated, awaiting the arrival of the journalists. Another class monitor, Teacher Zhu, gazed enviously at Teacher Zhou. Your students are truly remarkable. Achieving such heights at such a young age is enviable. Indeed, it is quite admirable, another monitor chimed in. How do you nurture such talent? It is the student's innate brilliance. I have little to do with it, Teacher Zhou replied, though his face beamed with pride. One could not deny that Song Shuawei was a source of pride for him. Having such an exceptional student was indeed a significant achievement in his career, and he anticipated a solid performance evaluation and bonus at year's end. That child is truly remarkable. The comic she created is immensely popular. I cannot resist checking it out whenever I have a moment of leisure. The characters are vividly designed. Far from the stereotypical, one-dimensional figures, they are fleshed out, as if they are real people. Each supporting character is well developed. And the plot is rich with anticipation, suspense, and intrigue. Truly an outstanding work. Yes, our class is following along as well. Even my 2 children discuss the plot daily. I have become a fan of your student. When she publishes a book, do remember to get me a signed copy. Absolutely, Teacher Zhou replied, beaming with delight. When Shuowei publishes her book, I will ensure she signs a few copies for you. That moment. Song Shuowei had become the center of attention in the entire school, receiving praise and admiration from all sides. Amid the envious gazes, she felt a bit elated, standing taller, her smile becoming increasingly graceful and poised. Not only Song Shuowei, but even Mu Yuchuan wore a proud expression on his handsome face. Yuchuan, I must say, your taste is impeccable. You have chosen such a wonderful wife, indeed. Not only is she the daughter of the Song family, but she is also so talented and her comics are a phenomenal success. We are certainly not as fortunate as you. Yuchuan truly acted swiftly. He secured such a remarkable girl without giving others a chance. The crowd lavished compliments on Mu Yuchuan, who wore a proud smile. I have always had a keen eye for women. When Shuowei and I hold our wedding, you all must attend, of course. I have prepared a generous gift. Then you must prepare 2 gifts, Mu Yuchuan chuckled. What is going on? Someone curiously inquired. The second gift is for our yet-to-be-born child. Shuowei is currently expecting my child, Mu Yuchuan declared, eliciting gasps from those around him. Only you could manage this, having a child right after marriage. Congratulations, blessings upon blessings. I am eagerly anticipating the feast. Amidst a chorus of congratulations and envy, the heads of the capital's top media platforms and their journalist friends finally arrived. The grand symposium prepared for Song Shuowei commenced. As the protagonist, Song Shuowei gracefully made her way toward the stage. Upon seeing her, the journalists eagerly approached for interviews. Shuowei, your comic Xiao Qing Huan is a sensational hit online. The protagonists Qing Huan and Lian Cheng are beloved by readers. One journalist exclaimed excitedly, on the playground. Song Ziyi furrowed her brow upon hearing the mention of Qing Huan and Lian Cheng. Were they not the characters from her own comic? Was it merely a coincidence that the names were the same? As the journalist continued to heap praise upon Song Shuowei, a massive projector began displaying her biography, personal achievements, and highlights of her comic. As Song Ziyi perused the images, her dark, cold eyes widened in shock. The comic resembled her own work too closely. It was a story of dual crushes in a school setting, incorporating elements of reconciliation. She had intended to refine the details and had saved it on a USB drive, planning to perfect it before publishing. However, upon her rebirth, she had forgotten about the USB drive. Yet, how could it have ended up in Song Shuowei's hands? Song Ziyi quickly searched for Song Shuowei's pen name online and found her comic.as. She swiftly scrolled through from the first chapter to the latest. Her expression grew increasingly cold. This was undeniably her artwork. Soon, she pieced together how her USB drive had been obtained without her knowledge, with Song Shuowei having stolen the content and published it under her own name for attention and profit. How could Song Shuowei be so despicable and shameless? She had stolen her identity, claiming to be the true daughter of the Song family while relegating her to the status of a mere impoverished student. And now she had even appropriated her comic. Song Ziyi clenched her fists, glaring at Song Shuowei on stage. It seemed that, through some instinctual connection, Song Shuowei turned her gaze toward Song Ziyi as their eyes met, one pair cold and piercing, the other triumphant and even contemptuous. For a moment, Song Ziyi found it somewhat amusing. What audacity did Song Shuowei have to display such arrogance? A stolen item would always be just that, a theft. Never truly hers. While the journalists continued their interview with Song Shuowei, Song Ziyi stood up, striding toward the stage amidst the astonished and confused gazes of her peers. What is she doing? Whispers of intrigue filled the air. Is she going on stage for an interview? How awkward. I am cringing so hard for her. As Song Ziyi, slender and graceful, approached the stage, Mu Yuchuan's expression darkened immediately. What does Song Ziyi intend to do? Seeing her move toward the stage, Song Shuowei felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This is my symposium, Song classmate. What do you wish to accomplish? Song Shuowei exerted great effort to maintain a facade of calmness. However, Song Ziyi cast a mocking glance at Song Shuowei, her gaze icy and piercing. This look left Song Shuowei feeling extremely uncomfortable, and the sense of unease within her continued to swell. Surely, Song Zi would not dare to publicly reveal that she was not the true heiress of the Song family. Would she? It was her seminar after all. Even if Song Zi were to expose her, no one would believe her. They would merely think that Song Zi was envious of her. Song Shuowei forced herself to compose her thoughts. The comic in question was not authored by her. To be precise, Song Shuowei was a thief. At that moment, Song Zi seized the microphone at the center of the stage and spoke in a deliberate manner. Word by word, the room erupted in an uproar. What nonsense was Song Zi spouting? How could it possibly not be Shuowei's creation? It was truly astonishing how jealousy could distort one's perception. Song Zi was clearly consumed by envy towards Song Shuowei, which prompted her to publicly slander her. The depths of Song Zi's jealousy were indeed alarming. It was likely that Song Zi was on the verge of madness out of envy. After all, Song Zi was a struggling scholarship student, while Song Shuowei was the illustrious daughter of the affluent Song family, creating a stark class divide between them despite them living under the same roof. It was difficult for Song Zi not to harbor resentment towards Song Shuowei, especially given Song Shuowei's numerous advantages, her artistic talent, her remarkable achievements, and her marriage to Mu Yuchuan, the very person Song Zi had long admired. Thus, Song Zi had let her guard down. I suspect Song Zi has truly lost her sanity. Students began to chatter amongst themselves, and at this moment, Mu Yuchuan's cold gaze was fixed on Song Zi on stage. A derisive smile escaping his lips. What a disgrace. One of the male classmates surrounding Mu Yuchuan could not help but interject. I have a bold hypothesis. Wasn't Song Zi fond of you in the past? She always seemed to orbit around you. Could it be that her jealousy over Song Shuowei marrying you has driven her to sabotage Song Shuowei at her seminar? It must be so. Song Zi was simply envious of Song Shuowei and was engaging in a rivalry. Ultimately, Song Zi's actions were merely an attempt to garner Mu Yuchuan's attention. Mugu, you are truly fortunate to have two stunning beauties vying for your affection in this rivalry. The classmates chimed in with laughter. Mu Yuchuan's gaze towards Song Zi softened slightly, losing some of its earlier chill and adopting a hint of intrigue. Song Zi was indeed audacious, even willing to sacrifice her own dignity. In truth, her animosity towards Shuowei stemmed from her own insecurities. Sometimes, possessing too much charm can be a double-edged sword. Mu Yuchuan continued to observe the stage. At this point, Director Zhou had already changed his expression, and the reporters were casting astonished glances at Song Zi. Song Zi, this is Shuowei's seminar. Do not disrupt it. Step down at once. Director Zhou spoke sternly, raising a hand as if to snatch the microphone from Song Zi. Yet, Song Zi clutched the microphone tightly. I am serious. I am not causing a disturbance. What I speak is the truth. Song Shuowei's comic is my work. She has plagiarized it and published it under her own name on the website. Song Zi declared, her voice cold and resolute. Was it possible that the comic on that USB drive was indeed drawn by Song Zi? How could that be? Song Shuowei's face turned pale. It must be that Song Zi was aware of the contents of the USB drive, realizing that the comic lacked a rightful owner, prompting her to falsely claim authorship. Song Shuowei's complexion was ashen, yet she fought to maintain her composure, forcing a graceful smile as she addressed Song Zi with an innocent expression. Song Zi, I understand that you cannot bear to see me thrive, and I comprehend your feelings of envy and jealousy. However, you cannot recklessly defame and slander me. I could sue you for defamation and for damaging my reputation. Humph. Song Zi smirked mockingly. I must say, I admire your mental fortitude. Song Zi, cease this nonsense. There is a limit to your madness. Director Zhou glared at Song Zi, his voice grave. The atmosphere, which had initially been pleasant, was now threatened by Song Zi's antics. At that moment, a journalist caught wind of the brewing scandal and pressed on with her microphone. Excuse me, student, you claim this comic is yours. What evidence do you have? It was a perfect opportunity to gather more material for today's interview. Song Zi clicked on the computer next to the projector and, in front of everyone, opened a drawing software. She pulled up a blank page and, using her mouse, illustrated the male and female protagonists from Little Qinghuan. Her artistic process displayed in its entirety on the projector. Below the stage, an uproar ensued. Why did her drawings look identical to Shuowei's? Indeed, even the character outlines were strikingly similar. Moreover, she sketched so swiftly. It was hard to believe this was the work of Song Zi. At that moment, Song Shuewei's expression shifted dramatically, yet she endeavored to remain calm. I heard you had been drawing comics recently. I didn't take it to heart. It seems you were merely tracing and replicating my work. Song Shuewei continued, with enough practice, one can certainly achieve similar results. I underestimated your skill. Once these words left her lips, Director Zhou's expression darkened. Shuewei is correct. Song Ziyi, you cannot possibly believe that by replicating her characters, you can claim authorship of this comic. That is simply childish. I can draw it. Can she? Song Ziyi looked at Song Shuewei, a smirk playing on her lips. Instantaneously, Song Shuewei's face blanched. All eyes were now upon her, and every camera was trained on her. Song Shuewei struggled to maintain her composure. Trying to appear serene, I need not prove myself publicly due to your doubts. The truth will reveal itself. This comic is indeed my original creation, and I have no obligation to validate myself because of you. Song Ziyi found herself somewhat impressed by Song Shuewei's unwavering demeanor in the face of such scrutiny. Song Shuewei's mental fortitude was remarkable. She maintained her calmness even under doubt, her face betraying no hint of guilt. At that moment, the journalist continued, Song Ziyi, your previous statement does not substantiate your claim to being the comic's creator. After all, one could achieve a deceptive level of mimicry with sufficient effort. Song Ziyi looked calmly at Song Shuewei. I have further evidence. Shuewei, since you assert that you are the creator of this comic, tell me, who is the mysterious antagonist hinted at in Section 23? Song Shuewei faltered for a moment, unable to recall any such antagonist within the comic. Had she merely skimmed through it and forgotten such a detail? Her mind raced, trying to piece together the narrative. She did remember that there was an antagonist related to Lin Cheng's uncle. But beyond that, she could not think of any others. Thus, she confidently declared, it is Lin Cheng's uncle. However, Song Ziyi merely chuckled, as if hearing a particularly amusing joke. In my comic, there is no antagonist in Section 23 at all. Those words drained the color from Song Shuewei's face. Song Ziyi had indeed set a trap for her to fall into. I must have misremembered, Song Shuewei stammered, forcing herself to remain calm. Are you saying that you cannot even recall the comic you supposedly created? Song Ziyi found amusement in her predicament. This comic has been serialized for quite some time. It is only natural to forget details after such a long duration. Many novelists often forget the names of supporting characters while writing. This is not uncommon. Song Shuewei fought to maintain her calm facade. Then let me ask you again. Since you claim this comic is yours, what is the biggest suspense and hook that awaits readers after Section 60? Song Ziyi regarded Song Shuewei with a knowing smile. Song Shuewei was at a loss for words. She had only read the beginning of the comic, and many chapters thereafter had escaped her attention. Given the time that had elapsed, she could hardly remember the subsequent plot. However, the audience filled with fans of the comic would certainly remember. All eyes turned towards Song Shuewei, and with each passing moment, her face grew paler as she struggled to maintain her composure. She stammered, unable to articulate a response. If you claim this comic is yours, how is it that you, the creator, do not even know the content of the story? I believe everyone present, especially the fans of Little Qinghuan, knows the answer. Song Ziyi looked at Song Shuewei with amusement. Director Zhou's expression also shifted as he regarded Song Shuewei. Song Ziyi raises a valid point. If the comic was indeed created by you, you should be intimately familiar with every plot point. Since you are the creator, you should know the suspense and hooks better than the readers. Yet you are unable to articulate anything, he concluded, his gaze filled with complexity. Shuewei, what is going on? Director Zhou scrutinized Song Shuewei with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, many classmates below exchanged whispers, their curiosity piqued. What is happening? Why does it seem like Song Shuewei is acting strangely today? Indeed, he is the creator of the comic. Shouldn't she be intimately familiar with the plot? Moreover, he has forgotten a crucial plot point from earlier. Just moments ago, Song Ziyi mentioned the earlier foreshadowing and the antagonist. These are pivotal highlights within the narrative. Yet, Song Shuewei appears utterly bewildered, not recalling any of it, which undeniably raises suspicions. Could it be that Song Shuewei is not, in fact, the creator of the comic? A wave of speculation rippled through the crowd. Yu Yuchuan's handsome visage bore a somber expression. He firmly believed that Shuewei was indeed the creator of this comic. He was convinced that Song Ziyi, driven by jealousy towards Shuewei, intended to trap her. Song Ziyi is truly despicable. I doubt I merely hesitated to reveal the answer in front of everyone, fearing it might spoil the comic's future sales. Song Shuawei concocted a rationale for herself, and the more she spoke, the more she convinced herself of this perspective. As she said this, her posture straightened, striving to maintain an air of composure and tranquility. For once I utter my words, accompanied by today's media coverage, the comic's allure will diminish, inevitably leading to a loss of readers. Therefore, there is no need for me to prove anything to you. With that, Song Shuawei lifted her chin, casting a resolute gaze towards Song Zi. Numerous classmates surrounding the stage began to voice their support for Song Shuawei. Indeed, what Song Shuawei said is not without merit. She is the original creator of the comic. Why should she need to validate herself to Song Zi? To do so would only entrap her in a web of self-justification. I concur. I believe in Shuawei. At that moment, Song Zi regarded Song Shuawei with an enigmatic smile, raising her hand to applaud her. Well done, your mental fortitude is commendable. However, I wonder if you will maintain such a calm demeanor as this unfolds. With all eyes upon her, Song Zi opened her computer and navigated to the comic site, displaying the work Xiao Qinghuan. Her piercing gaze swept across the stage as she articulated, I can prove that I am the comic's author because I have a habit when illustrating. I always inscribe a pattern on the collar of the female protagonist's attire. This seemingly innocuous design, upon magnification by 10 times, reveals my pen name. With that, Song Zi meticulously zoomed in on the comic on her computer, the projector capturing every detail of her actions. As the comic was enlarged tenfold, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Chapter 27. The evidence is incontrovertible. Song Shuawei is exposed. My heavens. The collar's enlarged view truly displays the initials. Jian.so, the pen name of the comic's creator, belongs to the renowned figure in the comic realm, Jian Dada. Goodness. Could Song Zi actually be Jian Dada? The students below the stage were wide-eyed with shock. A cacophony of murmurs surrounding them. Song Shuawei's complexion drained of color. She had never anticipated such a detail within the comic. What now? She absolutely could not admit to being a thief, with the entire school present. Along with numerous journalists from media platforms, to confess would be to ruin her reputation. As for Jean, she is a titan within the comic community, who has not revealed her identity on social media for years. No one knows if Jean is male or female, nor their age. She could not believe that Song Zi was Jean. Surely, Song Zi had discovered this detail and was impersonating Jean, capitalizing on her knowledge. If Song Zi could impersonate, then so could she. Taking a deep breath, Song Shuawei endeavored to appear calm, presenting an elegant and composed smile to everyone. In truth, I intended to keep this matter concealed. I did not wish to publicly disclose my identity, fearing unnecessary complications, as my mother has always taught me to remain low-key. Hence, I have concealed my identity for so long. Since Song Zi has exposed it publicly, I shall no longer hide. I will lay my cards on the table. With an elegant smile, Song Shuawei declared, I am Zin.as for Shuawei, that is my new pseudonym, my alias for creating comics. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who should we believe? Now, Song Zi claims to be Jian, and Song Shuawei asserts she is Zin.it is utterly bewildering. Today, I have truly witnessed a sensational spectacle. I need not eat, as I am fully sated with this drama. I find Song Shuawei to be the more credible one, for Song Zi appears utterly clueless. She is merely a struggling scholarship student. What could she possibly know about comics or art, let alone associate with the top echelons of the comic community? At this moment, Song Shuawei's captivating gaze fell upon Song Zi, her expression one of innocence and vulnerability. Song Zi, I know you have never liked me and have always detested me, but you cannot exploit my preference for discretion, my reluctance to appear in public, to impersonate my identity. Song Zi was left incredulous by Song Shuawei's audacity. Who was truly impersonating whom? How could she dare to accuse her of thievery? Song Zi was increasingly impressed by Song Shuawei's resilience. Even as the evidence mounted against her. At that moment, Song Zi took out her phone and logged into her Jin Weibo account, publicly posting a message. Simultaneously, students below the stage gasped, Look, Jian Dada has just posted a new Weibo update. Many students were fans of Jian, and as such, they were quick to see her latest post. The most recent Weibo update from Jian stated, Song Shuawei is a thief, shamelessly appropriating my labor. Upon reading the post, the crowd erupted as if a drop of cold water had splashed into a hot pan. My heavens! This should serve as irrefutable proof. Could it be that Xiao Qinghuan was indeed stolen by Song Shuawei? With Jean Dada's confirmation, this must be true, Mu Yuchuan gazed incredulously at Song Shuawei on stage. How could this be? Should he trust Song Ziyi? Song Shuawei's face turned pale as she opened Weibo. Her legs trembling. If you claim to be Jian, then why not provide Jean's Weibo account? Song Ziyi regarded Song Shuawei with amusement, curious to see what excuse or justification she would conjure next. Song Shuawei's complexion was ashen. At that moment, a reporter pointed the camera at Song Shuawei, asking, "Is this true? Are you not only not Jian, but have you also impersonated Jean's identity and plagiarized her work, presenting it as your own for fame and profit?" The reporter's previously respectful gaze had now turned sharp and penetrating. Song Shuawei stammered, her legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She was barely holding herself together. She had never anticipated being publicly exposed by Song Ziyi at such a crucial event. This is false. This is not real. The expression on Song Shuawei's face was more sorrowful than tears. You are the one who stole my Weibo account. You hacked into it and posted this to defame me. She glared at Song Ziyi with a cold, fierce gaze. You truly are a stubborn one. Song Ziyi sighed. It seemed that today was destined to be a day of reckoning. First, you cannot access Jian's Weibo account. You cannot provide any proof that you are Jian. Secondly, Song Ziyi smiled lightly. You claim I hacked into Jian's Weibo account. Well, the fans who know Jian can check the IP addresses and phone models used for previous logins and today's post. All these details align perfectly. How can you still accuse me of being a hacker? As soon as these words left her lips, the crowd erupted in chaos. Each of Jian's previous posts had been logged from Beijing. Using an iPhone 16 Pro Max, all information matched. Even if one were a hacker, such coincidences were improbable, and besides, Song Ziyi had just posted in front of all of us. The cameras had captured everything clearly. Even hacking could not happen that swiftly. My heavens, could Song Ziyi truly be Jian? Is she genuinely my idol? Finally, let me present another piece of evidence, the contract I signed with the website. At that moment, Song Ziyi uploaded a copy of her contract onto the computer, projecting it onto the big screen. It clearly recorded Jean's PIN name along with her identification name. The name on it was none other than Song Ziyi. So, Song Ziyi is indeed my goddess. How blind I have been, failing to recognize her all this time. How foolish of me. Oh my goodness, Song Shuawei is truly a thief. How utterly despicable. I used to admire her so much. But it turns out she is not only a thief, but also a grand deceiver. Chapter 28 begins with my newfound affection for her, which is simply absurd. Previously, Song Shuawei had sworn with conviction that she was the creator of the comic. Yet she is merely a thief of Jean Dada's work. How could she have the audacity to hold a seminar here? How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? My heavens, my illusions are completely shattered. I never expected Song Shuawei to be this kind of person. How shameless can one be? I had always regarded Song Shuawei as my goddess, but now it seems I was blind. Conversely, I misjudged Song Ziyi. I owe her an apology. I never imagined that the usually unassuming Song Ziyi would turn out to be a top-tier master in the comic industry. Song Ziyi is indeed the one who possesses both beauty and talent. I had failed to recognize her excellence before. If only Song Ziyi came from a more privileged background, she would be perfect. Increasingly harsh criticisms and insults rained down upon Song Shuawei on stage, causing her complexion to pale, and she nearly lost her footing, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Song Shuawei, how could you do such a thing? I had high hopes for you. Director Zhou felt like a joke today, glaring at Song Shuawei. Everyone had been fooled by her. At that moment, the reporters' cameras were trained on Song Shuawei, their gazes sharpened with scrutiny. Classmate Song Shuawei, with the evidence now irrefutable. Do you have anything to say? Classmate Song Shuawei, having stolen Song Ziyi's work, do you have any words for her? Do you feel any shame or remorse for your actions towards Song Ziyi? The reporter's piercing gazes made Song Shuawei wish to vanish, while Mu Yuchuan looked at her on stage in disbelief. How could this be? Why had the renowned comic artist turned out to be Song Ziyi? He found it hard to accept the reality before him, yet the evidence was undeniable. Mu Yuchuan's friends were equally astonished. I never expected Song Ziyi to be so outstanding. Indeed, she has always been low-key. Who knew she was so talented? You have no idea how amazing Song Ziyi is. It would be quite nice to have her as a girlfriend. Everyone began to converse animatedly. Meanwhile, on stage, Song Shuawei could no longer bear the immense pressure of public opinion. As she faced the relentless questioning from the reporters, just when they were about to dig deeper, Song Shuawei rolled her eyes and fainted. Subsequently, someone hurriedly carried her to the school's infirmary for treatment. The focus of the interview then shifted to Song Zi, classmate Song. It seems there was a misunderstanding by the teachers previously. Director Zhou looked at Song Zi with regret, offering her an apology. It's all right, after all, the teachers were unaware of the truth, Song Zi responded graciously. Following this, Song Zi was seated in the center position, and the reporters began their interview with her. Classmate, since this comic is your original work, why didn't you publish it online earlier? I initially felt that the comic wasn't perfect and wanted to refine the story structure, but unfortunately, someone with ulterior motives took my USB, leading to this debacle. Song Zi succinctly explained, her demeanor calm and collected before the camera, in stark contrast to Song Shuawei's affected elegance. Classmate, what inspires your comics? The reporters looked at Song Zi with admiration as they continued their inquiries. The books I read and the dramas I follow serve as my sources of inspiration, she replied with a smile. The reporters then asked her about her creative process and experiences regarding this book. Song Zi spoke eloquently and confidently, captivating many of the reporters with her charm. The audience genuinely admired this remarkable 20-year-old woman. At this moment, below the stage, people were commenting on Song Zi's poise. Indeed, when Song Shuawei had taken the stage, she exuded a pretentious air of elegance, as if putting on a show, completely lacking authenticity. In contrast, Song Zi spoke freely and gracefully, demonstrating remarkable composure. Song Zi's eloquence is so refined. I have completely become her fan. Me too. Song Zi is so beautiful. She seems to be glowing indeed. How did I not notice Song Zi's beauty before? I adore her personality. After the interview, not only Director Zhou but also the other faculty members and students in the audience became fans of Song Zi. Mu Yuchuan stared blankly at Song Zi on stage, completely taken aback by her unexpected brilliance. The renowned comic author is actually Song Zi. For a moment, Mu Yuchuan felt dazed. I have made up my mind. From today onward, I will pursue Song Zi. Me too. What a coincidence. I want to pursue her as well. None of you better compete with me. For some reason, Mu Yuchuan felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing his friends express their intentions to pursue Song Zi. The seminar concluded successfully. Afterward, Director Zhou was surrounded by the other faculty members. I never imagined there was such an impressive student in your class. How enviable. I initially thought Song Shuawei was a decent kid, but it turns out she has stolen someone else's glory. This Song Zi from your class is quite remarkable. The teachers praised her. Director Zhou managed to regain all the face loss due to Song Shuawei through Song Zi. Zi, it seems I misunderstood you due to my ignorance. I will make sure your picture is displayed on the school's wall of fame. Director Zhou gently patted Song Zi's shoulder with a kind smile, stating that both he and his daughter are great admirers of her work. Zi, keep up the good work. Yes, thank you, teacher, Song Zi nodded. Following the seminar, the school promptly began arranging for this matter. They requested Song Zi to write a motto and some encouraging words for her younger peers. These tasks were rather tedious, but as it was a request from the teacher, Song Zi felt obliged to comply. After the seminar, everyone returned their seats in the classroom. However, upon Song Zi's return, she discovered an abundance of pink stationery stuffed into her desk. Upon opening it, she realized they were all confessions from the boys at school. Chapter 29. Apologizing to her. Song Zi felt somewhat helpless as she tossed all the letters into the trash bin. Many classmates gathered around her. Song Zi, I am truly sorry. I spoke some harsh words without knowing the truth, and I apologize. Song Zi, how could you not mention you are Jin Dada? You have no idea how much I admire you. Not just me, but my brother and sister adore you as well. Zi, your book is so hard to obtain. They're all limited editions, since we are classmates. Could you sell me a copy? I would pay any price. Zi, since Xiaoqing Huan is your work, will you be serializing it online in the future? The classmates enthusiastically surrounded Song Zi, and Luin, seated beside her, vigilantly scanned the crowd, concerned that they might inadvertently bump into Song Zi, her arm protectively around her. You don't need to be so tense. We are all classmates. Song Zi reassured her with a gentle smile and a pat on Luin's shoulder. Luin gradually relaxed. Xiaoqing Huan will have its copyright registered by me, and once that is done, I will revise the subsequent content and upload the modified version on my author account for serialization. Song Zi explained, That's fantastic. The classmates exclaimed with excitement. Could you tell us what changes you plan to make? Z, could you give us a spoiler, as classmates, please? Facing the eager gazes of her classmates, Song Zi shook her head with a smile, saying that everyone would know the modifications once they were released. As for spoilers, that is not permitted, don't worry. Once I update the later chapters, everything you wish to know will be revealed. Song Zi smiled brightly. After the comic incident, the school placed Song Xuewei in a prominent position on the Wall of Fame, issuing a public reprimand regarding her actions. The comic website swiftly took down Song Xuewei's work upon learning of the situation and suspended her author account. In the infirmary, Song Xuewei appeared pale, receiving in 4 dripped Mu Yuchuan. Looking at the haggard Song Xuewei, felt a surge of complex emotions. He had always taken pride in being with her, yet today she had caused him considerable embarrassment. Although his friends had not openly criticized him, Mu Yuchuan could easily imagine their discussions behind his back. Yuchuan. Song Xuewei weakly opened her eyes, and upon seeing him, grasped his hand. Why did you do this? Mu Yuchuan furrowed his brow, gazing at her with a complex expression. Yuchuan, I was momentarily bewitched. Song Xuewei's beautiful eyes shimmered with crystalline tears, her pale face appearing woefully pitiful. I acted this way, all because I love you too much. I fear losing you, losing your love. I thought that if I could excel just a bit more, I could bring you glory, to make you proud of me. That is why I was so misguided. She lamented, the transparent tears slowly cascading down her cheeks, soaking the pillow beneath her. Mu Yuchuan looked at her, his expression intricate. Yet in the end, you have caused me to lose face before so many people. Everyone knows you are my wife. Your every action reflects upon me. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Song Xuewei looked at him with a heart-wrenching gaze. Will you forgive me this once? My mother has already expressed her displeasure regarding our relationship, and she has not spoken to me in a long time. If you continue to treat me poorly, I truly do not know how I will endure the days to come. Her voice trembled with fragility, her entire demeanor exuding vulnerability and sorrow. Mu Yuchuan felt a tumult of emotions within him due to Song Xuewei's shameful actions. Yuchuan, you cannot disregard me. If the reporters release what they've gathered today, my reputation will be utterly ruined. Please help me. Assisting me is akin to assisting yourself. Song Xuewei pleaded with an air of desperation. Reluctantly, Mu Yuchuan clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Very well. I shall assist you this once more. But I hope you learn your lesson and refrain from such foolishness in the future. He was at a loss regarding how to face his classmates after these events. Perhaps it would be best not to attend university for a while. It is entirely too embarrassing. With Mu Yuchuan's aid, the reporters' inquiries regarding Song Xuewei did not spread. The media merely acknowledged Song Zi as a prodigy in the realm of comics, a top-tier talent. However, those privy to the truth understood the underlying circumstances. For several consecutive days, Mu Yuchuan did not appear at school, distancing himself from Song Xuewei. On one such day, Song Xuewei arrived in class. As she entered, her classmates began to murmur. Have you heard? Because Song Xuewei stole someone else's comic and impersonated their identity, Mu Yuchuan finds it embarrassing and has not shown up for days. I heard about that too. I thought their relationship was quite solid. Another chimed in, if I were Song Xuewei, I would be too ashamed to return to school. Ignoring their chatter, Song Xuewei made her way back to her seat. At that moment, Luan approached her with a stern expression, demanding an apology. Who are you? Song Xuewei glared at Luan, displeased. That is of no concern to you. I require you to apologize to Miss Song. Luan asserted, forcefully grasping her arm and dragging her towards Song Zi. You have stolen Miss Song's comic. Now apologize properly, he stated coldly. All eyes turned towards Song Xuewei, who wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Song Zi regarded her with a bemused smile. Aware of the gazes surrounding her, Song Xuewei's complexion paled. The previous incident was my fault. I apologized. That all? Song Zi observed her with amusement. My author account has been suspended. I shall not be publishing any comics related to you in the future. Biting her lip, Song Xuewei retorted. What more do you want? Quite simply, you must post on your Weibo, Moments, and QQ, declaring that you have stolen my work. And pin it for 3 months. Song Zi smirked. You? Song Xuewei bit her lip in humiliation, tears welling in her eyes. It seems your apology is far from sincere, Song Zi remarked with a mocking smile. If pursued, your actions could be deemed infringement. I could involve a lawyer. And no. Song Xuewei stammered, her face drained of color. I will apologize to you right away. I will post it now. Chapter 30. He has a girlfriend in front of everyone. Song Shuewei opened her social media account and posted an apology, ensuring it was pinned. Remember to keep it pinned, Song Ziyi said with a wry smile. Clenching her teeth, Song Shuewei complied, pinning the post across her Weibo. Moments and QQ spaces. Is it acceptable now? She asked, her demeanor one of feigned fragility and pity. Acceptable, I suppose, Song Ziyi replied nonchalantly. From now on, avoid me when you see me, understood? Song Shuewei's face turned pale. All right, I understand. Finally, she stood to leave. Ziyi, you have such a good temper, Luan remarked as he watched her go. If it were me, I would have pinned her down and beaten her until I felt better. Many issues cannot be resolved solely with brute force, Song Ziyi chuckled softly. What I have asked her to do will surely cause her more distress than a mere beating. Isn't Song Shuewei all about maintaining her dignity? Thus, it is only fitting that I shatter her facade entirely. Subsequently, the comic website editor contacted Song Ziyi, expressing that due to the immense popularity of her work, numerous readers had reached out to request its continuation. Hence, the editor hoped to relaunch the series under Song Ziyi's pen name. Song Ziyi agreed. In her previous life, after marrying Mu Yuchuan, he had transferred all management rights of her comic works to himself. Claiming to help expand her IP's influence, in reality, he appropriated all the income from her works, leaving her with nothing, even driving her into a damp, dark rental when she was 6 months pregnant. While he enjoyed the fruits of her labor, he had long since altered the identity information linked to her pen name, rerouting all revenue and royalties to his account, leaving her destitute. Even if she wished to create a new pen name and draw comics anew, she was unable. Mu Yuchuan had swindled all her funds, leaving her without even enough to buy a computer, let alone paint. Reflecting on how her entire life had been a mere dress for Mu Yuchuan, a surge of intense hatred erupted within Song Ziyi. Mu Yuchuan, brace yourself for my retribution. After school, Song Ziyi, as usual, sought out Lu Yanchen. They had arranged to meet at an elegant CAF. How did you fare with the assignment I gave you last time? He inquired, his deep, ink-like eyes fixed on the young lady seated across from him. See for yourself, Teacher Lu, she replied, producing some documents from her bag and presenting them to him. His long, elegant fingers delicately flipped through the pages. Well done. Thank you for the praise, Teacher Lu. It is all thanks to your excellent teaching. Song Ziyi smiled brightly at Lu Yanchen. In the following moments, he imparted new knowledge to her, and throughout their time together, she gained invaluable insights. As the evening approached, at 8:00 p.m., she asked, would you like to watch a movie? Her lips curled into a bright smile as she looked at him. I happen to have 2 tickets. If you're free, I'd like to treat you to a film. If your enthusiasm stems from my past rescue of you, there is no need, he replied in a deep, sultry tone. I would have saved you regardless. No, Song Ziyi interjected quickly. It's because you are my teacher, Lu. You've taught me so much, treating you to a movie is hardly excessive. Come on, Teacher Lu, let us go, she coaxed sweetly, her voice soft and endearing. A gentle sensation stirred in Lu Yanchen's heart, reminiscent of a kitten's playful clawing. He felt an urge to yield, and his lips parted slightly. All right. Together, they headed to a nearby cinema where she chose a popular campus romance film featuring mutual unrequited love. The movie was quite the sensation, generating significant discussion online. Upon arriving at the ticket counter, Song Ziyi retrieved their 2 tickets, just as Lu Yanchen approached with a bucket of popcorn and Agendas ice cream. For you, he said, handing her the treats. Oreos and raspberry flavor. Song Ziyi exclaimed joyfully. These were her favorites. Thank you so much. With a radiant smile, she took a bite of the ice cream. The cold, sweet, and creamy flavor enveloped her senses. The rich aroma of milk and the subtle sweetness of Oreo filling her mouth. Her lovely almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight. It's delicious. Would you like to try some, Lu Yanchen? As she offered him the bitten ice cream. His penetrating gaze fell upon the small bite she had taken. He regarded her with an enigmatic look. What's wrong? Just try it. It's really good, she encouraged with a smile. He leaned down, his sultry lips parting as he took a bite from the ice cream ball she had nibbled. The moment the man bit down, Song Ziyi suddenly realized that the spot she had just bitten was indeed where she had previously savored her ice cream. Did this not imply that Lu Yanchen and she had shared an indirect kiss? Upon this realization, Song Ziyi's small face flushed crimson, and warmth began to spread across her cheeks. The movie is about to start. Let us go in, she said, her face still tinged with pink, as she made her way toward the cinema. Liu Yinqing's tall and striking figure accompanied her closely, and together they entered the theater. One after the other, as soon as the man entered, he instantly captured the attention of those around him, with many young women gazing at Liu Yinqing with admiration. Once seated, Song Zi placed the bucket of popcorn in the empty cup holder beside her. She was delicately savoring her ice cream when she noticed a girl, blushing, hastily approaching Liu Yinqing from a distance. "Hey handsome, may I add you on WeChat?" the girl asked shyly, her face flushed. "I have a girlfriend." The man replied in a deep, alluring voice. The girl appeared momentarily disappointed, yet she persisted. "It's all right to have a girlfriend. We can just add each other, right? Come on, handsome, just one ad." Her tone was flirtatious and coy. Song Zi was taken aback by the boldness of modern girls, her round, dark eyes shifting to the man beside her. "You might want to consult my girlfriend's opinion," he said, his long, powerful arm casually resting on Song Zi's shoulder. His piercing gaze fixed on the girl who had just asked for WeChat. The girl turned beet red and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Liu Yinqing's arm remained draped over Song Zi's shoulder, their proximity allowing her to distinctly perceive the refreshing scent of cedarwood mixed with the aroma of ebony incense emanating from him. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Song Zi's face gradually turned red, her heart skipping a few beats as a wave of unease washed over her. Liu Yinqing slowly withdrew his arm, apologizing. "I shouldn't have used you as a shield just now, I understand." Song Zi nodded, reassuring him that it was no issue. They exchanged a moment of silence. Before the movie began, Liu Yinqing's phone rang. He silenced it and set it aside. "The movie hasn't started yet. You should take the call," Song Zi suggested, aware of Liu Yinqing's busy schedule and not wanting to hinder his work. "All right," he replied, rising to step outside the cinema. As soon as he left, Song Zi, seated and enjoying her ice cream, felt a sudden jolt as someone kicked her chair from behind. She turned to find a boy grinning at her. "Was it you who kicked my chair?" she inquired, casting him a disinterested glance before returning to her ice cream. Yet, the next moment, he kicked her chair again. "Is there something you need?" she asked, her dark, cold eyes glaring at the boy. "Just a small matter," he said, his gaze fixed on her. "Hey beautiful, how about adding me on WeChat?" Song Zi was unimpressed. "Is this going to go on forever?" "Sorry, but I have a boyfriend," she replied flatly. "Can your boyfriend compare to my wealth?" He countered, pulling out a set of Porsche car keys. "See these keys? Now you understand my capabilities, right?" Song Zi responded coolly. "So what? So, I'm far wealthier than your boyfriend. In today's society, women prefer rich men. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury with a monthly allowance of 30,000. He continued. "What can your pretty boy provide? Can he buy you Chanel?" with a gentle smile. Song Zi retorted, "What my boyfriend does is none of your concern. You look rather ordinary. What gives you such confidence? Let me tell you, being noticed by me is a privilege. Don't be ungrateful," he boasted, his tone turning arrogant. "There are plenty of women lining up for me. I wouldn't even look at you otherwise. I'm giving you this opportunity, so you better seize it, thank you." "But I'm not interested," she said, turning back to her ice cream. Perhaps in the future, she should opt for private screenings. This place was teeming with all sorts of people, including this particular fool. Before long, Liu Yinqing returned after finishing his call. To Song Zi's surprise, the boy behind her leaned forward and patted Liu Yinqing's shoulder. "Hey bro, I'm interested in your girlfriend. What's your price? How much for you to let her go?" Song Zi found the situation amusing. Was he truly that foolish? What kind of absurdity was this? Had 9 years of compulsory education missed him? Liu Yinqing's deep gaze turned icy in an instant, his expression resembling a winter's frost as an aura of danger enveloped him. "What did you just say?" he asked, each word laced with coldness. Lu Feng, caught off guard by the man's intimidating presence, stammered, "I said I'm interested in your girlfriend. Just name a price. She's just a woman. I believe that with the right amount of money, anything is possible." Lu Feng's cocky demeanor faltered as Liu Yinqing delivered a swift punch, causing Lu Feng's face to swell and blood to trickle from his nose. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" he shouted, clutching his injured face. "I don't care who you are." Liu Yinqing replied coldly. "You deserve a lesson for your disrespectful words." Another punch landed, and the cinema erupted in gasps as onlookers urged for peace. "Stop it. Let us talk it out," Lu Feng, initially planning to retaliate, quickly realized he was utterly outmatched and was being pinned down by Lu Yinqing's powerful blows. Each strike was relentless, a testament to Lu Yinqing's strength, and soon Lu Feng's face was unrecognizable. Bloodied and bruised. Stop. Please, don't go any further. Someone might get seriously hurt, Song Zi pleaded, pulling on Lu Yinqing's arm. Mind your words in the future. Lu Yinqing's icy gaze bore down on the curled-up Lu Feng. Trembling, Lu Feng glared at the man before him. Do you know who my father is? He asked the manager of the Lu Group. Have you heard of it? The top company in the global rankings. You finished for crossing me. Is that so? Lu Yinqing's expression remained unfazed, a hint of amusement in his tone. Song Zi felt her scalp tingle. This man was quite the fool, practically walking into a trap. I'll tell my dad, and he'll take care of you. Lu Feng sneered, wiping blood from his face as he struggled to stand. Kneel and apologize, and bring this woman to my bed. Otherwise, you'll regret it. With that, Lu Yinqing's gaze turned frigid, his presence radiating an unsettling chill. Lu Feng, now frightened, hastily retreated, dialing his father. Dad, come quickly. I'm being bullied. Who are you? How do you know my father's name? Lu Feng asked incredulously, staring at Lu Yinqing. Stupid kid. What mess have you gotten yourself into? His father roared from the other end. Dad, who is that guy? Lu Feng felt a sense of dread creeping over him. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. You stay right there. I'll be there to deal with you soon. Send me the cinema location now. Nervously, Lu Feng sent the details before the call ended. By this time, the movie had reached its climax, and the crowd began to disperse, leaving only a few spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. Not long after, a man clad in a gray suit hurriedly approached. His pace so frantic that beads of sweat began to form on my forehead, and my face was awash with panic. Dad, you finally made it. Do you have any idea that this man has been bullying me to the brink of despair? Before Lu Feng could finish his lamentation, Lu Yong, with clenched fists, struck him fiercely across the face. The blow sent Lu Feng staggering, his body weakening as he collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. He covered his battered visage, gazing at Lu Yong in disbelief. Dad, why are you treating me this way? Do you know who stands before you? Lu Yong, seething with rage, spat out his words, his aged eyes glaring sharply at Lu Feng. Who else could it be? Even if this person has connections, they cannot surpass your father. Lu Feng pondered, realizing that despite any stature, Lu Yong was indeed a noteworthy figure within the company. This is the esteemed president of the Lu Group. Lu Yong gritted his teeth as he uttered this revelation. Instantly, Lu Feng's eyes widened in horror, his complexion draining of color. How could this be? He is so young. How could he possibly be the president? You scoundrel! Who gave you the audacity to oppose the president? Lu Yong, consumed by fury, launched a vicious kick at Lu Feng's knee, striking him forcefully. How have I raised you? You are a constant source of trouble, always seeking discord. Do you find satisfaction in this? Dad, I truly don't understand. I had no idea this was happening. Lu Feng, now seated on the ground, moaned in agony. Lu Yong, however, was resolute. You have indeed raised a fine son, he said, his lips curling into a slight smirk, his countenance hardened by frost. This is the son you have raised, who just moments ago was fixated on my woman, expecting me to kneel and apologize before him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong's face, already lined with sweat, glistened with cold perspiration, his back dampened and chilled. His legs weakened, barely supporting him as he faced the president. It is my failure as a father. I have not raised him well today. I shall teach him a lesson before you. With that, Lu Yong seized Lu Feng by the collar, hoisting him from the ground, and unleashed a ferocious punch aimed at Lu Feng's face. You wretched fool! How could you commit such audacious acts? How have I instructed you? Lu Yong poured all his might into the strike, and with a sickening crack, Lu Feng's nose shattered, blood gushing uncontrollably. I am sorry. Lu Feng, battered and bruised, his eyes swollen shut, pleaded through choked sobs, please, no more. If this continues, I will be beaten to death. I was wronged. I failed to recognize greatness. He fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The man's voice was icy and devoid of warmth, his deep-set eyes piercing like a winter's chill. Lu Feng, kneel and apologize. Lu Feng crawled desperately to Song Zi's feet, repeatedly bowing his head against the ground. I am sorry. It was my error. I should not have uttered those words that I am but a worthless fool. Can you let me go? Initially, Song Zi had been in high spirits, looking forward to watching a movie with Lu Yanqin, but this unwelcome disruption had soured her mood. Now, she had lost all desire to enjoy the film. Very well, so be it, she said, observing the pitiful figure before her, a man reduced to tears and disarray. His filthy tongue is no longer to be tolerated. At this moment, Lu Yanqin's voice resonated coldly. While Song Zi may forgive, I cannot. He must answer for his actions. Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror. I understand my mistake. President, please grant me mercy this once. I assure you, I will never speak carelessly again. Take him away, the man ordered, casting a frigid glance in Lu Feng's direction. Immediately, bodyguards waiting outside seized Lu Feng, forcibly dragging him away. Dad, save me, help me! Lu Feng's desperate cries echoed in the air. Lu Yong's face flushed with copper, torn between the love for his son and the reality of the situation. Despite his affections, he could not intervene. His son had erred gravely, and consequences were inevitable to quell the president's wrath. Soon, Lu Feng's cries faded into silence. Lu Yong clenched his eyes shut, knowing that from this moment forth, the president would keep a vigilant watch over his son, ensuring he would not repeat such reckless behavior. As for you, given the son you have raised, it is time for you to resign from the company, Lu Yanqin stated, not sparing Lu Yong a second glance as he departed with Song Zi. Lu Yong's complexion turned ashen. It was over. Everything was lost. I sincerely apologize for today's events disrupting your good mood. The man spoke gravely as they exited the cinema. It is not so bad, she replied, though I hadn't expected such foolishness to abound. Song Zi kicked a small stone on the ground, shrugging her shoulders. Next time, let us watch a film in my private theater. That sounds delightful, the man said, his voice warm. He had hoped to accompany her to a private screening, but was taken aback by her choice of a public cinema. After parting ways, Lu Yanqin escorted Song Zi to the entrance of her villa. You may return home now, he said, watching her depart. As she exited the car and waved goodbye, he added, it is getting late. You should head home as well. Very well, he replied, his gaze lingering on her slender figure until she vanished from sight, before finally driving away. Upon returning home, Song Zi began to organize her memories from her previous life according to the current timeline. She recalled that in her past, Mu Yuchuan had been secretly gathering people for illegal gambling in an underground trading venue. According to the timeline, that venue had now officially commenced operations. Mu Yuchuan had used the funds from this establishment to bolster the Mu Group's growth. In this new life, she would not grant him such an opportunity. She intended to ruin Mu Yuchuan, ensuring he would live a life of mediocrity and pay a steep price for his actions. The first step in her revenge would be to dismantle his financial support. A smile played upon her lips as she plotted her course of action. The next day, at 7 in the evening, Song Zi donned a deep black tracksuit, a cap atop her head, and a black mask concealing her face as she infiltrated Mu Yuchuan's underground trading venue. Accompanying her was Luan, also clad in black. She guided Song Zi past security personnel and surveillance systems, evading detection. Miss, allow me to go in and take photos for evidence. There's no need for you to do this yourself, Luan suggested. She was willing to assist with whatever Song Zi required, but the latter insisted on taking matters into her own hands. No, I will handle this myself. You need only stay by my side and protect me. If revenge were to be executed through another's hands, could it truly be deemed revenge? The grievances of her past life would be repaid 1,000-fold. Thus, with her mask firmly in place, Song Zi stealthily entered the underground venue. While Luan stood guard outside, there are currently few people inside. This is our best opportunity, Luan whispered. Song Zi quietly aimed her phone at the unfolding scene, recording video footage. This would serve as the most compelling evidence to dismantle the establishment. After capturing the necessary footage, she began to make her exit, but then Luan's voice rang out. Not good. Someone is coming. Hurry. Who goes there? Came a booming voice. Song Zi quickly concealed her phone and fled alongside Luan. In the ensuing chaos, they startled several security personnel, who promptly pursued them. Miss, run. I will hold them off. Luan positioned herself protectively in front of Song Zi. We should escape together. Song Zi protested, concern etched on her face. Though Luan was her bodyguard, Song Zi treated her as a friend. The thought of Lu and getting hurt on her behalf filled her with guilt. Protecting you is my duty, do not worry. I can handle this, Lewin urged, as she charged at the oncoming guards. Agile and swift, Lewin dispatched the leading security personnel with grace and strength. Seeing that Lewin was handling herself well, Song Zi felt a surge of relief. She quickly made her way to the car, waiting for Lewin to join her. During this process, Song Zi swiftly dialed the emergency number. Officer, I wish to report that there are individuals gathered here for illegal gambling. I possess evidence. After hanging up the phone, Song Zi waited in the car for Lewin, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed in the distance. Until a familiar figure hurriedly approached from the direction of the supermarket. Song Zi's eyes brightened as she quickly opened the passenger door. Get in the car. Lewin leapt into the vehicle, shutting the door behind her, and the car swiftly sped away. The individuals who had surrounded them could only watch helplessly as the vehicle departed. Their efforts in vain. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Song Zi inquired while driving. Rest assured, I am not easily harmed. Lewin replied with a smile that it was the first time Song Zi had witnessed her smile. You look truly beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often, Song Zi remarked as she drove. Really? Lewin's fingers brushed her lips. Indeed. Your smile is far more appealing than your usual icy demeanor. Song Zi chuckled. The police should be on their way, she added. Next, we will head to the police station to submit this evidence. Lewin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mu Yuchuan was seated at home, perusing Song Shuiwei's prenatal examination report. The previous incident involving Song Shuiwei stealing Song Zi's work had left him with a knot in his heart, leading to a cold war between them. For several days, Mu Yuchuan had been sleeping in a separate room from Song Shuiwei. It wasn't until last night that anguished cries emanated from her room. Mu Yuchuan rushed to her bedroom, only to find Song Shuiwei curled up on the bed, her pale face stained with tears. What is wrong? Mu Yuchuan asked, his brow furrowed. Song Shuiwei opened her tearful eyes. She collapsed into his embrace. Sobbing, Yuchuan, I had a terrifying dream that you no longer wanted me or the baby. I'm so afraid. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. In that moment, Mu Yuchuan's heart softened. You and the baby will never lose me. I will always be by your side, he sighed. From that point on, they reconciled and resumed sleeping in the same room. After all, Song Shuiwei was still carrying their child. Despite her transgressions, he felt it was his duty as her husband to forgive her. Mu Yuchuan stared absently at the prenatal report when his phone rang. Mr. Mu, there is trouble at the club. What has happened at the club? Mu Yuchuan tossed the prenatal report aside, his voice urgent. The club has been shut down due to illegal gambling. The police have taken the manager into custody, and all the club's illicit earnings have been confiscated, along with a potential fine of 20 million. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuchuan's face paled instantly. He had hoped to rely on the club's earnings to support the Mu Group, but with its closure, it felt as though their source of income had been severed. The operations and growth of the Mu Group now faced unprecedented difficulties and challenges, raising concerns about its viability. Instruct the manager to keep his mouth shut. His family's lives are in my hands. If he wishes to spare them from trouble, he must remain tight-lipped. Mu Yuchuan's voice was icy. Understood. After ending the call, Mu Yuchuan sank onto the sofa, his expression grim. At that moment, Song Shuiwei approached him. Yuchuan, I feel like my belly has grown a bit. Could you take a look? Yet, the man was lost in his own turmoil, offering her not a glance. Yuchuan, what is wrong? Song Shuiwei sensed his unease. Mu Yuchuan darkly recounted the day's events. The group is facing some difficulties and requires financial support, which is why I have been courting the Lu Group. However, after being expelled from the banquet last time, it is challenging to establish any connection with them. Our only hope now lies with the Song Group. You are your mother's daughter, and I am her son-in-law. Please ask her to assist the group through this crisis. If we succeed, we can expedite our wedding plans, and I promise to make you the illustrious matriarch of the Mu Group. Mu Yuchuan held Song Shuiwei close, his gaze earnest. Song Shuiwei felt a surge of panic. How could this be happening? Wasn't the Mu family also a prestigious household? Why were there so many issues? However, Mu Yuchuan needed her now. She had to approach Song Shuiwei for help. This was the only way for Mu Yuchuan's company to find a turning point. At the Song family villa, a news segment played on the television. It reported that a high-end club in the capital had been shut down for illegal gambling, and the manager, Lu, had been arrested. The screen displayed Lu in prison garb, looking disheveled. A smirk spread across Song Zi's face. Just a scapegoat, she mused that a cunning man like Mu Yuchuan has many escape routes, even if he engages in such activities. It is likely someone else impersonating him. Merely this incident is far from sufficient to bring him down. However, severing his financial resources is a positive development. I now have ample time to play with him. Outside the villa, urgent cries rang out. "Auntie, please let me see you." At that moment, Song Shuawei was being blocked by security personnel. "Our lady has instructed that you and your dog are not permitted inside." The guard said coldly, "Do you not understand human language? I have made mistakes in the past, but I truly have something important to discuss with Auntie. Please, grant me the opportunity to see her. Even if just for 10 minutes. Song Shuawei pleaded desperately. The security personnel remained unyielding. "Get lost." They shoved her away. Song Zi, feeling a throbbing headache, rose to the scene only to witness the security pushing Song Shuawei. "Stop," she commanded. The guards halted immediately. Song Shuawei was taken aback to see Song Zi intervening. Song Zi did not wish to assist her. Rather, she feared that if Song Shuawei were harmed, Mu Yuchuan would hold a grudge against her and the Song family, leading to potential retribution. It mattered little when Song Shuawei lost the child, but it absolutely could not happen within the Song household. "What brings you here?" Song Zi's dark, cool eyes fixed on Song Shuawei. Her voice frosty. "I wish to see Aunt Song. Please, I have something crucial to discuss with her," Song Shuawei implored. "Very well, go ahead." Song Zi acquiesced, curious to discover what important matter Song Shuawei had to reveal. Thus, she led Song Shuawei into the villa. Upon seeing Song Shuawei knelt before her. "Auntie, I have a significant request." "What brings you here again?" Song Shuawei, elegantly seated on the sofa, delicately sipped her tea. Her expression filled with disdain as she regarded Song Shuawei. "Yuchuan's company is facing some difficulties. I am here to seek your assistance. I have heard that you have investment plans. Would you consider investing in Yuchuan's company?" Song Shuawei pleaded earnestly. Song Shuhui merely regarded her with a scornful gaze, saying nothing. "Yuchuan is an exceptional and diligent individual. His company has conducted market research, and if the project succeeds, it will undoubtedly be lucrative. He simply requires an investment opportunity. As she spoke, Song Shuawei retrieved a project proposal from her bag, presenting it to Song Shuhui. "Auntie, please take a look. This project has great potential. Should you invest, you would become the largest shareholder and reap the largest profits once the company is successful." Song Shuawei understood that she lacked the leverage to persuade Song Shuhui without presenting an impressive proposal. However, Song Shuhui did not even glance at the proposal, refusing to accept it, leaving Song Shuawei awkwardly kneeling with her outstretched hands. "I have no interest in your proposal. Even if I were to invest, it would not be in his venture." Song Shuhui coldly dismissed her. "Auntie, why?" Song Shuawei pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. "I have witnessed how Yuchuan treated my daughter. That is more than enough reason for me not to collaborate with him." Song Shuhui replied with a scornful laugh. "As you mentioned, his company is so outstanding that there will undoubtedly be other investors willing to support him. He need not waste his time here." Song Shuhui spoke in a calm tone, taking a sip of tea before voicing her thoughts. "Aunt Song, I implore you to assist me." Song Shuawei gazed at her with a pale complexion. She felt certain that if she could not lend a hand to Mu Yuchuan this time, he would undoubtedly be angered. The thought of her identity being exposed was terrifying. "What makes you think I would help you?" Song Shuhui looked at Song Shuawei with a mocking expression. "You, masquerading as my daughter and spreading rumors that my daughter is a financially supported student. Do you truly believe you are the heiress of the Song family?" Upon hearing this, Song Shuawei's face turned ashen. "I cannot fathom how you can show your face in my home, pleading before me. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to appear before us." Song Shuhui let out a cold laugh. "I have no desire to see you right now. You should leave at once. Did you hear me? Get out." Song Zi looked at Song Shuawei with amusement, advising her never to show her face at their home again. "Just a friendly reminder, don't continue to kneel so easily. While you may endure the humiliation, if the child within you were to perish, could you still claim the title of M.R.S. Daimyo Yuchuan?" Upon hearing this, Song Shuawei's complexion turned pale. She bit her lip in humiliation and slowly rose from the ground, exhausted, leaving the room. Such bad luck? Song Shuhui's expression darkened. "I must have been blind to support a student like her. She seems to have no intention of genuinely studying. She merely wishes to climb the social ladder on the backs of the Song family. Like a stubborn adhesive, She clings on and cannot be shaken off. Had I known she would turn out this way, I would never have offered my support. Song Shuhui sighed, truly an ingrate. Mother, such a person is not worth your anger. Song Ziyi said with a gentle smile, a new plan forming in her mind. At school, Shuhui, has your mother agreed to invest in the Mu Corporation? Mu Yuchuan inquired, gazing at Song Shuhui. For a moment, she found it hard to meet his eyes. My mother said, she will think it over. How long does she need to think? I am her son-in-law, and now is the time she should help me. How can she remain so indifferent? Mu Yuchuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Moreover, even if she is reluctant to assist me, can she truly bear to see you suffer? He furrowed his brow, his voice heavy. We are married. As husband and wife, we are one. If my life is difficult, yours will not be any better. Even if your mother is angry, can she bear to watch you endure hardship alongside me? I believe my mother will come around, Song Shuhui murmured, her gaze cast downward. Just give her a little time. She will agree. After all, she loves me the most. Previously, she had been unaware of Mu Yuchuan's true background, believing him to be the sole heir of the Mu family, a prestigious family in the capital. She thought marrying him would grant her entry into a wealthy life, only to find that the reality was far more complex than she had anticipated. She was genuinely worried that Mu Yuchuan would uncover the truth. Very well, Mu Yuchuan took a deep breath, suppressing his own anxiety and frustration. He grasped Song Shuhui's shoulders, staring deeply into her eyes. Shuhui, I am counting on you. You must help me. Yes, I will, Song Shuhui replied, forcing herself to nod. Where would she find the funds to invest in the Mu family? Such a significant sum was not trivial. Upon returning to the classroom, Song Shuhui overheard her classmates chatting. Hey, Lily, your hairpin is exquisite. Is it a new piece from Bulgari? It must be quite valuable. It's nice, isn't it? My father bought it for me. Sunli replied, playing with her necklace with a smile. Weren't you just complaining about how stingy your father was? Looks like he's quite generous now, a classmate remarked enviously. That's because my father recently secured an investment, and our family project has earned a substantial profit from it. So he's been more generous with me. Song Shuhui recognized this classmate, who came from a middle-class family and was relatively well off. She sat at her desk, listening as Sunli continued, I wish someone would invest in our project too. The investor is quite mysterious. They require a detailed proposal and a perfect business plan before considering any investment. It really depends on luck. My dad's luck has been decent lately. I envy you. Could you introduce me to that investor? If our business secures an investment, I'll give you a big red envelope and treat you to a grand meal. Sure, Sunli smiled. Song Shuhui's mind raced, and after school, she approached Sunli. Lily, about that investor you mentioned, could you introduce me? My husband's company is in need of investment. But, Sunli hesitated, not just anyone can secure an investment from this investor. They are quite selective. If they find your proposal lacking, they won't invest. My husband's company will definitely meet their standards. You know the Mu Corporation? It's a powerful conglomerate. Song Shuhui said eagerly. Could you act as a guide and introduce me to the investor? If it works out, I promise to give you a generous reward, she implored, her eyes sparkling with hope. All right, Sunli finally agreed. Later, Sunli sent a message to Song Ziyi. Boss, I've done everything you asked. Song Shuhui wants to meet with you. You choose the location. Song Ziyi smiled, pleased. The fish was already hooked. In 2 days, at Junyue Hotel, private room 301. Okay, thank you, boss, Sunli replied. Song Ziyi transferred 100,000 yuan to her. But Sunli declined. Boss, accepting money would be too polite. If it weren't for your investment, our family business would have gone under long ago. You are a benefactor to us, and doing this for you is my duty. No payment is necessary. After her rebirth, Song Ziyi swiftly established a small company with her own funds, investing in the Sun family as a promising venture. Now, she had profited significantly from their success. Next, she would wait for this fish to take the bait. In her previous life, Mu Yuchuan had taken all the assets of the Song family. This time, she would use the same tactics to exact revenge on him, letting him taste the bitterness of losing everything. Chapter 35. Let us be together. It was a weekend, just one day before the meeting between Song Ziyi and Song Shuhui. She visited Lu Yinqing's office as usual. When female employees at the company saw Song Ziyi frequently entering the president's office, they exchanged gossip and whispered among themselves. Look, the beauty is back. Could it be that something good is about to happen between her and President Lu? It certainly seems like it. Could she actually be President Lu's girlfriend? I've never seen anyone get so close to him. Just then, Ji Sheener, dressed elegantly in high heels, arrived at the Lu Corporation and overheard their chatter. "What are you all discussing?" she asked, her tone icy. The others quickly fell silent. "What is going on?" Ji Sheener's sharp gaze fell on the nearest employee, her voice cold. The employee, aware of Ji Sheener's arrogant demeanor and her family's deep ties with the Lu family, dared not offend her and recounted the earlier conversation. Ji Sheener's grip tightened on her bag, her expression chilly. How dare that wretched Song Ziyi, who had already broken off her engagement with Yinqing, shamelessly cling to him again? No, Yinqing is hers. No one can take him away. Ji Sheener hurriedly strode towards the president's office. Inside the office, Song Ziyi sat beside Lu Yinqing, tilting her head to observe the PowerPoint presentation on his computer. Lu Yinqing had summarized some knowledge into a presentation to better teach her. A warm feeling enveloped Song Ziyi as she thought, "I understand now." As she looked up at the man before her, his deep, dark eyes met hers, filled with a vastness akin to a starry sea. They were so close that their lips were nearly touching. As the man's gaze fell upon her full, rosy lips, he felt a dry swallow in his throat. The air between them seemed to grow inexplicably warm, leaving him slightly parched. Song Ziyi gazed at the handsome face of the man magnified before her, her heart skipping several beats as her cheeks flushed. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly. Yinqing. At that moment, Ji Sheener, impeccably dressed, entered Lu Yinqing's office. "Did no one tell you that you should knock before entering my office?" The warmth in the man's eyes towards Song Ziyi turned cold and distant as he looked at Ji Sheener. His voice tinged with frost. Ji Sheener felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could he treat her with such indifference in front of another woman? She could only respond, "Yinqing, I'll be more mindful next time." "She is." Song Ziyi's gaze shifted to Ji Sheener, glancing back at Lu Yinqing. "The daughter of our business partner," he replied succinctly. "I am Yinqing's childhood sweetheart." Ji Xiner arrogantly lifted her chin, casting a challenging gaze at Song Ziyi. "Did you not previously break off your engagement with Brother Yanqin? What brings you to Brother Yanqin's office? And why are you so close to him?" Ji Xiner glared fiercely at Song Ziyi, her eyes nearly blazing with fury. She had never had the chance to be in such close proximity to Brother Yanqin before. How dare this wretched woman, just because the engagement was dissolved? "Does that mean she cannot come here? You live by the sea, yet you meddle so much." Song Ziyi glanced at Ji Xiner with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. "Brother Yanqin, look at her." Ji Xiner was infuriated. It was she who had cast him aside and broken off the engagement, yet now she shamelessly drew near again. How brazen! Silence. The man's gaze darkened, his demeanor radiating an oppressive chill. It was the first time Ji Xiner had witnessed Lu Yanqin in such a fearsome state. Although he had always been somewhat aloof and distant with her, he had never looked at her with such terrifying eyes. Ji Xiner clenched her fists, apologized to Ziyi. The man's voice was low and commanding, each word laced with a formidable pressure. Reluctantly, Ji Xiner complied. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about you." Yet, her words held a hint of truth. "I do not wish for insincere apologies." Song Ziyi replied with a smirk. "Although I have severed my engagement with your brother Yanqin, he is quite eager to be with me. He finds joy in seeing me daily, and he requires my presence to be happy. Moreover, he often summons me to his office. If I am not by his side, he cannot eat, drink, or sleep well." Song Ziyi reveled in the distorted expression on Ji Xiner's face, her lips curling into a smile as her gaze shifted to Lu Yanqin. "Isn't that right, Yanqin?" Her voice was sweet, more delightful than spun sugar. As she spoke, her delicate hands subtly descended beneath the table, where, out of Ji Xiner's sight, she lightly squeezed the man's thigh, applying just a bit more pressure. Though she wore a smile, her eyes were filled with a threatening glint, as if to say, "Dare to deny it." Lu Yanqin's thin lips curved into a faint arc as he looked at her with an indulgent gaze, then turned his attention to Ji Xiner. "Indeed, Z speaks the truth." Ji Xiner was instantly enraged, her eyes reddening. "Brother Yanqin, a good horse does not return to graze where it has fed. You have broken off the engagement with her. Why are you treating her so well? She does not truly like you. She is merely toying with your feelings, treating you as something to summon at will. But even so, I find it quite enjoyable," the man replied, his voice deep and enticing. sending shivers down Song Zi's spine. Her cheeks flushed slightly. He certainly knew how to charm. Brother Yanqin. Gxiner looked at him with tear-filled eyes, biting her lip in frustration. Do not call me that. First, I am not your brother, and second, our relationship is not close enough for such familiarity. Lu Yanqin's tone was cool and distant. Did you hear? Your brother Yanqin does not harbor feelings for you. Song Zi chuckled at Gxiner, who was now visibly upset. She wrapped her arm around the man's sturdy waist, resting her head on his shoulder, her smile radiant. The one he truly cares for is me. Gxiner glared at Song Zi, feeling as if she had just been slapped hard across the face, her cheeks burning. Is there anything else you need? The man's cold, distant gaze fell upon Gxiner. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. After all, Yanqin still needs to remain by my side. We have our own sweet moments to continue. Song Zi smiled mischievously, akin to a cunning little fox. The warmth in the man's gaze directed at the girl was gentle and doting, a look he had never bestowed upon Gxiner. Such a gaze incited jealousy that nearly drove Gxiner to madness. With her eyes brimming with fury, she watched the scene unfold before her, biting her lip fiercely before hastily rising to leave. Song Zi watched her retreating figure with amusement, her lips curling upward while she maintained her position nestled against Lu Yanqin, oblivious to the intimate atmosphere surrounding them. In the next moment, the man's deep, sultry voice whispered in Song Zi's ear, melodious as a cello. Now that she is gone, you need not continue the charade. Coming back to her senses, Song Zi's gaze fell upon Lu Yanqin, realizing her earlier actions might have been a bit too bold. Lu Yanqin, you are so accommodating, so eager to teach me. Have you truly developed feelings for me? Song Zi did not pull away from the man but instead leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching. Their breaths mingling, causing the temperature in the office to rise significantly as an ambiguous tension enveloped them. At that moment, Lu Yanqin's heart raced uncontrollably. The man's alluring lips pressed into a straight line, his sharp Adam's apple moving silently as he struggled to maintain composure. The girl lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, her doe-like eyes locking onto his, her slender fingers lightly resting on his shoulder. Sliding downwards, the beautiful man began, but Song Zi's delicate finger gently pressed against his enticing lips. Not be so quick to reject me. Her hand, which had been resting on Lu Yanqin's shoulder, gracefully glided down to his chest, akin to a nimble serpent. Your heart beats so rapidly in this area. Song Zi smiled charmingly, resembling a captivating enchantress who had ensnared a lofty flower. Your heartbeat is quite erratic. I can hear it clearly. The man's Adam's apple moved soundlessly, his dark, profound gaze fixated on Song Zi. You indeed have feelings for me. With her sparkling eyes fixed on him, Song Zi leaned forward. Straddling his lap, through the thin fabric of his suit trousers, she could distinctly feel the muscular contours of his long legs, solid and full of strength. Every time I draw near, your heart races faster. Song Zi's finger rested upon his chest, her breath gentle. Look, your ears are turning red. Her voice was soft and melodious. As she spoke, her fingers lightly brushed against his slightly flushed earlobe. The mere touch seemed to unleash a Pandora's box of emotions within him. The man's breathing quickened, his body tensing further, and Song Zi could feel the tautness of his muscles beneath her. It is merely because the air conditioning is set too high, Lu Yanqin replied, his voice deepening slightly, tinged with a hint of hoarseness as he struggled to regain his composure. Zi, get down. I do not wish to, she retorted playfully, her tone tinged with a hint of defiance. What do you intend to do? His voice grew increasingly grave, more gravelly than before, thick with intensity. I merely wish for you to acknowledge that you have feelings for me, to admit that you like me. Song Zi's captivating doe-like eyes bore into his. The two locked gazes, and for a fleeting moment, his deep, dark eyes revealed a hint of vulnerability. He hastily averted his gaze, his voice growing even more hoarse. What does it matter if I admit it or not? Song Zi, I am not a toy for you to play with at your leisure. She understood that he liked her, but what then? Would he be with her simply because of that affection? Or would he feel compelled to do to her having saved his life? What kind of relationship was that? Was it mere charity? Such a relationship born of pity was not what he desired. He did not wish to be a mere plaything for Song Zi, someone she could toy with when interested and cast aside when not. How could you think that? I have never regarded you as a mere toy. Song Zi gently cupped Lu Yanqin's chiseled, striking face. I am serious about you. If you like me too, why don't we be together? She smiled brightly at him. Die in their time together. She had indeed developed feelings for Lu Yanqin. Being with him instilled a sense of security within her, a feeling of stability and joy. She was willing to be with someone who brought her happiness. However, the next moment, the coldness on the man's face deepened, his large hand gripping her waist. What do you take me for? A pitiful creature waiting for your charity? He sought Song Zi's genuine affection, not one given out of gratitude. Why must you be so fierce? Song Zi gazed at him with a pitiful expression. I have never regarded you as a pitiful creature, nor have I ever given you charity. Realizing his tone had been a bit harsh, he inhaled deeply, his voice softening. I told you before. It seems you have not taken it to heart. Do not feel grateful to me for saving you. Nor should you think of being with me because of that. Such a relationship born of pity is not what I need. I only wish for you to be yourself, the joyful and free Song Zi. Song Zi felt a twinge of discomfort in her eyes, and a similar sensation at the tip of her nose. How could he be so kind, always considering things from his own perspective? Fool. Lu Yanqing, you are a complete fool. Gently, Song Zi tapped her delicate, fair fingers on the man's nose, her eyes glistening with warmth. It is my genuine affection for you that makes me wish to be together. Not merely the gratitude you speak of. In that moment, Lu Yanqing's heart felt as though it had been filled with the warmest of sentiments. His heart surged with overwhelming emotions, a tumult of complex feelings almost threatening to engulf him. The immense joy and excitement nearly rendering him oblivious, he forced himself to regain his composure. Can you truly distinguish between affection and gratitude? The man, with his large hand gripping Song Zi's waist, spoke in a deep, resonant tone. I am an adult, not a child. How could I possibly confuse gratitude with genuine affection? Song Zi shot an irritated glance at Lu Yanqing. You underestimate me far too much. His deep-set, profound eyes bore into her, revealing a whirlwind of complicated emotions. I will give you a week to ponder this thoroughly. Once you have made your decision, do let me know. The man spoke firmly. Having already been rejected by Song Zi once, he feared that this time might be a fleeting whim on her part, a mere act of kindness bestowed upon him. Even if they were to be together. What if she later realized her feelings were insipid and dull? She might come to regret her decision and disdain him. The pain of losing her would be akin to a heart-wrenching torment, a profound anguish that he could scarcely endure. It was better to have never possessed her than to experience such torment. I have already given it considerable thought, Song Zi murmured in dissatisfaction. The man remained silent, gazing at her intently. Very well then, she sighed softly. I shall provide you with my answer in 7 days. Agreed, he replied in a low voice. Might I inquire, Miss Song, if you could possibly dismount from my lap? I fear I may not be able to endure this much longer. Very well. Song Zi felt somewhat uncomfortable perched on Lu Yanqing's lap, the car keys in his pocket pressing uncomfortably against her. In the future, please refrain from keeping your car keys in your suit pocket while seated. It's quite uncomfortable, she complained, her tone playful. The man's breath grew heavier, every muscle in his body tense. Are you truly unaware? He asked solemnly. What do you mean? Song Zi's doe-like, lustrous eyes gazed up at Lu Yanqing, her confusion palpable. Her gaze slowly drifted down to his long, straight legs, then back up, only to find the man sitting upright. His legs firmly together, exuding an air of restrained composure. It suddenly dawned on Song Zi what she had inadvertently touched. Her face flushed with heat, and she hastily averted her gaze. I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to. I must take my leave, she stammered, grabbing her documents from Lu Yanqing's desk and hurriedly shoving them into her bag before swiftly exiting. It was almost as if she fled the scene. As she departed, her cheeks were still tinged with crimson. Witnessing this, those in the office exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the tension. Surely nothing inappropriate occurred between them in the office. Could it be? It certainly seemed so. Did you not notice how red Miss Song's face was? She looked positively shy, and her skirt even bore a few wrinkles. My heavens, you truly are observant. I hadn't even noticed that. I can only speculate that Miss Song was. With our president in the office. Goodness, our president, who appears so aloof and reserved, would engage in such behavior. The whispers echoed around her, heightening Song Zi's embarrassment as she hurriedly left Lu Yinqing's company. Once in her private car, she touched her flushed cheeks against the cool window, taking deep breaths of fresh air, gradually calming her racing heart. Meanwhile, in the office, the man found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Leaning back in his chair, he felt the tension in his throat, his breath uneven. He had expected the young woman to be bolder, yet she had merely teased him before slipping away, leaving him to endure this unbearable predicament alone. Lu Yinqing sighed deeply, rising to head to the restroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air, drowning out the noise of his thoughts. Before long, the day arrived for Song Zi to meet Song Xuewei. In a hotel private room, she donned a fox mask and a pristine white business dress, lounging lazily in her seat. Soon, a series of cautious knocks echoed from the door, revealing Song Xuewei's anxious voice. "Is Director Zhou here?" It was evident that she was quite nervous. This investment opportunity was crucial for her. "Come in," Song Zi replied, her voice altered by a voice changer. "All right." Song Xuewei entered the room, carrying several gifts, her demeanor a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Director Zhou, I am Song Xuewei, the wife of Mu Yuchuan from the Mu Group. I am here to discuss a potential partnership." Her face wore a smile of flattery as she stood before Song Zi, who, unexpectedly, was masked. Despite the disguise, Song Xuewei sensed that this Director Zhou was a remarkably young woman. It was impressive that someone so youthful could command such substantial funds and manage a formidable company. "Where is your project proposal? Present it to me," Song Zi said, her long legs casually crossed. Song Xuewei placed the gifts at her feet and retrieved the proposal from her bag, offering it with a mixture of eagerness and respect. "Director Zhou, please review our project proposal. It is excellent. The Mu Group has been operational for over 30 years, with considerable experience and strength. We only require a modest investment. With your support, our project will thrive, yielding significant profits. Should you invest, you will receive substantial dividends. Our company is a remarkable potential asset. Please take your time to review it. As Song Zi perused the proposal, she noted its striking resemblance to the one from her previous life. The Mu Group had once sought a large investment to propel their project forward, resulting in Mu Yuchuan taking 5 million from the Song family, which had indeed proven profitable, yet all the gains went into Mu Yuchuan's pocket. The Song family bore the losses while he reaped the profits. What a lucrative scheme he had orchestrated. With a cold smile, Song Zi spoke, "If you wish for my investment, I have conditions." "What conditions?" "Please, do share," Song Xuewei urged eagerly. To secure an investment, Mu Yuchuan's business crisis must be resolved. Ensuring he is no longer burdened by daily worries or disputes, I demand 80% of the profit share. "That seems rather excessive," Song Xuewei hesitated. "Then there is nothing further to discuss," Song Zi replied, casually tossing the proposal at Song Xuewei's feet. "Seek out other investors." Panic surged through Song Xuewei. At this critical juncture, Mu Yuchuan needed investment desperately, and without connections, where could she find other investors? "I still have matters to attend to," Song Zi stated, ignoring Song Xuewei completely as she rose to leave. With determination, Song Xuewei stepped forward. "All right, fine. I agree to 80%. Let us sign a contract." Song Zi smirked. "You are quite eager, aren't you?" Of course, Song Xuewei was anxious. This was a pressing matter. "Please provide me with your contact information, and I will initiate the electronic contract upon my return." "Sure, here is my WeChat. Kindly add me," Song Xuewei said, her tone respectful and humble as she extended her phone. Song Zi scanned the code, adding her contact. "Mr. Zhou, may I inquire when we might finalize the contract?" Song Xuewei gazed at Song Zi with anticipation. "Just wait for my notification," Song Zi replied nonchalantly. "All right, Mr. Zhou, take care." Song Xuewei accompanied Song Zi with great attentiveness until she departed. Only then did she regain her composure. "Mr. Zhou is truly remarkable, possessing such determination at a young age, unwavering in his decisions. How I wish I could become someone like Mr. Zhou." Upon returning, Song Zi drafted an electronic contract and sent it to Song Xuewei via WeChat. Almost instantaneously, Song Xuewei replied, promptly filling in the necessary information and sending it back, while Song Zi ensured the company seal was affixed. Thus, the electronic contract was duly executed, with Mu Yuchuan's name inscribed as the signatory. Amused, Song Zi regarded the finalized contract, her fingers gently tapping the table. "I wonder, when Mu Yuchuan finds himself bereft due to Song Xuewei's schemes, will he still love her as he once did?" Song Zi felt a surge of impatience. Meanwhile, at the Mu family villa, Yuchuan, My mother has already invested in you. At that moment, Song Shuai approached Mu Yuchuan, who was seated in his study, examining a transfer of 50 million that had just been credited to his company account. After confirming the transaction, he exhaled deeply. He embraced Song Shuai, inviting her to sit on his lap, his arms encircling her slightly rounded abdomen, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Shuai, I knew you could do it. Of course, I am my mother's most cherished daughter, Song Shuai replied with a gentle and radiant smile. What did I say before? You are her daughter. How could she possibly neglect you? As long as you maintain a good rapport with your mother. Our company's matters will be secure. Mu Yuchuan lightly tapped Song Shuai's nose, adding, once the project is underway, our company will see a continual influx of funds. At that point, your mother will witness my capabilities and will surely lift her sanctions against me. Accepting me as her son-in-law, when my parents return to the country, we shall host a grand wedding, and I want you to be the happiest and most beautiful bride. Song Shuai nestled against Mu Yuchuan's neck. During this period, she had sensed a marked change in Mu Yuchuan's demeanor towards her. He no longer showered her with affection as he once did. However, after securing this investment, his gentleness and adoration resurfaced, filling her heart with profound satisfaction. They had returned to their former selves. How delightful that a bittersweet sensation washed over Song Shuai's nose as she clung tightly to Mu Yuchuan. We haven't named the baby yet. Think properly about the name. I'll browse through the dictionary later. I can come up with a dozen names for a boy and as many for a girl, and we can let everyone choose together. The man gently caressed Song Shuai's long hair. She smiled softly at him. The man leaned down to kiss her, and Song Shuai playfully dodged. Isn't this inappropriate? I'm still pregnant. It's fine. The fetus is stable. I'll be careful with that. Mu Yuchuan lifted Song Shuai into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. Within the confines of the bedroom, sounds of intimacy echoed. Afterward, Song Shuai lay softly in the embrace of the man. With this investment, Mu Yuchuan's company could grow robustly, eventually surpassing Song Zi's enterprise. Soon, she would be a pampered lady of wealth, living lavishly, no longer needing to endure the disdain of Song Zi and her mother. At that moment, she would relish in trampling Song Zi underfoot. She was destined to ascend to greatness. A triumphant smile graced Song Shuai's lips. Meanwhile, at the Song family villa, Song Zi accessed her comics backend. Since revising her work, she had published it online, enhancing both the main and subplots. Upon its re-release, it sparked a tremendous wave of enthusiasm, with numerous fans flocking to the comments section. The revised version is far superior to the original. The characters are more well-rounded, the themes deeper, and the essence elevated. Indeed, it's evident the author poured immense effort into crafting this comic. It's a shame such a remarkable piece was stolen by a thief. The accolades flooded in from across the internet. Moreover, Song Zi serialized another comic, which, after just 5 chapters, skyrocketed in popularity, even eclipsing the first in fame. Numerous publishers clamored to collaborate with her, and film companies sought to acquire the rights for both of her comics in one fell swoop. Her private messages were filled with offers from various publishing houses and production companies, leaving her somewhat bewildered in her choices. She decided to consult Lu Yinqing for guidance. Teacher Lu, which company do you think would be best for me to sign with? She sent, accompanied by a cute cat emoji waving. 3 minutes later, Lu Yinqing replied, Dingxing Literature appears to be the better option. While their offered price is slightly lower, they possess the capability to nurture IP. Every work they have previously developed has guaranteed quality and has achieved great success. Song Zi quickly grasped Lu Yinqing's implication. So, you mean sacrificing short-term gains for the sake of long-term growth? Exactly. Song Zi understood that once the first work achieved explosive success, the subsequent creations by the same author would also attract eager buyers from film companies, often at significantly higher prices. Although Dingxing Group's offer was 100,000 less than others, if they successfully developed the IP, it could lead to substantial future income. All right, thank you. I will follow your advice. As she gazed at her screen, the message box showed that Lu Yinqing was typing. After a moment, he sent just a single word, good. Song Zi responded with a cat blowing a kiss emoji. Thank you for today. Let me treat you to a meal next time. Sounds good. Ultimately, the film rights for Little Qing Huan were signed over to Dingxing Group for 4 million, along with a guaranteed 10,000 for publication rights. Song Zi was in no rush to sell the rights for her second work. She intended to wait until the first was developed successfully and had made a name for itself before proceeding. She wasn't lacking in funds, so she could afford to take her time. After the contract was signed, the full payment was swiftly transferred. Holding the money in hand, Song Zi purchased the latest Hermes bag for Song Shuhui. "Mom, do you like this bag?" she exclaimed excitedly, presenting the gift box to Song Shuhui. Upon opening the lavish box, Song Shuhui discovered the exquisite Hermes bag in elephant gray, which must have cost over 3 million, including the accessories, with disapproval. She gazed at Song Zi. "This is far too expensive. Why would you buy me such an extravagant gift?" Her monthly allowance for Song Zi was only 2 to 3 million. Recently, her daughter had claimed she no longer needed her financial support, asserting her newfound independence and earning capability. At that moment, she felt a sense of pride in her daughter's growth, which is why she had ceased providing an allowance. Yet now, witnessing her daughter spend such a fortune on a bag filled her with concern. "Mom, you never complained about the expense when you bought me bags before," Song Zi remarked, her eyes sparkling with joy as she smiled at Song Shuhui. "Why is it that when I spend on you, it suddenly feels excessive? That's different. After all, I am your mother. It's only natural for me to love my daughter." "But it's also only natural for me to love my mother," Song Zi replied with a smile. Wrapping her arms around Song Shuhui's, "Don't worry about me, Mom, but I didn't spend all the living expenses you gave me. I saved quite a bit. Plus, I made money from my previous investments, and my comics have sold their film rights and publishing rights. After taxes, I received nearly 4 million today." As she spoke, Song Zi pulled out her phone to show Song Shuhui. "Zi, is this your comics copyright?" Song Shuhui looked at her daughter in astonishment. She had always known about her daughter's passion for drawing, which led her to purchase the best drawing tablet and hire the finest instructors for her when she was young. However, she never imagined her daughter's hobby could evolve into a profession, generating such substantial income. "Yes, that's right. So, I have money too. While my earnings may not match yours, I won't be relying on you any longer. I can buy you things you desire with my own money." Song Zi nestled into Song Shuhui's embrace, her doe-like eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she gazed up at her mother. "Mom, I will earn even more in the future, and then I'll ensure you live a wonderful life." "All right, I'll await that day eagerly." Song Shuhui gently tapped Song Zi's nose with her finger, smiling as she lifted the handbag and draped it over her arm. She approached the dressing mirror, admiring her reflection from side to side. "Zi, do you think this handbag suits me?" "Of course it does. It perfectly complements your temperament, enhancing your elegance and nobility. You exude the charm of a professional woman," Zi praised from beside her. "Besides, when I stand next to Mom, we hardly resemble mother and daughter. We look more like sisters. Your sweet words are as if coated in honey, always flattering me with charming remarks." Song Shuhui chuckled lightly, her gaze toward Song Zi brimming with tenderness. "Mom, I feel so lucky," Song Zi said, snuggling into her mother's embrace. "What's the matter?" Song Shuhui asked, gazing contentedly at the reflection of the mother-daughter duo in the mirror. During this time, her daughter no longer clashed with her. It seemed as though Zi had subdued all her sharp edges, obediently resembling a little lamb in her presence. Their relationship had softened considerably, and these days felt like a dream to Song Shuhui. "To be reborn as your daughter, I truly consider myself fortunate," Zi said, tilting her head against Song Shuhui's shoulder, wrapping her arms tightly around her mother's waist like a soft, cuddly kitten, nuzzling affectionately. "Mom, I'm grateful that you chose me to be your daughter." Song Shuhui looked at Zi with warm eyes, her voice growing ever softer, her eyes slightly misty-eyed this time. "Our Zi has grown up. I even doubt if all of this is merely a dream. I used to be young and ignorant, unaware of the sacrifices you made for me. From now on, let us live well together as mother and daughter. Once I become successful and wealthy, I'll ensure you are the happiest and most joyful mother in the world." Zi beamed at Song Shuhui. "That's wonderful. I'll await that day." Song Shuhui laughed softly. In the past, she would have thought Zi's words were merely to amuse her, childish banter. However, recently, things had changed. She discovered that the tasks she assigned to Zi within the company were executed exceptionally well. Gradually, she began to understand Zi's capabilities, entrusting her with tasks of moderate difficulty. Zi's efficiency and clarity in handling business affairs were remarkable, leading Song Shuhui to delegate more significant projects to her. Song Shuhui firmly believed that in due time, Zi could shoulder the burdens of the company and perhaps even take over the Song Group entirely. This thought brought her peace of mind. One day, upon arriving at school, Ziyi noticed several female classmates clustering around Song Shuewei once more, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, while Song Shuewei maintained an air of grace and superiority. Shuewei, I envy you so much. You are so fortunate to have married such an impressive husband. Indeed, Mu Yuchuan is a remarkable man. While we're all university students, he has already taken on the responsibilities of the Mu Group and is managing it exceptionally well. Securing numerous investments, meanwhile, we just attend classes and binge-watch dramas. The disparity is stark. Isn't that the truth? It's like comparing mortals to gods. Mu Yuchuan's abilities are astounding. Just imagine how successful he'll be once he graduates. He might become the wealthiest person in the capital. At that point, we'd be friends with the richest heiress. I've heard about the project Mu Yuchuan is working on. Once that vacation resort is complete, it will undoubtedly be lucrative, propelling the Mu Group to unprecedented heights. Shuewei's status will soar far above ours. It's truly enviable that Shuewei has such an exceptional husband, unlike us, who can't even find a wealthy boyfriend. Don't worry. When my husband takes me to the next gala, I'll be sure to send you all invitations. There will be many affluent young gentlemen there. Just be proactive, and you might find your chance. Song Shuewei smiled elegantly, her demeanor exuding the poise of a wealthy socialite. Previously, Song Shuewei had faced scrutiny due to the incident involving the theft of Song Ziyi's comic, with peers regarding her with disdain. However, with the recent news of Mu Yuchuan's investments and his development of a new resort, everyone seemed to overlook her past indiscretions, focusing solely on her current success. Song Shuewei regained her popularity at school, with her former entourage once again surrounding her, eager to flatter and win her favor, while many sought her approval and friendship. All of this filled Song Shuewei with secret delight. Look at human nature. People are so materialistic. Once they see your value, they flock to you like wolves to blood. She relished the envious, jealous, and even admiring glances directed her way. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Shuewei, for considering us. If Shuewei could help me connect with a wealthy boyfriend, I'd be sure to give you a generous red envelope as a token of my gratitude. Shuewei, does your husband need any downstream partners for the resort project? My father is in the building materials business. Could you ask him if he'd be interested in collaborating? Shuewei, does your husband's company need a fireworks vendor? I believe once the resort is completed, nighttime fireworks would enhance the ambience. And my family is in the fireworks business. If they need to collaborate, they can reach out to me. Shuewei, when your husband's resort is completed, can you take us there? Perhaps we could get complimentary tickets or VIP access as old classmates? Everyone gazed eagerly at Song Shuewei. Of course. I'll ensure you all get in for free once the resort is finished, she replied with a gracious smile. Fantastic, Shuewei. I knew you were the most generous. Her admirers beamed at her, excitement bubbling over. They understood that once the resort was built, tickets would cost nearly 1,000 each, and VIP access would require additional purchases, while the hotels would start at 4 figures. They could save a significant amount and enjoy the experience to the fullest. And what about the collaboration? The other classmates asked eagerly. As for the collaboration you mentioned, I'll relay it to my husband. Whether it materializes depends on your performance, she replied with a light laugh. Shuewei, you're truly wonderful. I feel so lucky to be your friend. Her classmates surrounded her like stars orbiting the moon, and for a moment, Song Shuewei basked in the limelight. Song Ziyi, passing by, observed this scene with a mocking gaze, curious to see how long Song Shuewei could maintain her current status. Upon seeing Song Ziyi, Song Shuewei's expression soured slightly. Her followers quickly chimed in. What's so impressive about Song Ziyi? She just knows how to draw a few comics. Exactly. Even if she draws well, her background is still inferior to yours. She's merely a sponsored student, while you're the heiress of the Song Group, married to Mu Yuchuan, a true aristocrat. Indeed, Song Ziyi is so arrogant for achieving just a little success. How ridiculous. Besides, without Shuewei's mother, Song Ziyi would probably still be in some remote village giving birth to children for old bachelors, with no chance to learn about comics. If I were Song Ziyi and saw Shuewei, I'd have long tucked my tail between my legs. She's just a comic artist. Her fame might be fleeting. What's the likelihood she'll remain popular forever? She merely got lucky with one comic. Honestly, if it weren't for Shuewei, Song Ziyi's comic wouldn't have even gained traction. Her current success is largely thanks to Shuewei. Before that, Shuewei negotiated all the copyrights. Without her, where would Song Ziyi be? It's laughable that she is so ungrateful and arrogant. They exchanged barbs, while Song Shuawei reveled in their praise. Meanwhile, Song Ziyi chose to ignore their remarks. In the following days, Song Shuawei became the most sought-after figure in the school. The entire campus is abuzz with discussions about Song Shuawei. Have you heard? Lin Fong, who previously had a good relationship with Song Shuawei, has had her father secure a lucrative construction contract with the Mu Group. This is a substantial deal. With this contract, she could earn more in a year than she has in the past decade. Chapter 40. Consumed by jealousy. Indeed, those girls who were once close to Shuwei have now all landed contracts with the Mu Group, and they stand to earn quite a bit. Song Shuawei has become the most sought-after individual in our school, and many classmates are eager to curry favor with her and Mu Yuchuan. With the Mu Group's tourism resort underway, it is bound to grow even larger and more powerful. We must seize the opportunity to engage more with the couple, Song Shuawei and her husband. Not only is Song Shuawei adored by the girls at school, but Mu Yuchuan is also the center of attention among many boys, surrounded by admirers at various social gatherings. Everyone is showering him with flattery and attempts at ingratiation. For several consecutive days, Mu Yuchuan has reveled in the exhilaration of being admired and respected. Enjoying the sensation of being elevated above others, he is destined to achieve even greater heights, garnering admiration from all. Amidst this chatter, Song Ziyi merely smiles in response. Following Mu Yuchuan's recent investments, he now possesses increased confidence, collaborating with several partner companies and providing them with considerable upfront payments. The Mu Group's tourism resort is thriving in its development. As Song Ziyi walks through the campus, she hears nothing but discussions surrounding the couple. Song Shuawei and Mu Yuchuan. One day, in the school restroom, Song Ziyi unexpectedly encounters Song Shuawei. In this encounter, Song Shuawei adopts a haughty demeanor, lifting her chin with an air of superiority. Previously, she had been meek and fearful, worried that Song Ziyi might expose her pretense of impersonating her. However, everything has changed now. Song Shuawei appears emboldened. Ziyi, do you think the necklace Yuchuan bought me is beautiful? She asks, her finger resting on the diamond necklace adorning her neck, smiling sweetly at Song Ziyi, although her eyes brim with provocation. Not beautiful, it's rather tacky, Song Ziyi replies candidly, turning to leave after washing her hands. Yet, in the next moment, Song Shuawei blocks her path. Admit it, you are just jealous of me, Song Shuawei says with a teasing glint in her beautiful eyes, overflowing with pride. Song Ziyi admires her confidence. What is there to be jealous about? What do you possess that I would envy? It baffles her that Song Shuawei, so ordinary, could exude such self-assurance. Song Ziyi is tempted to pry open her mind to uncover the source of her unfounded confidence. You are envious that I am now the illustrious young mistress of the Mu family? Remember, I have captured Yuchuan's love, while you, despite your affections, remain unacknowledged by him, and no matter how hard you try to attract his attention. His gaze rests solely on me, Song Shuawei boasts, reveling in her victory. I trust you've heard about our family's project to build the tourism resort, right? It will cover several thousand square meters, and when completed, it should become the largest resort in the nation, she continues, her pride palpable. When the time comes, there will be long lines of customers eager to purchase tickets, of course, out of our long-standing relationship. I will invite you and Aunt Song to enjoy our resort, granting you VIP access so you won't have to wait in line. That's so? Then I suppose I should express my gratitude. Song Ziyi replies with a bemused smile. It's merely a resort. What is there to flaunt? Once the resort is operational, it will undoubtedly generate substantial profits, most of which will flow into her own coffers. Essentially, Song Shuawei and Mu Yuchuan are working for her benefit. You appear so calm and composed on the surface, yet deep down, you must be seething with jealousy, Song Shuawei remarks, feeling somewhat defeated. I admit my background pales in comparison to yours. And I lack your advantages, but anyone can change their fate with hard work. I am doing well now, with a wealthy husband, and our family business is growing strong. We will not fall behind the Song family. In fact, our enterprise may surpass yours in scale and strength. Naturally, out of goodwill from our years of acquaintance, once the Mu family flourishes, I will offer Aunt Song a chance to collaborate with us. After all, sentiment persists. Song Ziyi watches her with amusement, her dark, clear eyes filled with sarcasm. Aren't you concerned that others might overhear your words? Aren't you worried that your impersonation of my identity could be unveiled? This statement instantly drains the color from Song Shuawei's face. She glances around cautiously before relaxing upon confirming that no one is nearby. First, I was a bit concerned. but now I am less so. Especially since I have helped Yuchuan secure investments through my own abilities. Does it truly matter to him whether I am a Song family heiress? I bring him benefits. I am a valuable partner in his career. We support each other, and our love is mutual. He will not waver in his feelings for me simply because I am not the genuine daughter of the Song family. Well, I hope that in due time, you will maintain this level of confidence, Song Zi replies coolly, casting a meaningful glance at her before rising to leave. For reasons unknown, Song Shuowei feels as though she has seen that look before. Suddenly, she perceives a resemblance between Song Zi's eyes and those of the mysterious investor, Mr. Zhou. When she had met him, he had worn a mask that obscured his features, leaving only his captivating eyes visible. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Song Zi, she felt an uncanny similarity. Yet, just as swiftly, she dismisses the absurd notion. What foolishness is this? How could Song Zi, a mere simpleton, possibly compare to Mr. Zhou, whose identity is shrouded in mystery and authority? Song Zi's only merit lies in her connection to the Song family. After all, her artistic achievements stem from her privileged upbringing and quality education. It is nothing extraordinary. In contrast, Song Shuowei has earned Mr. Zhou's trust through her own efforts and eloquence, securing a significant investment. She is the true embodiment of a self-reliant, ambitious young woman, far surpassing the inept Song Zi who merely relies on her mother. Chapter 41. His cold attachment. In the following days, Lu Yinqing has yet to arrange any study sessions for Song Zi. She occasionally opens their WeChat chat window, only to find that he has not replied to a single message. Lying on the sofa, she stares at their conversation, growing increasingly disheartened. Does Lu Yinqing even like her? If he does, why has he not sent her even a simple greeting? Song Zi realizes that unless she initiates the conversation, Lu Yinqing will never reach out to her. As she scrolls through their chat history, she notices that she has always been the one to message him, while his replies are minimal, often just a succinct yes or okay. What a miser with words he is. Why is he so indifferent towards her? While he treats her with consideration, it still feels overly cold. Shouldn't a man express enthusiasm when faced with a girl he likes? How can he be so detached? Perhaps his kindness stems from the fact that her mother once aided his own. Could it be that he is merely honoring that old connection? Is she being overly sentimental? It seems he doesn't harbor the same feelings for her as he did in their previous lives. The more she thinks, the more she spirals into self-doubt. She contemplates sending him a playful emoji or engaging him in conversation, but then hesitates, fearing it may come off as too forward. It is better for a girl to maintain an air of modesty. With that, she decides to close the WeChat chat window. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Lu Group, Lu Yinqing sits in his luxurious chair, gliding his fingers over the WeChat chat window. The screen displays his conversation with Song Zi. Ever since she left his office, she has not messaged him again. Is she truly so fickle? He feels as though he is merely a plaything for her amusement. Song Zi, when she has some free time, wishes to playfully tease him, so she takes the initiative to send him a few messages, showering him with sweet words to charm him. Yet, when Song Zi is not in the mood, she casts him aside, not even sparing a single message for him. Lu Yinqing's eyes, deep and desolate, reflect a profound sense of loneliness. Enveloped in an aura of solitude. In the office, the company executives are presenting the recent financial status and the future development direction of the firm. Occasionally, they glance at Lu Yinqing's expression. His cold visage resembles a block of ice, emanating an air of danger that warns others to keep their distance, accompanied by an unspoken pressure that is difficult to articulate. Despite the excellence of the projects being presented, their confidence wanes in the face of such a frightening atmosphere. Could it be that President Lu is dissatisfied with the achievements of the Drug Enforcement Company? President Lu, the executives stammer nervously, their voices dwindling as they look at Lu Yinqing with trepidation. Do you have any thoughts on the upcoming report? The man's frigid, desolate gaze finally settles on the executive across from him. Just a glance renders the executive weak-kneed and faint. This is it. It's over. What have I done to provoke President Lu's ire? Handle it yourself. The man's sensuous lips part to utter a few words. Meeting adjourned. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he stands, phone in hand, and exits the meeting room. Until his tall, imposing figure disappears from view, the room remains enveloped in an eerie silence. What has happened? One executive, trembling, ventures to speak. Our results this quarter have been quite good. Why does President Lu look so grim? His countenance has been like this for several days. This is just a 1 or 2 day affair. Another chimes in. Have you noticed? Ever since Miss Song left our company, she hasn't returned, and since then, President Liu has maintained this frigid poker face, as if capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. There hasn't been a single instance of warmth from him. Now that you mention it, it's true. When will Miss Song return to our company? Miss Song, please come back soon. Otherwise, I truly cannot bear this pressure. Just seeing President Liu's expression each day frightens me to death. Me too. I fear that if President Liu is displeased, he might dismiss me, dragging my subordinates to work overtime. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these days. Could it be that Miss Song had a falling out with President Liu? Are they on the verge of breaking up? I cannot bear the thought of my favorite couple coming to an end. Please don't break up, Miss Song. Hurry back to the company. The employees are truly in tears. When Miss Song was here, President Liu was at his most amiable, even granting us all a bonus. Indeed, I sincerely wish for Miss Song and President Liu to enter the halls of marriage, living in harmony and bliss for 100 years, blessed with children. The employees murmured amongst themselves, and the entire Liu Corporation was engulfed in lamentation. Anxiety permeated the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the deadline Liu Yinqing had set for Song Zi had arrived. Over the past few days, Liu Yinqing did not initiate a single message to her. And the more she thought about it, the more despondent she felt. Determined, Song Zi resolved to ask Liu Yinqing out to meet and express her feelings that, of course, if Liu Yinqing were to remain unyielding, it would signify that she had misinterpreted his affections, indicating he had no desire to be with her. In that case, she would distance herself from him. On that day, Song Zi adorned herself with exquisite makeup and donned a chic, mermaid-style dress, resembling a delicate little princess. With a light pink handbag in hand, she arrived at a CAF, intending to clarify everything with Liu Yinqing. As she opened her phone to message him, a tall figure approached her briskly. A warm voice called out, as the man reached her side, I didn't expect to see you here. His gentle gaze sparkled with surprise. Recognizing him, Song Zi smiled with delight. Brother Xian, what brings you here? At that moment, she remained oblivious to the sleek, limited edition Rolls-Royce gliding past outside, its window rolling down to reveal a handsome yet cold visage. Liu Yinqing's penetrating gaze fixated on Song Zi. His eyes turning icy with a sudden chill. Stop the car. His voice turned frigid, the air around him thickening with an ominous energy. The driver, sensing the palpable tension emanating from Liu Yinqing, felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, inside the CAF, Lin Xian sat across from Song Zi. As she contemplated how to prevent him from staying longer, she hesitated, realizing that Liu Yinqing might not even show up, and thus refrained from dissuading him. I just returned to the country recently, Lin Xian remarked, his gentle and refined gaze warmly fixed on her. What a serendipitous encounter. Indeed, Song Zi replied, scanning the menu. Brother Xian, what would you like to drink? Cappuccino, less sugar, he replied, his eyes softening. I'll have a cappuccino and a velvet latte. She quickly finished ordering. Lin Xian observed the young woman before him, realizing they hadn't seen each other for 5 years. The mischievous little girl who once trailed behind him had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Her delicate face, now devoid of childhood innocence, radiated an exquisite beauty, with refined features and a charming countenance. She resembled a rose in full bloom, beautiful and precious, evoking a desire to cherish her tenderly. How have you been all these years? Lin Xian inquired, his gaze sincere. Quite well, Song Zi nodded, offering him a soft smile. At that moment, the server approached with 2 cups of coffee, placing them before each of them. I'm glad to hear that, Lin Xian replied. Though I've been abroad, I still feel more at home here. There is something about returning to one's roots that tugs at the heartstrings. I often think of home, and of you, reminiscing about our childhood. Those were carefree times, the most beautiful moments of youth. Song Zi thought as she gently cradled her mug, blowing on the steaming coffee before taking a sip, smiling silently at him. Outside, Liu Yinqing watched as the girl smiled sweetly at the man across from her. His grip on the steering wheel tightening, knuckles turning white, he stepped out of the car, his expression darkening as he strode towards the CAF. Inside, while Song Zi chatted with Liu Yinqing, she felt an icy gaze boring into her. An overwhelming sense of pressure making her uneasy. Lifting her eyes, she spotted the tall figure standing at the CAF entrance, exuding a palpable chill. His deep, shadowy gaze locked onto her, suffused with an air of mockery that sent shivers down her spine. Feeling a sudden rush of guilt, she was struck by the sensation of being caught in the act. The cold man approached steadily, the sound of his polished shoes echoing in her ears as if they were striking at her heart. Lin Xian noticed Lu Yinqing's presence and, with a single glance, sensed the competitive tension in the air. His once warm demeanor shifted, narrowing his eyes at Lu Yinqing. Who is he? Lu Yinqing's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, his expression frostbitten as he addressed her with an unsettling familiarity. Why don't you tell him who I am? The two men faced each other, their eyes locking in a charged moment that crackled with tension. Ahem. This is Lu Yinqing, my friend. Song Zi replied softly. A friend indeed. Lu Yinqing's piercing gaze fell upon her as he wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her close. His voice was low and menacing. Nearly a growl. Just 7 days ago, you were seated on my lap, pleading for me to be your boyfriend, though. You consider us mere friends? Song Zi's cheeks flushed crimson. She had indeed said so. But Lu Yinqing hadn't agreed at that time. To admit in front of Brother Xian that she had attempted to pursue Lu Yinqing without success would be utterly humiliating. Thus, she could only claim they were ordinary friends. Lin Xian observed the intimate scene between them, clenching his fists, acknowledging that if they were not in a relationship, they indeed were just friends. I remember that Zi is only 19 and still in university. Lin Xian said, maintaining his courteous demeanor. I'm 3 years older than her and have watched her grow. Girls at this age often have whimsical desires. What they like today may be forgotten by tomorrow. Observing the increasingly frigid expression on Lu Yinqing's face, Lin Xian's smile only widened. Such was the nature of things. How much more so with people? With this remark, Song Zi could distinctly sense the palpable tension igniting between them. At this moment, Lu Yinqing's countenance had darkened to the point where it could freeze the very air around him. Fearing that the two might actually come to blows, Song Zi hurriedly interjected with a cheerful tone. Ahem. Lu Yinqing, what kind of coffee would you like? I can order a cup for you. Anything, the man gritted through clenched teeth. Then I shall order a velvet latte like mine, she replied promptly, reaching for her phone to scan the menu. This CAF's afternoon tea desserts were quite delightful as well. I'll order 3 portions of souffle. Although souffle seemed more suited for a girl's palate. Lin Xian and Lu Yinqing exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with an unspoken intensity. Zi, just keep an eye on things, Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. Oh, then I'll place the order, Song Zi said, steeling herself. Sitting here felt like being on pins and needles. She couldn't shake the feeling of being in a battleground. Not daring to look at their expressions any longer, she continued placing her order. However, Lu Yinqing picked up his phone, scanned the menu, and said, I'll have the molten chocolate cake that you love. Song Zi stared at him in disbelief. During a previous business banquet, she had devoured an entire molten chocolate cake in front of him. Yet she hadn't expected him to remember her preference. It appeared he still cared for her. If he hadn't put in the thought, how could he have known precisely what she liked? A warm, sticky sensation flooded her heart, akin to spilled honey. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a warm feeling enveloping her. Lin Xian also picked up his phone to scan and order, but the dessert that Zi loved most as a child was still the strawberry millefeuille. When they were younger, Aunt Song had forbidden her from eating too much. Zi would always sneak bites, and I would help her keep an eye out for our parents, he said with a smile. The moment those words fell, Lu Yinqing's expression darkened even further. Chapter 43. Song Zi, are you toying with me? People inevitably change, Lu Yinqing said coldly, each word dripping with iciness. Song Zi. Were they truly discussing cake? People may evolve, but their tastes need not shift. Cherished memories endure. They are remnants of childhood, forever etched in one's heart regardless of the passage of time or experiences. Lin Xian was unwilling to back down. At this moment, Lu Yinqing's grip around Song Zi's waist tightened, the strength of his hold pressing her closer to him, as if he wished to merge her very essence with his own. Song Zi lowered her voice, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Lu Yinqing, you're holding me too tightly. Please ease up. I can't breathe. Lu Yinqing cast a sidelong glance at her, then reluctantly loosened his grip just a fraction. Song Zi seized the opportunity to catch her breath, inhaling deeply. The atmosphere today was overwhelmingly stifling, with the tension between the two men palpable. At that moment, a server approached, carrying 2 servings of desserts and placing them on the table. "Ziyi, eat," the man said, using a spoon to scoop a small piece of molten chocolate cake and offering it to her lips. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xian leaned forward, his long fingers holding a spoonful of tempting strawberry cake. Presenting it to her with a gentle smile. "Ziyi, your favorite strawberry cake." The 2 men, in unison, made the gesture of feeding her. Yet, Song Ziyi had only one mouth. Whose cake should she indulge in? I suppose I'll take a bite of the molten cake first, then a bite of the strawberry cake, she ventured. "No. That's not allowed," they both exclaimed at once. One voice was cold as ice, the other warm yet resolute. "You can only choose one." Liu Yinqing's tone was sharp, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed on her with an overwhelming intensity. "Ziyi, you can't," Lin Xian added. "If you eat both cakes at once, the flavors will blend, and you'll lose the essence of the desserts." Song Ziyi glanced between the enticing molten chocolate cake and the strawberry cake being offered by Lin Xian, caught in a moment of indecision. Not eating either felt wrong, yet eating both was impossible. They were both her favorites. Which should she choose first? The dilemma made her head spin. Just then, Liu Yinqing leaned in closer to her ear, his voice low and husky, meant only for her. "Eat mine." His tone was deep, laced with an undercurrent of warning that sent shivers down her spine. Realizing that she was still harboring thoughts of having Liu Yinqing as her boyfriend, especially after what she had considered a confession, she took a bite of his molten cake. The sharp lines of his jaw softened slightly, and the coldness in his gaze dissipated. Strangely, Song Ziyi perceived that her choice of cake was akin to a competition between the 2 men. It seemed they were vying for dominance. Having chosen Liu Yinqing's dessert felt like a victory for him, as he flashed a triumphant smile at Lin Xian, who appeared as a defeated peacock. "Ziyi, come back with me," Liu Yinqing declared, gripping her hand firmly, his voice low and magnetic. "I have something to discuss with you." "Lin Xian, I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to. I must leave first," Song Ziyi said apologetically, glancing at Lin Xian. He maintained his composed demeanor. "Very well, I'll see you off, and no need." Liu Yinqing's piercing gaze landed on Lin Xian, and then he stood, pulling Song Ziyi along with him. The man moved briskly, and Song Ziyi had to quicken her pace to keep up, stumbling slightly. "Liu Yinqing, slow down," she said, her voice soft and pleading. His grip on her wrist tightened as he opened the car door. Ushering her inside, he leaned into the vehicle, and the door shut with a definitive thud. Liu Yinqing leaned closer, his arms framing her shoulders, his expression devoid of warmth, cold and forbidding. "Song Ziyi, did you just call him Brother Xian?" She referred to the unyielding Liu Yinqing as such, yet turned to address others with such familiarity. Was this her notion of affection? His voice was icy, tinged with a hint of grievance. Under his penetrating gaze, Song Ziyi felt as though she had been caught in an act of infidelity. How absurd was this feeling? "I doubt I've always called him that since childhood. After all, we grew up together. We're childhood sweethearts," she explained softly. His large hand tightened around her slender waist, the veins on the back of his hand standing out as he gripped her. "You say you like me. Is this how you show it? 7 days without a single message from you. Yet here you are, sitting in a CAF with another man, affectionately calling him brother. Is this your idea of liking someone?" With each word, the redness in his eyes deepened. His grip on her waist growing ever tighter, his knuckles nearly bursting from the strain. "Song Ziyi, are you toying with me?" His voice was deep, but it trembled with suppressed emotion. Song Ziyi opened her mouth to explain, but before she could, he enveloped her in his embrace, his breath ragged, the sharp angles of his jaw resting against her shoulder. "Why did you stop playing? Why not continue to toy with me?" His emotions were spiraling out of control, his eyes glistening with a crimson hue. He knew that Song Ziyi's interest in him was fleeting, that her attraction stemmed merely from a desire for his assistance in her studies. He was more than willing to help her, to offer her everything he had. Yet why did her novelty wear off so swiftly? Why hadn't she teased him a little longer? Why had she so quickly cast him aside, as if he were nothing more than discarded trash? If only Song Ziyi would entertain him for a lifetime. In that moment, Liu Yinqing resembled an abandoned puppy. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the Liu Yinqing of her dreams. Feeling his erratic breaths, the rapid beating of his heart, and the rise and fall of his chest, she reached out, gently patting his back. "Liu Yinqing, I'm not playing with you." Chapter 44. She always has such magic. I truly want to be with you. Song Zi murmured softly, wrapping her arms around Lu Yinqing. Upon hearing her words, the tumultuous emotions that had been consuming him began to subside. He held her tightly, wishing to fuse her essence with his own. His voice, though still heavy, softened a fraction. "You're lying to me again." Song Zi possessed an inherent magic. With a single phrase, she could effortlessly dismantle Lu Yinqing's psychological defenses, leaving him vulnerable. Conversely, her words could also fill him with sweetness, akin to honey. Regardless of his usual stoicism, she held the power to unravel him. "I'm not lying. It's the truth." Song Zi gently pushed aside Lu Yinqing's delicate, soft hand, cradling the strikingly handsome contours of his face. Her deep, lustrous eyes locked onto him as she spoke each word with earnestness. "I genuinely wish to be your girlfriend. I desire to be with you." Yet, she questioned, "If you wish to be with me, why have you been so indifferent lately?" The man's sensuous lips curled into a mocking smile, his profound gaze piercing through her, as if daring her to unravel his intentions. Upon mentioning this, Song Zi felt a flicker of irritation. Pouting slightly, she retorted, "Isn't it you who has been cold towards me during this time? Review your WeChat messages. How many times have I reached out first? When have you ever initiated a conversation?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. "If I don't take the lead, you won't bother to message me in our conversations. I have always been the one reaching out, and your replies are so curt and indifferent. How can you accuse me of being aloof? Are you inverting reality here?" As she spoke, her delicate fingers playfully poked Lu Yinqing's chest, her dark, glistening almond-shaped eyes glaring at him in displeasure. "Why silence stems from." The man's voice trailed off, uncertainty clouding his expression. "From what, exactly?" Song Zi lay beneath him, her slender, fair fingers playfully tugging at his tie, gradually increasing the pressure with each syllable she uttered. At that moment, she resembled a master gripping the collar of her most loyal hound. "Because I fear that reaching out might disturb you. I worry that you might come to despise me." His final words were barely a whisper. Song Zi gazed at him, stunned. "Lu Yinqing, you silly fool," she exclaimed, her voice bright and lively. "If you message me, how could that possibly be a disturbance? After all, I hold feelings for you as well." The man stared at her, bewildered. "What did you just say? Could you repeat that?" His voice trembled slightly. "Such sweet words should be spoken only once. If you didn't hear it clearly, then so be it," she pouted, casting him a discontented glare. "In essence, I wish to convey that your indifference has led me to refrain from messaging you. It may sound childish, but it reflects my genuine feelings. I am a girl, after all. I have my pride. It's exhausting to always be the one to initiate. Then let me take the lead from now on, shall I?" the man suggested, holding the little girl in his arms, his voice deep and solemn. "That sounds more agreeable," she replied, licking her lips and turning her face away, akin to a proud little peacock. "Could you repeat what you said earlier?" he asked, his gaze fixed intently on her as he embraced her tightly, his voice resonating with warmth. Feeling a bit shy, she stammered, "I meant to say that I have some feelings for you." At that moment, his deep, somber eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, as if ignited by a constellation of stars. "Could you say that again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. He almost doubted the reality before him, having always believed that Song Zi kept her distance from him, never suspecting that she might harbor feelings. "I've already said it twice," she replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Sweetheart, could you please say it again?" He gently grasped her impossibly soft waist, his dark, deep-set eyes fixed upon her with anticipation. His previously icy demeanor melted into an unexpected tenderness. The endearing term "sweetheart" sent shivers down her spine, igniting a warmth within her. As her ears flushed a delicate pink, the blush spread from her earlobes down her slender neck. Faced with such an earnest Lu Yinqing, how could she possibly refuse? "I have feelings for you," she affirmed, her captivating gaze piercing into his. "I sincerely wish to be with you, not merely as a fleeting whim. As you suggested, Lu Yinqing, why don't we give this a try and date?" she proposed, her round, expressive eyes locked onto him, her voice sweet and inviting. He returned her gaze, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" she queried, a hint of displeasure in her tone. "No," he replied, his voice low and slightly husky. "Song Zi, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" His words were imbued with sincerity, akin to a devoted follower beseeching his deity. Stunned, Song Zi looked at him, realizing his words mirrored her own sentiments. Her cheeks flushed at the thought of having so readily accepted his proposal, wondering if it made her seem too forward. "Zi, may I have the opportunity to pursue you?" he asked earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Twisting his tie between her fingers, she nodded. "I suppose I need to give it some thought. Whether I agree depends on your actions." "Understood. I shall strive to demonstrate my worth," he affirmed, his gaze locked onto hers. "I recall you mentioning that you would teach me how to run a business." He began, his voice rich and melodic, "and you promised me a condition in return." "What condition do you seek?" she inquired, intrigued. He held her delicate waist firmly, his voice deep and resolute. "From now on, you must refrain from calling that man brother." Song Zi looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a request. "Are you jealous?" she teased, her laughter illuminating her bright eyes. "Indeed," he confessed, his tone grave. "Hearing you address him that way drives me to madness. We grew up together as neighbors. He even helped care for me when I was young. I've always regarded him as a brother," she explained, smiling. "No feelings? Still, I forbid you to call him that." His voice was low and resolute. "Fine, I promise not to call him that anymore," she replied, her smile radiant. "From now on, you must not smile at him either," he warned, recalling how she had beamed at Lin Xian in the car, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. "But I'm only bound to one condition, and you've just stated a second," she teased, her mischievous spirit shining through. Breath heavy, he insisted, "In the name of your future boyfriend." "All right, then," she chuckled. "I'll accept that as your future girlfriend." His icy demeanor softened slightly, and she playfully ruffled his handsome face. "You should really work on that frosty expression. It could frighten children. Am I truly that intimidating?" she inquired. "Absolutely, but you simply don't realize it," he replied, momentarily silent. "I will change everything you dislike about me," he promised, willing to transform into whatever would make her happy. Half a month later, the resort development area designed by Mu Yuchuan was completed. This project had been in the works for some time but had stalled due to a lack of funds. However, following a significant investment from General Zhou, and with Mu Yuchuan eager for growth, he outsourced many projects to various partners. As a result, workers put in extra hours to complete the tasks, and within half a month, the resort was ready. With its successful launch, Mu Yuchuan began an extensive online marketing campaign, quickly drawing in a large crowd. Moreover, with the addition of a holiday, the daily maximum number of visitors can reach an astonishing 200 million. This holiday resort has become a sensation. Chapter 46. Marrying her is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. At school, Song Shuawei becomes the center of attention wherever she goes. "Shuawei, your husband is truly remarkable. That vacation resort he developed is simply extravagant. I took a plethora of stunning photos when I visited yesterday, and I shared them on Douyin and Xiaohongshu, receiving numerous likes and attracting many followers. Indeed, that is a high-end tourist resort, accessible only to the affluent. Its popularity has surged, drawing not only wealthy individuals from our country but also tourists from Semaida, the land of cherry blossoms and kangaroo country. Many people from various nations are flocking to experience the resort created by your husband. Shuawei, you truly have discerning taste in choosing such a wonderful husband. My husband has always been exceptionally capable and outstanding." A gentle smile graced Song Shuawei's face, yet her heart brimmed with excitement and pride. He had once been an unnoticed, impoverished student, blending into the crowd. But now, she had become the focal point of the entire school, stirring discussions wherever she went. The beautiful words and praises directed towards her filled her with delight as she reveled in the envious gazes of others. Simultaneously, Mu Yuchuan found himself the object of admiration among the students. Many girls at school approached him with love letters, fully aware that he was already married, yet those beautiful and charming girls still sought his attention, willing to become a mistress. Not only the schoolgirls, but even renowned influencers from various platforms outside of school approached him for photographs and to strike up conversations, desiring his contact information. Even some distinguished ladies from affluent circles began to take notice of him, engaging him in conversation. These women, who had previously disregarded him, now regarded him with newfound interest, for he had become the most sought-after figure in the circle. At that moment, Mu Yuchuan received a call from his father across the ocean. "My son, you have done exceptionally well. I knew entrusting the company to you was the right decision. My old friends have heard about the vacation resort you developed. Although they are far abroad, They are eager to return and experience it. Of course, when they come, just let me know, and I will arrange for them to use the VIP entrance and provide them with some complimentary services. Mu Yuchuan smiled faintly, pride evident on his face. Today, the socialites in my circle were praising me, commending my parenting skills for raising such an outstanding son. Although he is just a university student, he has already achieved remarkable success. Everyone envies me for having such a wonderful son. Mu's mother chimed in, her voice filled with joy. Good son, you are the pride of your parents, Mom and Dad. I will continue to work hard and strive for greater accomplishments in my career. I will strengthen and expand the Mu family's company. It is wonderful to hear that. Since you are so dedicated, your father and I can rest easy and shift the burdens onto your shoulders, Mu's mother replied with a smile. Indeed, my son is so exceptional. The group will surely be his in time. Good son, keep up the great work. Do not let your parents' expectations go unmet, Little Hay added with a grin. Mom and Dad, do not worry. This is just the beginning. I will achieve even greater successes in my career. Mu Yuchuan stated, by the way, my significant success in this venture is largely due to my wife and my mother-in-law. Their support has been invaluable, especially my mother-in-law, who has invested considerably in this project, allowing it to progress swiftly and provide you with a satisfactory outcome. That is splendid. Marrying Shuawei is a stroke of luck for our Mu family. Indeed, daughters-in-law like her are rare. Good son, you truly have an eye for talent. I heard that Shuawei is currently pregnant. Is that right? Mu's mother inquired. Once your father and I finish our current matters, we will return home as soon as possible to meet our precious daughter-in-law. I have already planned to give her a generous red envelope when our grandson is born and transfer some shares from our Mu family to her. After all, in the future, your career will greatly benefit from maintaining good relations with Songjia, ensuring mutual cooperation and success. You are absolutely right, Mu Yuchuan replied proudly. Today, I need to buy some gifts to properly visit my mother-in-law and express my gratitude for her support. Good son, go ahead and prepare more gifts for her. Mu's father advised. Your mother-in-law is not an ordinary woman. She built her success from scratch, which speaks volumes about her ambition and capability. With such a formidable mother-in-law supporting you, our Mu family will undoubtedly thrive. So, make sure to bring her some thoughtful gifts that reflect her worth. Mu's mother added with a smile. All right, I won't delay any further. I will go prepare the gifts. After hanging up, Mu Yuchuan hurried to a large supermarket to select gifts for Song Shuhui. Though his mother-in-law often claimed to dislike him as a son-in-law, she always stepped in to help whenever he faced difficulties. Overwhelmed with joy, Mu Yuchuan felt increasingly convinced that marrying Song Shuhui was indeed the best decision he had ever made. Soon, he had carefully chosen a selection of high-end gifts and made his way to the Song residence. This time, he went alone, not informing Shuhui, as he feared she might disapprove of his spending and shopping habits. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Song family, he called out, "Mother-in-law, I have come to pay my respects." To his dismay, the security personnel would not let him through the gate. Do you not recognize who I am? Mu Yuchuan's face hardened. I am the son-in-law of this household. Offend me, and you shall regret it. The security personnel looked at him incredulously. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Just then, Song Shuhui approached. Mother-in-law, Mu Yuchuan's eyes lit up as he hurried toward her with gifts in hand. Mother-in-law, this security guard has the audacity to block my entry. I do not have a son-in-law like you.